Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 2023 to you all out there in Twitch, YouTube, and anywhere land. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. And to start 2023, do another 52 shows this year, as Inherent Knock said last week. I'm going back to a game I have part one of already, but it's been over 2 years. We're restarting it. You're looking right now on the screen what it is with this sung vocal song that actually is sung by some pretty famous. It's Hironobu Kageyama, did the theme songs for the Japanese versions of Dragon Ball Z, One Punch Man, and Sonic X. But yeah, he is there to get him in from Konami for this game. This is Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. Came out on April 16th, 1998 in the US for Nintendo 64. It's only been released there. It's never been ported elsewhere. Came out in Japan in 1997, August 7th specifically, as Gambare Goemon Neo Momoyama Bakufu no Odori, as the fifth canonical game in the Gambare Goemon franchise, which US has not gotten many entries of these. We've only gotten about 5 of them, as far as my count, which I believe is Mr. Goemon, which is an arcade game that actually only came to us in 2010. Legend of Mystical Ninja on Super Nintendo, which was a cult hit, as was this one, which necessitated this game specifically to come out. Its 3D entry. Then Goemon's Great Adventure, which was also on this system, which is a remake of a Famicom game. And lastly, there was Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon on the Game Boy, which was actually a game from 1991. We didn't get until after this game came out in 1998. But yeah, this is one that I remember renting and having a lot of love with. And it's one I still have a lot of appreciation for, just how different and unique and how unabashedly assured and strange it is. As you're seeing here in the demo with Goemon there, we're going to see him in a bit. He is the Mystical Ninja going around in 3D. So it's a lot like Zelda in terms of how it plays, but more like Super Mario 64 in the sense you're running around and jumping. But yeah, in this case, we're going to have this going, and as I said, I started playing this game back in November of 2020. I just wanted to show Protorova this because he'd never heard of this. He loved the Zelda games on N64. He was here on this day or tomorrow, 1 year ago when we did Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, or started that. So fitting, I guess, we're coming back to the game that I saw before that and before Majora's Mask, because it came out about 8-9 months before. So it kind of got me ready, but it is one that also kind of broadened my horizons in terms of what gaming was capable of, what a lot of its elements were about, how Japanese it was, and I think that got my attention too, the idea of the Japanese cultural look and how completely brave it is, or fine, I don't know if brave is necessarily the right word, but the idea that this game knows exactly what it wants to do. It's saying, live your life the way you want it, this is the destiny for many. Yeah, it doesn't care what anybody thinks. It goes out there, it says, I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna show all this interesting stuff, including the beating heart of a robot. Goemon Impact, we'll see Goemon Impact a bit later. But in that way, it's the kind of thing that it really took me. And when I first played this, I said, yeah, I really got into this in a way I wasn't expecting. I didn't play The Legend of Mystical Ninja on Super Nintendo at the time I played this. I went back and played it later. But yeah, this just was so unique, and compared to other stuff that was on the N64, it was quite a great time, and it still is. One of the unsung heroes of the system, I would say, along with others like Mischief Makers and the Snowboard Kids games. But like those, this has not gotten a re-release, so maybe we can change that, but we'll see. Okay, I'm quickly going into options. There's not much to show on options. There is data erasing, because this is a game you do need to have a controller pack of 16 pages in order to save. It gives you 3 saves along with those 16 pages you have. Also, your sound adjustment of stereo, mono, and stereo, as always. And listen to the music, because the music in this game is awesome. I'll definitely go into that for sure, because already I'm getting a sense of being almost at a loss for words at a game that, as I said, I started this 2 years ago. I have not gotten a chance to come back to it. We're coming back to it. So, what's going to happen after I love the opening theme. I do love that opening theme, but no, we got to get started with the show. I said, we're going to finish this game, so what's going to happen is we're not going to finish this game tonight. It's going to be a multi-part game, but it's only going to be one part outside of this one, because this is not a very long game. It's going to be about, as far as like the run of the game, you can beat this game in 6, 7, 8 hours if you know what you're doing. I'm going to be a little more leisurely with this one, in terms of kind of going around, doing things. I'm going to do something with this that I actually have never done before. We're going to do an 100% run of this game. So, beginning of next time, we will do a little bit of cleanup before we go to the end of the game. But for tonight, we're going to start things off again. So there is part 1 of this game I did 2 years ago. Is linked to below if you're watching this on the YouTube site, because I'll be editing to indicate, oh, it's down there below. You're definitely going to see a bit of a difference in terms of how I tended to do stuff back then, was basically pretty much winging it. And in this game, I knew I could wing it. But now I got a couple pages of notes in the book. I got stuff I want to talk about on this game, which was, as mentioned, published by Konami and developed by Konami Computer Entertainment of Osaka, who made a lot of the International Superstar Soccer games, particularly the ones on the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo 64, as well as other stuff on the N64 like Nagano Winter Olympics 98 and Hybrid Heaven. And later they changed, I believe they moved around Tokyo, so I think they changed their name to Konami Computer Entertainment Japan, where they made games like Ring of Red. I always said Rule of Rose. It's not Rule of Rose. It's something totally different. Zone of the Enders. They made those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games on the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. So that first one, the Battle Nexus and the Mutant Nightmare. And then Coded Arms on the PSP. As directed by Itsunobu Ibisu, who actually was programmer on a game we talked about a few weeks ago, The Adventures of Bayou Billy, as well as Monster in My Pocket and the Super Nintendo version of Batman Returns. And he was actually the model of Bisumaru, who we'll see in just a little bit, as we'll be starting from the beginning. The other ones are my practice stuff. Well, fine. This was the stream I did 2 years ago, and I'm in that case of just having that, and this is the practice I did this week. Getting ready for actual Goemon time. Good to see you, Chasm22. So glad to see you tonight for Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. I believe you do have experience with this game. Am I right? If so, feel free to indicate what they are with this one or any other game in this franchise. And Happy New Year to you. It's so good to see you tonight. I was just going the element of who directed this game. As I mentioned, it's Itsunobu Ibisu. He did a lot of programming and stuff at Konami. He was modeled after Bisumaru, we'll see in the opening cutscene. In 2005, he left Konami. He went with Shigeharu Uzumaki to start Goodfeel, the company who made Yoshi's Crafted World and Kirby's Epic Yarn and Wario and Shake It. So that's definitely an interesting background, and I did not actually know that as we went along, or when I was looking at this game specific, but yeah, I'm ready to give my love to this game again. I'm ready to actually finish this game. Part 1 is up on the YouTube site as is, so you'll see the difference, but we're actually going to be playing the full game. We will complete it next month, I promise you that. Is my New Year's resolution, let's put it that way. I've not played this game forever, but I love this game. I do too. Unfortunately, it's a game that costs a lot of money. It's about $150. We're talking Shadow Hearts numbers, which, by the way, we're getting back to that next week. But with that, we'll get started again. So if you saw part 1, this is going to look a little familiar. We have the 3D polygonal eagle going around in a 60 frame per second frame rate. You're not going to see that much in this game, admittingly, because this game could get a bit pokey. But that being said, we're going to see the entire story of this one as we go along. And like last time, I'm going to talk over this. As we're getting into Oedo Town. A nice Japanese village that I believe is a feudal-era case. I believe a lot of the Gambari Goemon games are like that, of which there are over 30 of these, but the US only saw 5. But meanwhile, yeah, these two are robbing the store, and he's saying, like, yeah, get out of here. So here's running away, and I do love the facial expressions that are so insanely detailed on these models. But alright, we got away. But yeah, what's Abisumaru over there, the guy in, without shirt, doing? Yeah, Goemon's like, why have you taken all of your clothes off? Yeah, I thought I could negotiate a discount using my hypnotic dance. I was like, yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, we got thrown out of the store and we're banned for life because of that. Hey, it's not my fault you couldn't understand the beauty in me. Yes, this game definitely is very weird, but as I said, I kind of love that about it. You worry me, but don't worry about that, because we got something else going on now. By the way, we'll also get into stuff with voice acting. There's actually a lot of famous Japanese voice actors and actresses who are voicing the characters in this game. I do a bit of digging to find out who they were. I'm going to start a little bit on this as we're seeing this, I guess, alien spaceship going down the way. Goemon is voiced by Shinichiro Ota, who is Satoshi Miwa on Marmalade Boy. They actually promoted this game when it came out for that specifically, while they're asking, hey, what's going on here? And it's going towards the way to Castle, so that's not a good thing. He also voiced Leo on Lunar 2, the Lunar 2 Eternal Blue, which played in the first one in a few months. He's also the narrator and Excellular on Gogo Sentai Bokenger. I know there are people who are going to hate me for butchering that, but yeah, I just want to make sure I got it right. And he was also Vice Admiral Mamanga on One Piece and Supreme Kai in Dragon Ball Z. Particularly Dragon Ball Super now, but alright, we arrived at the destination, so Baron and Mystery Man and Mystery Woman say. And there's someone extremely famous who voices that woman, I will tell you that right now. We'll talk about her later when we get to that point. You're going to be maybe surprised to hear that I was when I was doing my test stuff today. Looks like this is a lot more clear than the first stream on YouTube. Thank you so much, Kevin22, for that indication. The reason for that is because, thank you for bringing that up while, yeah, they're getting hit by a beam. And the Lord of the Manor saying, like, yeah, it's really peaceful, but Princess Yuki's not sure about that. Yeah, the reason for that, I'll explain that. Thank you for bringing that up. Because when I did this 2 years ago, I basically connected my Nintendo 64 into the Elgato Game Capture HD, which is the capture device I use, which is outdated as hell, so I'm due for a new one. But that being said, I connected that directly into that before. And that's also why that video is in widescreen, and this one is in the 4:3 ratio that it's supposed to be in. I have the RetroTink 5X now, I've mentioned that before on this program. I'm running also with S-Video cables, so it does look a lot smoother running that, although weirdly enough, when I was doing tests for this, it looked to me that the game is stuttering on my end in a way that the video isn't. But I don't know, maybe it's just me. Alright, fine, we're gonna see what's going on with that beam that hit the castle, and yeah, get the Lord and Princess Yuki taken care of. It was like, yeah, before we go, I gotta go change into some new clothes. Oh, heck. Alright, fine. And by the way, with the Beast Tomorrow, he is voiced by Kenichi Ogata, who is the analyzer on Space Battleship Yamato, and also was Miyoga on Inuyasha, and Gemma Saotome on Ranma 1/2, and he currently is Gran Torino on My Hero Academia. But we talk Mega Man a bit on this show, and he's the voice of Barrel Casket in Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, the Japanese version specifically, as well as Dr. Wily in Mega Man Wish Upon a Star, which was this travelogue Mega Man short series of like 3 episodes that we brought up actually on the show, I believe when we did the House of the Dead remake. So yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff going on with the voice for this game, and also other stuff. But alright, we're starting in, well, not at Beast of Tomorrow's house, this is Goemon's house, and getting a little antsy about that. So yeah, let's get going, and we'll get moving. Okay, so, starting out in Uedo Town, and hearing the nice, I guess, village-like perspective of the opening theme, which is great stuff. You're going around picking up money. There's your Rio. Use that as an attack if you hit the C left button with Goemon, or you can use his pipe, because yeah, that's his whole deal. He has the pipe and he just smacks things with it. Can't hit the people, at least not these people. But hey, we had a Beast tomorrow, so what's that about? Well, if you hit the C down button, you can switch between characters. We able to get 2 other ones, I should say. And yeah, you have, looking at that child there. In fact, no, I'll go back to Beast tomorrow. Just now, Uedo Castle was hit by a mysterious beam, turning into a European castle. But if it hit me, would it turn me into a model EU citizen? Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, this game definitely has a cheeky side. I think I mentioned that in those specific words when I streamed this 2 years ago. And he's like, yeah, the aliens are coming. He seems like he's excited. Yeah, that goes to the style of this game, which is definitely very weird and very appealing, because I'll tell you, when I played this game, and feel free, chat, to go into your experiences, maybe if you remember when the first time you played, as he's telling us about Mukube, who used to live next door, but he's over Mount Fuji now, and the next house is empty now. When I played this, there weren't a whole lot of things on Nintendo 64 at the time, because they were spacing out their releases, or Nintendo was, and other companies, I guess, where they couldn't get the cartridges produced really quickly. So what happened was that I ended up renting a bunch of things and playing a lot of the games that were out on the system. So it came to a point where I played basically everything on it, which nowadays that's never happening again. We're never getting to a case where we have a console where you'll play everything on it. But on Nintendo 64, I basically was a case of being able to do that. So I rented this and said, okay, what is this about? It's a new game. It's something I hadn't played before. I played it, and I'll tell you, I think maybe this was a game that kind of hit me at just the right spot in my life, in the sense of when I was starting to get into interests of Japanese culture, the Japanese language specifically, and right before, I guess, the anime perspective of myself started to creep in. And so in that way, I was like, okay, this seemed weird as far as certain things. You're going to look at this and say, yeah, it's weird about that EU citizen perspective of things. Like, yeah, she's wanting to take a look, but she's scared. But I'll tell you, I kind of just rolled with it in the sense of really finding it appealing. Just saying that this is not like other stuff. This is really interesting as far as how it was. It was a great change of pace, and then just going through this world and realizing, yeah, there's some interesting stuff this game is doing. It's a lot of fun. The tech of this is outstanding, for sure. Are you starting over? You're going to continue where you left off last time. For the purpose of this, because it's been 2 years, I am starting over. It also, as I mentioned, is going to be this. Since you're saying, Kazim22, you saw the YouTube upload, and thank you very much for that. And, fine. If you're watching this in a few days, you'll be watching on the YouTube site for it. So on part 1, which I did, but since I did that 2 years ago, and it was so long ago, I said, I gotta make an executive decision. Either I'm gonna pick up where we left off, which is after Actually, we're in this place, the place that's this place, where there's somebody's gonna come up later. I could have continued from there, but I said, you know what? I did this 2 years ago. I did it with my different tech equipment. I have my microphone now, the retro. Oh no, that was the other thing. The Samsung G-Track Pro. So I said, I'm making an executive decision. I'm going to be starting this play over because it's been so damn long. I'm going to hit the robber away. If he touches you, you lose 50 Rio. And you can hit him to get some of it back, but not all of it. So I made the decision. I said, I'm going to start this game over because it's been so long. And I'm going to keep that part up for the purpose of showing one thing. Because when I did this before, I did this 2 years ago, I pretty much winged this game. Even in terms of everything I talked about. Gotcha. Well, okay, there is that, but I mean, just to finish this perspective of it, I kind of was just... You've seen, as you've been on the show for certain things, I know you and I have discussed on things you're going to want to be on. I believe one of them is going to be Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. But when I did this 2 years ago, I kind of was explaining my experience with this game while I'm asking him, how do I get to Wado Castle? It's over here, go over the Nihonbashi Bridge to get there. And I'll ask me the other place. You talk to him, hit the A button, which is your jump button. Mount Fuji's over there with the red pillars of the Thunder Gate, which goes to the Fortune Teller, and then turn the corner, go straight, and go down the Kai Highway. But when I did this, I mean, I've kind of gotten into more of, and a lot of it's been because of people in chat like you, and ElecVerse and other people have been joining in, or people have been on the show on top of that. The idea is that they wanted to go deeper with this as much as I did, so I said, alright, let me look at the background of this. Let me get the information on the voice performers. Let me get the information on who directed this game. Let's get those names out there, because... As I mentioned, it's been 25 years since this game in a couple of months for the US and 25 by now for Japan. That's been the idea of what Super Old Game Saturday really has become. And, oh no, I don't want to ask about how to get to Wado Castle again. I want to ask the place at the bottom. So I said, basically, just give this the full Super Old Game Saturday perspective. We're not going to leave any stone unturned for whatever game you want to play, any game you want to see, any game anybody else in chat wants to see, whatever it is. So I thought for the case of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, I'm going to do this fully. This is going to be a fresh start for this game, a fresh start for looking at that, and a good comparison, because if you said you saw the first video, you'll be understanding that, yeah, this is a different case. This is not the Super Old Game Saturday that it was back then. It's definitely enhanced a lot, and it's all because of all of you out there, and I appreciate that so much. So in that case, that's basically the idea of, like, why I'm starting again. But alright, so he's saying that you can go over here to the castle. Let's go there just to see what's going on. We'll also talk about how great the music is, which is done by a bunch of people. I'll talk about right in just a second, but yeah, they're saying, yeah, there's a star block here, an little kitty cat doll. Let's see what's going on. Emergency star block you can get through by using the chain pipe. Our pipe does not have chains on it. Hit it and does nothing, so we can't go here yet. So they mentioned Mukube, who is up on Mount Fuji, so we're gonna go to Mount Fuji, and we'll make that walk over, and I guess talk to people around town. Let's talk about who did the music for this. It was a couple people. It was Shigeru Araki, who did the music for ESPN Track and Field, or International Track and Field, which is on PlayStation 2 and the Dreamcast, I believe. As well as the sound design for Nagano Winter Olympics 98, International Superstar Soccer 98, so a lot of stuff of Konami's as it was. And also the skateboarding theme in Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, which is fitting because we're going to be playing that game at some time this year. Like, first one to see Metal Gear Solid 2, we're going to be playing that game. And I bought that PS2 version of Substance, so I could show specifically the skateboarding, to be able to hear the theme of what that is. But on top of that, it was also Yusuke Kato, who did the music for this game's Nintendo 64 follow-up, which was Goemon's Great Adventure, which is even more money than this. I have it, we can show that. As well as Hybrid Heaven on Nintendo 64, and the Rumblefish game, which are beat-em-ups, or not beat-em-ups, they're fighting games from Sega and Dimps, the people who made Sonic Advance. They were in Japan only. He did the music on those games. And two other people who were Psycho Miki, who actually worked on a lot of early stuff of Konami's, like Pop and Twinbee and Tiny Toon Adventures Wacky Sports Challenge, the latter being on Super Nintendo. And finally, also Yasumasa Kitagawa, who did the music for MLB Power Pro's 2008 Disney Sports Basketball, which I believe is on the GameCube and the PS2. And this was an interesting one to me. Did the music for Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. So yeah, and I think he got a special credits perspective of a special thanks for Phoenix Wright Trilogy, which is on a bunch of systems. I actually bought it on the Switch as part of my post-holiday, I guess, points card spending. And yeah, I got into that franchise big time, for sure. We'll definitely have to do that, and I know that Ed Wack is going to be on the show in 2 weeks. He loves that game, and Nikki, who's gonna be on that show as well, loves that game too. We'll definitely do that. We're going to the coffee shop, though, to start. We do have to go out to Mount Fuji. The other thing I'm also doing that's different this time is, unlike when we played it last time, I'm gonna spend some time, we're gonna have just a bit of a, you know, resting perspective. That's the idea. You've had a long week. That's always what I said at the show. Come around, relax, just kind of say whatever's on your mind about the game. We're talking about games you're playing, anything to that. And I think with Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, it's basically just we take in the local color, take in the atmosphere this game is. Well, this guy is saying he has the hots for Omitsu, who's over there. Eyes meet for brief moments. It's magic. Yeah, this definitely is a nice thing for as far as like how it does stuff with its text. Can't settle down, eat, neat. So, I'll have some kiwi dumplings, iced tea, custard rice cake, and cinnamon rice crackers. Except, whoops, without an H, I forgot my wallets. Alright, so who's this Omitsu person? Ah, this is Omitsu. Alright, what's going on out there? And she is important to the plot, so she does have a character model or character picture in the dialogue. Alright, a strange UFO's come to town. UFO? You mean like a flying saucer? So I guess she has a sci-fi interest, maybe. Does that mean the aliens have come? Well, we'll see eventually. We'll get an answer. But will they come to our coffee shop and try some of our dumplings? Because that's the idea. The coffee shops usually are known for that and for their service, especially this one. Good thing I studied the alien language for just occasion. Alright, so she does have some interesting after-work hobbies, I guess. You have to drink your coffee while standing up, but that's okay. This is where Omitsu is the most beautiful woman in town works. Alright, when you go into a coffee shop, by the way, you can also pay money to get, well, fine, you can pay money for dumplings, not in this one. In this case, you can ask to have pizza, but it's like, yeah, we don't know how to carry that. Hello, everyone. Hi, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon for the Nintendo 64. We're, restarting it, actually. I did part 1 2 years ago, but for reasons I explained early on before we jumped on, we're giving it a full play, and we're starting it over. We will finish the game next month. Yeah, it's my New Year's resolution this way. Happy New Year to you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let any memories flow on Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon or any of the Gambari Goemon games of Konami's if you're familiar. Or just, if you haven't played them, that's fine. I'm basically telling you why this game is worth dropping $120, $30 to get. Or why I'm begging Konami for a re-release of this. I think there might be a lot of people who are doing that. Or just give you an idea of what you're seeing, because that's one of these games, whenever I saw this game when I first played it, I said, it's one of these things like, sometimes you might not believe what you're seeing, but you kind of love what you're seeing. Yeah, feel free to relax and let us know what's on your mind, and we'll go more into as we go along. Alright, so Mitsu's the beauty of the town. She's right here, as mentioned before. There's a UFO beam that came around, shot the place, or shot the castle up, and it's like, as far as the beam, and it's like, yeah, I studied the alien language to see what's going on, but yeah, maybe she'll get a chance to do that. Well, we're just walking through town, and we have to go to Mount Fuji. Before we do that, just enjoying the atmosphere, and this guy kind of lays on the ground. Here to find out what I have to say. When you visit a town or village, you may want to gather your information by listening to what the people have to say. It's important for you to complete this game. So basically it's like, yeah, you want to hear what it has to say, hear what people have to say. So yeah, this game is interesting with its translation. Kind of weirdly translated in some ways. There's a big peach, so he says, and who's going to eat such a big thing? So yeah, it's a very weird case, but that's the thing about this game. This game knows it's strange, it totally wears its Japanese cultural elements on its sleeve. It's weird even outside. It's not just like, oh yeah, because it's Japanese, it's weird. No, not saying that at all. But this game, even by the standards of that, goes into really interesting directions, but it totally has a lot of confidence with itself. And that way, it kind of makes... it's very infectious for people playing it or even looking at it. Alright, so yeah, the real Edo people, or Edo people, live here. I believe this is a feudal Japanese era, I believe we're at. Alright, the gatekeeper, wow. The automatic closing device has been deactivated on the gate. It will no longer open. So the series taking place at Uedo Castle, right? Well, the only way past this checkpoint then is to get the super pass from the Lord. Okay, so we can't go here yet. And that's usually what's gonna run like, it's kind of like Zelda a little bit. And there's gonna be some elements to Zelda you're gonna see like, yeah, they kind of ripped this off. Although, in the 3D era, this came before Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So this went 3D before Zelda did by about 8 months. So yeah, you'll be fine. Alright, here's the restaurant. You can come in here with your money, you can pay to have a free meal, or find a free meal, a paid meal. Great for desserts, and your strength gauge your health will increase to 2 points. And you also buy stuff for later, so in that case we can get some Odin dumplings or sushi. I'm not going to get anything for now. We can come back, so whenever you run out of health, or run low on health, you can do that. And you have lives. It's not like Zelda where you run out of hearts and it's it. And here is also the general store, Imishen. So, he also buys my... I'm going to buy the plain rice balls. Because your health to 4 when you die, so I'll pay him that. I'll give it that way. Yeah, can you pick up 4 items? And basically, they'll be held there until they get used. So if I die, I'll get a health recovery of 4. And the other place you can go in town, I don't think I have the money to do this. You can also get clothing for yourself. In fact, right here. You can put the sombrero on, the straw raincoat, or the metal armor. And they'll reflect hits. With this, you can defend yourself, resisting 3 shots from the enemy. So basically that means when you get hit by 3 shots, you won't take damage. But when you take 3 hits, it goes away. For the purpose of this, and since we're gonna get more money, I'll put it on. Why not? Just the purpose of showing it. So it does give you a lot of options for that, but as I said, you're gonna have to pay money. And the good news is there are a lot of areas where you can make money pretty quickly, and I might, for each of the eras, or we're gonna do this each month, or it's only gonna be 2 parts, really, tonight and next month. I'll probably do some money grind in between. Alright, also, when you go into an inn, that's where we're at, spend the night, and you make a choice. It's like, yeah, your health is full, but you want to spend the night anyway. I don't think I have enough money to do that. Pay for the bronze room, the silver room, and the gold suite. I'll show these later. When you go to sleep in them, they actually give you a cutscene showing how, you know, cheap or expensive they are. It's like, yeah, it's old and battered, but hey, it's our cheapest room. And depending on the room you select, you recover more or less health from sleep. But the other thing you do, I'll show this. Reading the adventure diary. This is how you save. You do need a controller pack in your controller in order to save this. Yet weirdly enough, this game has rumble pack support that it does not advertise. I will talk about that later. Hit the A button, boom, there you go. It is a 16-page save, by the way, but it covers 3 slots. So in that case, it isn't too bad as far as like the idea of, and we mentioned this before, it's 123 pages on a controller pack for saving. So it's gonna fill up quickly depending on what you play. But for this game, it's pretty reasonable. In fact, I'll tell you this also. This is the game the main reason I'm happy I bought a controller pack specific, just because of A, you need it, and B, because this game is terrific. So in that case, yeah, your saving problems are going to be a thing of the past. But before we go to Mount Fuji, which is over there, or Kai Highway's over there, if you've ever played Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, this might look a little familiar, but the sound sure won't. Yeah, Pulazima! Yeah, this is the Plasma Man. So like the fortune teller in Link to the Past, you come to him, you pay him 10 Rio, and he'll tell you where to go. For the purpose of showing this, I will do that. Let's get started. And I'll do his little chant. Yeah, I do love that touch, the fact of the voice. It's good stuff, and the music's so damn good, too. If you want to enter Uedo Castle, which yes we do, and on the left-hand side, and face the fortune teller, and it'll take you to the Kai Highway, which will lead you over there. And there we go. Thank you, Mr. Plasman. And hey guys, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you. Happy New Year to you. We are here playing Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon for Nintendo 64, or restarting it as we were talking to dogs, Chuppy in particular. And they'll go ruff ruff at the end of the dialogue. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let any memories you have on Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, or any game of the Gabari Goemon franchise, or anything else gaming you got, or Konami you got, because there's a Konami joint again, flow as we go on the first show of 2023. I'm so happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. And we're getting ready to go towards the Kai Highway. It's like, yeah, what about the UFO? But yeah, Chuppy's a good dog. He doesn't want to talk about it. Alright, let's go through the door. We're going to hear the music for Kai Highway. And oh my god, it's amazing. And it is showtime, friends. Just hearing that foreign intro, oh my god, so good. I love this music so much, and I love the style and the atmosphere puts it. Alright, now we are on the road to Mount Fuji. Is it going around hitting enemies? You move left and right, or move all around with the control stick. Attack enemies with a triple combo, hitting the B button 3 times, and jump with the A button, and use your camera controls on R. You have to hold the R button, hit C left and right, and C up and C down. I ran this game a few times and never finished it. I finished this a couple times, but honestly, I have the last part of the game not very well memorized. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have most of the first half of it pretty much stuck in my brain, but some of the latest parts not. We're gonna finish this game, I promise that, because, as I mentioned, we started this 2 years ago. I did. I didn't really have a perspective of what I really want to do with the program, except show off stuff that I don't think people remember. And I get the sense maybe people don't remember this, although, because ElecVerse, you're saying you remember this, you rented this. Captain22 said, I love this game, I played it as well. So that's the idea. Bring games like this into the light that people might not remember and maybe get a re-release, as I've always said, for stuff like that. Because this is not a cheap game anymore. It's $120, $130. But it's definitely worth it. So we're gonna go in the coffee shop here because he says, hey, if you're a traveler, you get a map of Japan to assist your voyage, and I'll sell you a discount. But in that case, I can say, no, I don't want it, but yeah, I really want it. But he loves the fact that I was able to speak a good game as far as that, so yeah, it's free. Alright, present to me. Alright, so that's the map of Japan free of charge. So what happens with this is that when you go outside of the building, hit the start button, and then hit the Z button to switch back and forth between the map. Alright, heard about this on a dancer named Impact. Apparently he's a big star in the US. Next he's gonna be in a movie, and he's the model of the American Dream. Alright, we'll figure who Impact is later. Yikes, too rich for my blood. And here's the thing about that. It's too bad, too, because this is a great game. It's a unique game, and if you're a fan of, like, the Zelda games, or other stuff like that, but it's also the kind of thing you like platformers on top of that, it'd absolutely be worth... I mean, it's worth that much money, but it is also something that it hasn't been re-released much. I'd love to see, like, a Switch Online expansion pack release of this, although the question is going to be then, they can't emulate the controller pack. I mean, I've said Sony can't emulate PlayStation 3, but Nintendo can't emulate the controller pack to the point where when Win-Back Covert Operations was put up onto that thing, which requires the controller pack for saving too, they said, like, what do you do for saving? Like, just use the save states. They didn't have an answer, really. So, I'd like to have it re-released. I'd like to see a return to this franchise, because it has been a while. Because there are a bunch of them that Japan got. The US has gotten 5, and we did get the re-release of Mr. Goemon, which is the very first game in the series, sort of, which is an arcade game from 1986. It is an arcade archive release on the Switch, and I believe it's on the PS4 as well. But the thing is that it is too bad it costs a lot of money. It's like Shadow Hearts. We're going back to that next week. Which is another game that costs a lot of money, but, well, fine, it's not the most insanely priced thing. Even on this system, it's not. I mean, I have a game that's $1,000 on this console. And even, like, the Zelda games, like Majora's Mask, is almost $100 now. But it would be a great case to kind of get a return to something like this, although I don't know necessarily how the emulation of this might work, and also because they haven't brought it out, although I guess maybe one other thing is that since Pykn 64, for example, that didn't have a re-release until just last year, and they made it better, and I could definitely see ways in which they could make this better with an emulation like that. But first thing I did is I picked up that Silver Fortune doll. It is the heart pieces from Zelda. You pick up 4 of those, you get an extension to your strength gauge or your hearts down there. Like Zelda, you have 20 hearts. So yeah, it looks like it was a ripoff in some ways, maybe, but Zelda's not a platformer, that's one thing. And it didn't have the stylings of this one, so it definitely feels totally unique. And as I said, when I first played this, just like, I'm not gonna completely bastardize the first play of this I did. It also sounds way better with the tech I'm running, as I mentioned earlier. But also, this kind of got me prepared for Ocarina of Time, because I'd never played a Zelda game at that time. So I played this, I didn't know there was a similarity with Zelda, and then when Zelda came out, I said, okay, this is like Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, or anyway, the structure of this was similar to that, specifically, I guess, or other Zelda games. So in that way, it's kind of a good preparation for that. Which is definitely a good thing, and yeah, clearly Konami believed in this franchise, but in the US, it was something that, yeah, it was always a niche thing, even with the Super Nintendo game, The Legend of the Mystical Ninja, or even more with the game that came after this on N64, which is saying that if 120, 30 bucks is a little rich for your blood, and I get it, don't worry, I'm not saying like, no, you go and pay this money regardless. Okay, and I got a hit, so I did lose 1 bit of my helmet, but I did get that Silver Fortune doll, and I didn't take damage for doing that. Actually, no, right, that's shot damage. You get the hat like I did, the sombrero. If you get hit by an enemy shot, like a bullet or a rock, that's when that goes down, but otherwise you get touched, you will get hurt. But yeah, the follow-up sort of to this, which is actually a remake of a Famicom game, Goemon's Great Adventure, that's about $200, and I have that as well, so point is that for the purpose of showing for the show, I have those games. Like, yeah, as soon as I saw these, like, I want these. I definitely bought these when I could, when they didn't cost that much. But even then, they were always kind of on the outskirts. Even Goemon's Great Adventure, I barely saw that around. So when I did see it, I was like, well, let me get this, because, like, I never saw this. I don't want to play it. And it's another one that really is interesting, although that one's a 2D platform, or 2.5D platform game. Oh, and that was weird, because you don't always do the grab on. It also looked weird as far as how it grabbed. This game kind of has some elements to itself that look very strange and antiquated, but it definitely has a great style, and I don't know, it's just something about it that it doesn't care it's like that, so I guess maybe I don't either. Or maybe I can, you know, love it for its imperfections. I think that gets to be the idea of what this is, that we're going to the crater. Yeah, so the deadly slinkies, I don't know if there's necessarily an easy way to avoid those. Also, don't fall in the lava, otherwise you'll lose health. You don't die instantly. But there are instant kill things out. These are not amongst them specific. But yeah, as far as avoiding them, I think I tend to just kind of stay on the side, or I guess look at where their pattern is. But sometimes it's tighter than you think. Like, yeah, you think we just stand right underneath that. That's not a place to be safe. But here you are safe. So, alright, fine. That's the safe point. Alright. You definitely hear this great music, which I guess as far as the styling of itself is very Japanese-fueled, and it has very high-quality samples of instruments. So it's almost like something like Banjo-Kazooie, or, I'm trying to think of other stuff, like the Star Wars games, like Rogue Squadron and things like that, where it's not real instrument, but it's like, okay, fine, I guess maybe it is, but it sure sounds like it is if it isn't. It's so insanely high quality. And it's also the case, I think, with this one is that they were running a 16 megabyte cartridge size, which is pretty large for the time when this came out, which is before Banjo-Kazooie by about 2 months in the US. So in that case, they really utilized it very well for its sound, or really uniquely for sound, which is why we had a fully vocalized opening theme, and it's not going to be the only one we're going to hear. And if you played this game, you probably know what I'm talking about. Alright, before we go, because we're at the summit, but there are a couple areas that have items around here, so I do want to look around those before we go in the house that's over there. As far as the idea of the music I'm mentioning, it is this kind of, what is it? Japanese styled as far as, like, its musical instrument sounds. It also sounds like house music in the 90s, to some degree. Also a little bit of orchestral stuff, too, so it's a really nice mix, for sure. I think the idea of looking as far as chat's concerned, yeah, they're very happy seeing how everybody is, how we're doing. I'm doing okay. I've been busy this week. I've been having a lot going on, but it's also been something that, yeah, you know, like Inherent Knock said last week, the idea is, can we do 52 shows again this year? I think the answer is yes, we can. I'm definitely looking forward to this, and glad to see everybody and having a good crowd on this one tonight. Alright, so here's Mukube. He used to live near us, but he said, like, I'm moving out to Mount Fuji, so here we are. What do you want? What are you doing here? Well, I came to the greatest mountain in Japan, so I could train to become the greatest worker. Alright, so he is dedicated to his craft, and his craft is pipes over there, as you're seeing. This is also one of the last games the Great Clement did. Yeah, I know you mentioned the Great Clement's channel before, because he went on to other stuff, so he went out with this game, huh? I was not aware of that in particular, and I also remembered when we played Knuckles Calyx, you said very graciously, I do thank you for this, the idea that this channel reminds you of that. As I said, I'm not necessarily chasing other channels what I'm doing. I mean, look, there's things like them I would like to do, but I also do appreciate maybe the fact that you're looking at this and saying, like, hey, this is hitting a sweet spot for something when it comes to this, or also, in other ways, making it your show as much as it is mine, to ElecVerse, Dollyfin, Kazum22, anybody in chat as well, for the purpose of that. I'll definitely give a link to that, or I don't know, you'll probably have it. ElecVerse, I'll give an indication of that, because you're always Johnny in the spot with that one specific, so that being said, thank you for indicating that. I'll definitely take a look at that, because there's definitely a style of how he did stuff, and how other Let's Play channels tend to do it, and I do like that as well. I guess that's kind of, where I was going to a certain extent, but I'm also saying, like, look, I don't want to necessarily be exactly like those channels. I mean, look, because otherwise it's like, oh, hey, you're ripping them off, you're totally pathetic. Like, no, that's not what I'm doing, so what's the unique voice? That's where I came up with prospective guests. That's why I came up with the idea of chat interaction. That's why I came up with the ideas of going deep into history of the people who made these games, as far as certain aspects of direction, music, and other stuff. And there's gonna be interesting stuff I got for this game, no question. So in that case, you could see it like other channels, or maybe like Hellfire Com's channel, which I actually not indicated them enough. They're a good channel as well to do some similar things, but also definitely has an interesting style as far as that, and also the ideas. Like, as mentioned before, sometimes the idea of doing a show like this is trying to find what is your voice, whether it's my voice or anybody else, or anybody out there who's like, who wants to do this? You can do it, clearly. I mean, look, if I can do it, you can. I think I need to stop reading news from the Google app, though, as far as, what, the Comment's perspective, perhaps? Well, either way, I will get the pipe we got. So it's like, yeah, you have a pipe, right? Yes, we do. Here you go. I'm honored to hand you the pipe, which attaches the block with the star mark on it. And you get that ding! So it's like, yeah, there you go. It is epic when you get the chain pipe. It is the not hook shot, I should say. You attach to the star mark with and cross large gaps. Also, when you select it with selecting weapons or switching weapons with character is on the C left button. You select it with the C left button, you're going to use the B button to attack with it, and it does have a distance. It also does have a lock-on functionality, sort of, that I actually did not know until I was doing the tests. This way. Also, if you hit the C right button, you get a mini-map of the area, or the overall area, with the red dot being you, the yellow on your red dot being the direction you're pointing north, south, east, and west, and the yellow bars being doors. It does not always show everything on this little mini-map, and also hit the start button. That's your menu showing stuff you have, how many silver fortune dollars you have, items you have in stock, weapons. And hit the Z button, as we mentioned, you have your perspective of the map of Japan. There is the map of Japan. That is where we're going. We're going not everywhere here, but we're going to a bunch of places, and it's going to be nice to be doing that. And I guess in some ways to kind of come back to this game, because actually the last time I played this game was when we streamed it 2 years ago. I just saw a story about a new DC comic where the Joker's pregnant. I actually heard about that. Like, Richie said, I'm not joking. It's like, yeah, I heard about that. I don't know if that's... I guess we can go into that, because like, that's the other thing. We'll go into other stuff as far as, you know, entertainment perspective, or gaming, or comics, or I guess, I don't know, it's wrong to say the idea of, like, geek perspective. Like, it's not even that, really. It's more just the idea of, I guess, the pop culture element, and there's that perspective of what that is. Thank you for that. I mean, it's sparking outrage. Here's the question. Is it sparking outrage because of the idea of, like, what it's doing for story, or is this maybe something the Joker would try? I mean, look, the Joker goes on weird things. There's things he would do. I don't know if maybe he'd try and fake something like that and maybe fool people, but I don't know necessarily. And I guess also here's the question, is that going within the mythos of the Batman comics, or other perspectives for it? Okay, as far as a transrepresentation perspective, more than an element of story. Okay, I believe it's going too far. Alright, as I haven't seen the idea of what it is specifically, which, I mean, I guess it goes to an interesting perspective as far as that idea, and actually, not that element anyway. For this game, I guess we will kind of get to that sort of a little. It's kind of hinted to, and this was 1998 when this game came out and when they translated it. But we got the pipe we need, so we can go back to where Oedo Castle is. But that idea, I guess, of what happens with the perspective of looking at something like that, and then also the idea of melding it with story. And I said, I don't know as far as Joker's concerned, with the idea of, is that an idea of going something well? Also, yeah, when you do have the chain pipe, it makes it easier to knock the robbers away. So yeah, just hit him from that distance. I get that. But there's something to be said about that, and that can be an interesting one. It also made my blood boil. I guess because, as you're saying, you're for the perspective of this representation, but it seems like, I don't know, it's not specifically going into something. It seems like it's more just as far as, I hate to say this, a gimmick, because the idea is like, wait, look at something like that in an interesting way. But I mean, honestly, as far as the Joker, I mean, as I said, look, the Joker, with good writing, I could understand the Joker trying to pull something like that as far as, like, fooling people, maybe, but as far as if it's actually doing that, I don't know necessarily what that's going to be. I'm speaking from someone who hasn't necessarily seen the perspective except for understanding the idea for it. And for that matter, like, what's the idea of, like, something with the Goemon franchise? Because this is with the Goemon franchise, now I'm thinking about it. There's certain things about this that are very weird, and that could be taken differently in translation, especially in the next game, the Goemon's Great Adventure. For sure, we'll definitely get to that when we play that. But I don't know necessarily, I guess, how this is operating, but it is a very weird thing. To me, it's a perspective of trying to appeal too much for that, or a woke perspective, but going in a direction that doesn't seem like it's natural. I mean, I think maybe that's the idea, because I mean, I guess as far as gaming's concerned, I'm trying to think about this, because, well, I have Tell Me Why, which is by the people who made Life is Strange, which is definitely looking at elements of that specifically, and actually Life is Strange itself goes into stuff like that. But with the game like that, and something like that, you could definitely look at a sense of how is that fitting with the story that they're trying to tell, or if you're familiar with, going to movie stuff, as they're going into Transformed Oedo Castle, this great music, oh my god, it's so good. And that's every piece of music in the soundtrack, it's so good, and so insanely high quality, and in this case, dynamic. We'll see that as we go along. If you're familiar with the movies of Sean Baker, he made a movie called The Florida Project a couple years ago. He also made this movie called Tangerine, which was a movie that I believe was made on... cell phones. I think it was on an iPhone, I believe. It was about... I think it was set in Florida as well. It was about... because this was The Florida Project. It's about a transgender character who's, I believe... I'm trying to remember what the perspective of it was, but it was something that was looking at that as one of those things with that movie, is that it really goes into elements of really... I mean, not... Look, you could say an idea like, is that something too much for something like that? It's like, oh, just look how important I am. But it's not really. It feels like this is a unique story, unique experience, unique background of telling something. Like a game like this, when you think about it, it's like, hey, this is a game that clearly people wanted to make, as I went and got that key and hit with the star blocks to go on that. So I think there is a difference. I get what you're saying for sure as far as telling a story or looking at a representation perspective in a way that says like, okay, I'm looking at something, it's interesting, it's unique, but it's also something that it's that, or like, or is it just going to get attention and then they'll be forgotten, so it might be more damaging that way. I would think of the Joker as Harley Quinn. She would probably give him a baby because she called the Joker's wife, which, yeah, goes in that with Harley Quinn. With Batman myth is the idea that she's willing to go that direction, like what Joker's doing. I mean, I'll be curious to look into this just because I'm curious, like, what is this representation? And then getting an idea of, like, or what's this perspective, what they're trying to tell with this perspective? Or just the idea of, you said, just trying to be important now, but then years later people forget about it, and then it seems like it's worse, as I get Mr. Elephant. So yeah, it is the map from Zelda. hit the start button and switch to it with the Z button. Alright, so let's do that just to show what it is. Oh, fine. Yo, it defaults onto it. So when you come out of the menu and things like that, you have that going. It does show you elements. You can change the angle. You can have it like Zelda, where it's up that way. Or you can get by hitting the C up button, or hit C down, and it kind of rotates that way. And you can go between floors with the B and the A buttons when you see them. But yeah, definitely is interesting stuff for that. As we're going this is our first, well, dungeon, but they're castles in this game. In this case, yeah, just swimming around. It's pretty basic as far as what you're doing. Just kind of running and jumping. So I guess that's what attracted me to this game specific, in that I was able to attach to it like a lot of other platformers. But this is definitely a platformer that's a little off the beaten path, and I lost my last sombrero hit. So I didn't get hit by that bullet, but if I hit it again, I'm going to get hurt. And I do want to go get that silver fortune doll. By the way, just to give an indication, you said I never played, or ElecVerse saying, well, first off, my cat Artemis is here. Hi, Artemis. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. Thank you for coming by and being a part of the program, for sure. We appreciate that, for sure. To go to that specifically, you mentioned you never beat this game. I'll tell you one thing I've never done with this game. I've never 100%ed it. We're going to 100% this game, which means I will get all the silver fortune dolls. There are a couple I'll have to come back for, so what I'm going to do is, I think I have an idea where we're going to end for the show for tonight based on the 5 hours, because this is a long-form game. It's 5 hours, each part to beat it. It's only going to be 2, because it's not a long game. So what I'm going to do is, I will... Oh, wait, I didn't go the other way. I need the key. So what I'll do is I will have cleanup next part for the silver fortune dolls that I'm missing, and gold fortune dolls. We'll see those a bit later. I'll have to figure out where they all are so that we have our full 20 hard case. And I'll also do some money grind, just for the purpose of that. Because actually, I will show one element of the money grind as we go along. Also, one other thing, when you're on the map... Okay, no, I didn't get the key. I was like, wait a second, I forgot the key. Because you go different doors, and in this case, it also shows that the idea of like, okay, here we go. So, kill everything in the room. So that way it starts like a Zelda a little bit. And also, yeah, running the camera, you're going to have to use that a lot to turn it. It's very high maintenance. You have to pull it out by hitting R and C down or C up to go in. Hit that way. And that takes 2 hits. It also clipped through the side of the wall. There we go. Also, you're seeing a little bit of a weird glitch I did not know until I was doing my test play, which is when you kill the enemies, it does that pull-out. The HUD on the bottom of the screen, the bar there, it zooms out for some reason. And it stays zoomed out even if you press the start button and go into the menu. I guess because it does something with the pull-out of the camera, as you got the silver key. But when I go outside, it's going to go to the bottom of the screen. It's going to be normal in connection with like the distance of the screen as you're seeing. Yeah, like that. As I said, and I looked at my... when I saw that happening, at first I said, wait a minute, is this because of the new cable I'm running? Or newer cable? Because I'm using S-Video for this, whereas last time I didn't have the RetroTink 5X #1, and I had my composite cables. I said, is that a factor of that? Is it doing something to it? But I looked back at the footage I ran before, and the camera is spinning on its own. I was not doing that. No, it was doing the same thing, so that's that element as well. Also, one other thing I guess about the camera is, along with it being high maintenance, I gotta make that jump specifically off the turtles. Fine, I'll wait till he goes up and make the jump. There we go. The camera will position behind Goemon or Bismar if you're running him, or any character really. It'll position behind the camera by default when you point in a direction that's not straight ahead. That is, unless you're against a wall, in which case the camera will get stuck on the wall. So it's like a lot of early games, or earlier games like Super Mario 64, because in later ones like Sonic 06 where the camera gets stuck on the wall, so like it sees the wall as a physical environment. Even though a lot of the cases, you're able to look through the wall, as I'm seeing right there. It's like, yeah, there's something on the ground there. As I zoom out, like, yeah, there's the basement. I'm seeing through the floor. I guess we have X-ray vision. Which I guess for this game makes sense. Like, yeah, this game is weird enough we would do something like that, but I'm never gonna say like, oh yeah, you know, this game is totally, you know, off for doing that. Alright, we're going in here. And also, like Zelda, we can see another touch that, yeah, the floor mats, the tatami mats. Yeah, somewhere I think, Yasuhiro Ozu is spinning in his grave seeing that, because going back to the movie thing, if you're familiar with the great Yasuhiro Ozu, well, fine, he was actually early of cinema's era in the 20th century, so he's unfortunately long since passed, but he made a lot of movies like Tokyo Story and other things where it was always shot low on the tatami mats. He always loved to have actors and actresses on that to kind of show that, I guess, relaxed and kind of, I guess, reflective perspective of a lot of family dramas going on. A very strong and effective family drama, by the way. If you've never seen any of Ozu's stuff, you were in for a treat. Also, here's the playlist to Clement's Mystical Ninja Let's Play, which also has the plays of the Super Nintendo version. Oh, awesome. Fantastic. So it's a little extra stuff as well. Thank you so much. But first, that'll be in the link list below. I guess, too, let's go with one other thing as we're going through the castle. What's your experience with the other games in this franchise? Have you played the Super Nintendo Legend of the Mystical Ninja, or for that matter, Goemon's Great Adventure, the Game Boy game, which is on 3DS's Virtual Console, so is that Super Nintendo game, and then Mr. Goemon. I played them all. I have all of them except for Mr. Goemon. I will pick that up for sure at some point. Definitely unique, but this was the first one, so in that case it has a bit of a special place for myself as well. Also, I will show one other thing, which is, I didn't notice this until I was doing the test, so this is also why it's better than the play we already had, or the first part, I should say. The chain pipe has lock-on properties on its own. I'm facing straight, not facing straight there, but hit the B button. He'll turn and hit towards it. Not over a pit, though. So usually what you have to do is you jump over, well, okay, he will over a pit. If you're kind of close to it, that means it'll lock on enough so you're not going to be in a case like, oh, you throw it and you're going to die. Thankfully. So it is pretty fair as far as that. So let's keep going down the way. I played the Super Nintendo game via emulation. Yeah, and it's not as expensive as this one, at least I don't think it is. But I know it's something that was off the beaten path. It came in 1992. I guess it was when Konami was just putting out a bunch of stuff on the Super Nintendo as it was. And hey, the director of this game directed Batman Returns. We're talking Batman. Thank you for bringing Batman up, because remember, as I said earlier, maybe before you jumped on, it was Itsunobu Ibisu, who is named after Ibisu is named after him, by the way. But also, he directed Batman Returns on Super Nintendo, or he programmed it, I should say. And he also programmed The Adventures of Bayou Billy, which we talked about a few weeks ago. So, yeah, fitting to Batman, I guess that idea of thinking like, hey, we got a bunch of things we have. Konami's putting out so many games at the time. Remember, back in NES era, they decided, well, Nintendo wouldn't let them release more than a certain number of games in a year, and so what happened was they formed Ultra Games so they could put more games out. Like, it's Konami. I mean, I guess Nintendo's like, fine, it's another company. You can have all the games you want, Konami, because it's not under Konami, it's under Ultra, but they're all Konami games. A lot of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games, for example, were that way. So at that point, Konami's putting tons of stuff out as far as NES and then Super Nintendo. And with Super Nintendo, this is, I think, their thought of saying, like, let's take a shot on this, I guess, as different kinds of games were starting to show on that system and on the Genesis as well. And I think it got a lot of attention. I remember people saying stuff about Legend of Mystical Ninja when this was coming out. They said, oh, this game seems really good. It's like, okay, that seemed just like Zelda almost, because I always heard about Link to the Past. I hadn't played Link to the Past. And it was N64 where I got shown both of these franchises. That's where they introduced me as we're going up to the next floor. Also, pay attention to the music in just a second. I will tell you when. You're seeing these creatures run across the floor cleaning it. So have you ever seen Spirited Away? At the bathhouse, it might look a bit like that. And I'll see if I can't put a picture of when they're doing that in the movie. So they're hitting the enemies that have the gift boxes. Here's the thing, is you go up in levels on a stage also. I don't want to get myself crushed by those, otherwise you instantly die. When the music transitions, in just a second, you'll hear this about right now. Yeah, they add a bunch of different dynamics or sometimes change elements of the music. So the music is dynamic in this game, which is really cool. As you're going up, you hear the digga digga dit 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 dit, and then you go up to the next level and you hear the percussion coming up more, going like digga 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 digga. And it's like, it just sounds so cool. It sounds like, all right, I'm making some progress here. I'm going through this. We're gonna find what's going on with the Lord and with Prince Yuki. We're gonna take care of things here. It just really gets your excitement going. And this is not even the best example of it in the game. Where we go, we got another one, and I guess I got my full case of Silver Fortune dolls as we went along. And there's another one here I'm going to also go backwards to get after we beat this place. You do have to go up there on the top, make sure you don't crush those things in order to get the key. Also, here's the both parts of Lonely Goomba's crossing with Gaijin Goomba, where they did the Game Boy Mystical Ninja game. Yeah, which, okay, that was a weird one, because that Game Boy game, I don't know if you've ever played it, I downloaded on the Virtual Console and 3DS, because, hey, they're shutting that store down in 2 months. So I said, I love my Goemon games. I want to get this. I want to see what this is like. It came out after this. It was, I think, June of 1998, but it came out in 1991. I played it. I honestly think it's insanely hard. to the point where you have to kind of go around. Each character does have their own attributes of movement, whereas in this game, Abysmaru, his jump looks like it's worse, but I don't think it is. In that one, it is worse, and there's other characters we'll see later that are the same way. But it was extremely hard. I think you have one life and no continues, and you go back to the title screen when you die. But you can also get passwords sometimes, but even then, I was playing for almost an hour. I was like, where's a password? But then when I found out, actually today, when I was doing my notes for this game, or looking as far as the other games of the franchise, because there's tons of these in Japan. We only got 5 of them. And there's the hand, it's saying, talk to the hand, the face doesn't want to hear it anymore. We'll get that hand out of the way in just a bit, but first getting the key in here. I kind of didn't like it of what I played of it, and also, as I said, since I have it on 3DS Virtual Console, until I get a capture device for my 3DS, I can't actually show it on the show unless I go buy a copy of it, and it actually costs more money than I would have thought. I think it was like $60, $70, I think. So I was like, okay, good thing I bought it this way, just to get a sense of what it was. But I mean, hey, I should do that thing with 3DS. I keep talking about that. I keep saying, oh, I need to do this. I said last week, oh, I need to get a Retron 5 for Game Gear and maybe potentially stuff with Genesis, depending on how my Sega Genesis stuff on the system is running. Hopefully that won't be a problem going into this year. I'll get some ideas of that as we go along. I should just do it. I should just break down. It's like, fine, we're gonna do this. Also, by the way, one other thing I probably should have mentioned with Goemon. Actually, fine, I'll show this in just a second with the coins. Because you can pick up, you can use your coins and throw them. Also, yeah, there's other ninjas. They will throw the shurikens out. You can knock them backwards by hitting them, but yeah, usually just hit them in the face. Yeah, because I would like to show other stuff as far as that with 3DS. Because there was also something I mentioned, the person who did the music for this game did the music for Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, which was a 3DS game. It also made me think that, hey, I'd like to show the Professor Layton games at some point, or at least one of them. This is one I love that style. Maybe also been kind of like a puzzle with that because I picked up Strange Horticulture, which is a game I know Doc Finn wanted to see specific. Oh, I modded my 3DS recently. You have, like, yeah, do tell about that specifically. Because from what I understand, what I've seen of it is pretty much I think it's the idea of basically having them, I guess, swap the screen out so then it is able to be connected to a capture device, I think. And then that is how you're able to run for that, to then basically use it the way that I would use with any console. Or also how PC, because yeah, PC is going to be in the discussion this year. I'll definitely say that for sure. So I guess that's how it works. I think the idea is that, from what I'm seeing, is basically mailing your 3DS away to people to get us paying money to them, and then sending it to them, and then they'll mod it, and they'll send it back to you. I guess in the case of some of the stuff, like, hey, I have stuff on my SD cards, we just pop that out before I send it off to them, so then they can do the fix, I guess. So yeah, feel free to tell them about that, and I can go that as we're seeing a Baron. Ooh. Yeah, so there he is. So, I'm sure I heard something down there. Was it you guys? Yes, it was. Yeah, who are you? My name is Baron. I've come to make Oedo Castle a beautiful stage. Alright, so, the beam hit, and that is, what he's saying he wants to do with this place. Stage, why would we need one of those? Yeah, but this smells like danger, so why don't we just, grab this guy by the throat, this weirdo by the throat, let's say it, and rough him up. I just modded the software. Okay, so was it, so what? Was it the, I don't know, was it the firmware of the console? Was it a specific game? I guess that's the question. Was it modded for the purpose of showing? Oh, did it because the 3DS shop is closing? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. So it's more for the purpose of modding, for the purpose of running software on it, as opposed to modding it for the purpose of doing streaming. Okay, gotcha. Alright, fair enough to that. I mean, you're right. With the 3DS and Wii U shops closing on March 27th, that makes sense. The idea of, like, hey, backup stuff, all that, get it, no problem. So, okay, that's interesting. I mean, as far as streaming the system, a custom firmware. Okay, gotcha. Alright, and I know people have done that with other systems, like with, well, fine, with the Wii, and with PSP, and probably with the Wii U, I think, at this point as well. Actually, with PSP, I can stream it directly. I have to just sit down and do some tests for that one, and then with 3DS, I just have to make sure, like, hey, I can stream it, because, like, as soon as I can get that going, the world will be oyster that way. But let's grab him by the throat and rough him up. Also, yeah, I wanted to be quiet for that. This game has a laugh track. I love that so much. After certain pieces of dialogue here, you'll have a studio audience in the background that's going to be laughing at certain lines, and they'll sometimes get a little more into it. They might laugh more uproariously depending on what it is. They might do like a groan if it's a sick burn, or like a ooh if it's like a sick burn. I'm always thinking about maybe that Family Guy perspective, like, yeah, it's always weird since the studio audience moved into the neighborhood next door. So who are you calling weirdo? Maybe I'll just beat you up. Also, he exits stage left doing the spin, and they do the applause when it comes out. I love that too. And it's so strange, and honestly, I'll tell you this. There are not many other games I can think of that did anything like this that I had played at this time, and there are others since. I know Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights did that as well, which is fitting because it's based on the TV show. It's like, oh, it's exactly the same way. This game doesn't take itself seriously, and I love it. I love that too. Here's the thing, it takes itself as seriously as it needs to take itself. So when you get to points where you are asked to care about this game, you will care about it, but it's also something that it's so weirdly strange, but also so assured. That I kept thinking about that when I said, okay, I'm going to do the advertising on some of the socials and in the description for this when it goes on. I kept coming back to that word, assured. And it absolutely is, but it's also something that it absolutely is so lighthearted in its way that also makes it funny, and it's unique. It's also the kind of thing that, because you could imagine a game like this maybe going to one of two extremes. There's fighting Congo, the boss here, by the way, and when I hit him enough, there might be a flashing light here just to give a little bit of an indication. Hit his chin, by the way, and parts of him come off. I believe you have to do this like 6 times before he'll, go into... Oh, shit, I'm throwing coins at him. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, fine, there's the flashing light. Fine, you do that 6 times, and you do jump over his laser blast, or hit C down button to switch characters. That is a dodge, technically. And that's a element I'm learning for getting ready for Contra Hardcore. Now, on the back of our preview of that specifically, I should say, last week. It's like, I've understood how dodging is working and sliding in that game, so that's the idea. I've been playing Fire Emblem Awakening recently. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that last week. Feel free to go more into that as far as stuff on Fire Emblem, because yeah, we do have a new Fire Emblem game that's coming out in just under 2 weeks now, 13 days. That's Fire Emblem Fates. Or no, Fire Emblem Engage. Fire Emblem Fates was, that was the one with 2 games on 3DS after Awakening came out. Feel free to go on that, because yeah, we talked stuff with Fire Emblem, and I know when you said it with Fire Emblem, you said, hey, I got questions on the idea of having permanent death of characters when I lose them, but ow. You don't get hurt that badly for the lasers, so there's that at least. You said that, hey, Awakening is the game that introduces the ability to turn that off, which is good, as you mentioned, for taking the training wheels off for, or putting the training wheels on for a purpose of that, but also being something that, hey, that's not necessarily always a requirement specifically. Did I mention that? I didn't remember. That's fine. It's like, hey, that's also why I keep the chat transcript. And look, we talked about Fire Emblem a lot before, so I guess it fits that we'll go back to a specific one. Like, hey, it doesn't matter if we have talked about it before or not. Stuff will come up on the show for it or not. Either way, it doesn't matter. Also, yeah, I'm just gonna be fancy, so like, fine, we're gonna switch. I guess, I could be really fancy, so like, yeah, you know what? Fine, I'm not gonna jump over those things. I'm just gonna use my smoke, and I'm gonna be safe. Yeah, you don't get hurt doing that, which I do love. So basically just keep hitting them. That's fine. I'm on chapter 14 now, so you've gotten... I don't know how far a game it is, because actually that is one of the Fire Emblem games... Well, to be fair, I've not played a lot of them, but it's one that I know a lot of people who have played. In fact, that was a Fire Emblem game that really kind of made the franchise take off in the US. The other ones sold okay, but as we're getting the Miracle Moon, which I understand what that is in a little bit, as we go through the door now... Oh, fine, now we'll go through the doors, like, waiting for that. There's 28 real chapters, so you're basically halfway through the game, so that gives a sense of, yeah, I guess you must be enjoying them, am I right about that? And I do love the Fire Emblem stuff that I've played, of the games I've played, which are actually, mostly the first one. Oh, both versions of the first one, Famicom, and then the DS version, which is a very good one. But there's also side chapters. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, because a lot of people I know have played Fire Emblem Awakening, and really liked it, and it is a... It looked really good, and hey, there's something to be said about the fact that, hey, it really sparked this franchise over here that I guess, like with the Gambari Goemon franchise, it was in Japan for a while, it came here, and then for Fire Emblem, it was that one that really, I guess, got people in, because you were saying, like, hey, I don't like the permadeath concept. Awakening says, here's an option to turn it off, and though hardcore fans are like, I don't want to turn it off, it's like, That's fine. Don't turn it off. It's there for you to not turn off, or you can. I think that got people to really get into it to the point where now with Fire Emblem Engage coming out in a couple weeks, people are really looking forward to that. The idea that it's going to be, I guess, selling well. The last couple have sold really well. Whereas, like, we're talking about how expensive this game is. Some of those early Fire Emblem games on the Game Boy Advance, the one on the GameCube, Path of Radiance, that's like a $200 plus game now. And even Radiant Dawn, which is the Wii game, that's like a $100 release now if you're looking for a copy. Alright, the Lord's saying, like, what happened? So we saw at the beginning, there's a bright light and something happened, and we saw it from outside. The whole castle transformed when the Peach Beam hit it. Princess Yuki remembers what's going on. Strange man was yelling something like instant stage beam. What? Yeah, it's a strange name. I agree with that. Also, that's the other thing. As far as the laugh track, it sometimes seems to go off at times that seem maybe random, but then again, it's like difference of translation. Though I honestly think this is not translated that badly. And the things they slipped through that, yeah, for a game with an E for everyone rating, you're kind of surprised they did. Nothing massive, but we'll see definitely as we go along. Alright, where'd that weirdo go? So yeah, his name's not Baron, his name's Weirdo. I do love that, talking about the not taking himself seriously idea, but he went off in an awful hurry. Got a favor to ask. Could you catch the guys that did this to Edo Castle for me? I beg you. When I played it last time for the first part 2 years ago, I said no. It's like, yeah, well, how horrible can you be? You do have to say yes to him eventually. Go back to part 1, the first part 1, to see me saying no. But for now, I'm gonna say, yeah, we won't let you down. Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's shaking his fist. We're not gonna let anybody do something like this and get away. And also goes to the other thing, which is that the character models, they are polygonal things, but you also have changing expressions of characters on them, which I love. I think that's great. It gives it a lot of character and a lot of personality. I mean, not only is it not taking itself too seriously, it also has a lot of character and personality, even as far as, like, the little things. Like, there's Goemon, his mouth is slightly opening and closing, like, just sitting there, like, just kind of catching his breath a little. No can count on you. But take this with you, and as long as you have this, we can get through the gate. I also like this in the cutscenes, like, you just pull the item out of their pocket and give it to you. Alright, that's the Super Pass. We're gonna be able to use that to go past that door from the gatekeepers that we could not get past before. And when you finish a level, or finish a dungeon or a castle as it is, you do get a free save. And when you go outside to the sign at the door, you also can save as well. Alright, you do the stamp down, boom, there you go. And it will save to the slot that you selected when you first put the game in, but we're going back in before we do anything. Alright, so we're going to do something very specific, and what we're going to do is we're going back to where that hand was. So we did the trek a little bit, not massive, but yeah. In this case, yeah, you want to go into other stuff on Fire Emblem Awakening, ElecVerse, or anything else to anybody in chat you want to talk about as far as this, feel free to do that, because there is one thing I want to get this now. I won't do this for every dungeon, because there's going to be cases where there are things you can't get the first time you go through, and actually some are going to be based on powers that I will not have, even when I finish. In this case, when you finish Oedo Castle and save it, that hand we saw earlier will go down. So, alright, okay, fine, I'll show one other thing, which is that, along with throwing the money, there's a little bit of a glitch where you're in the air, you keep hitting the B button to throw, you can kind of make a further distance by rapidly hitting it. It does cost money to do that, because every time you throw the coin, it's 1 Rio that goes to it. Well, yeah. Well, missing the jump. That, by the way, that is one thing I will say against this game, is that sometimes it's easy to miss the jumps. The depth perception can be very weird, and you don't always hold on to the edge of platforms. It's a bit selective with that, unfortunately. Maybe something like a remake or something could enhance. Because, yeah, I think that's the hidden message. Yeah, to Konami, Konami said specifically they're going to be doing a bunch of stuff this year. There's a lot of stuff that's rumored. They do have the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD release that's coming out this year, amongst other things. Yeah, hey, I'd like to see a return to Goemon. I mean, Goemon does get a lot of attention. He is in Smash Brothers, technically, because he does have... there's a costume you can download for the amiibo for him that was for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which is nice to see. It's like, oh my god, I love seeing this, though. Wait, well, you know, that's this room. Right, because basically what I gotta do is I have to go up to the second level. Suikoden. Okay, so yeah, Chasm 22. Yeah, you're excited on that. Yeah, I'm excited about that too. I'm waiting for Konami to say when it's coming out for that perspective. Yeah, if you want to go... In fact, yeah, so we're making the walk. Chasm 22, you want to have the floor and talk about Suikoden. Go talk about Suikoden. Tell chat why Suikoden should be played if you haven't. Oh, okay, I fell. That's fine. You do lose half heart, and you only go on half heart specifically. That's what that dot in the middle means. You just keep going. You want to tell them why it's great, or chat, if you've played Suikoden, I have not, and it's a case where unless you download Suikoden 1 and 2, and I think 3 and 4 are on PS3 to do this as well, yeah, they cost a lot of money. Yeah, Suikoden 2 in particular is like a $600 game on the PlayStation. Well, it's on PlayStation 1, but, and 2 I think is like $400, but they're on PS3 to download for, I think $10, which is the cheapest way for now, but there's that HD version, so in that case, yeah, buying that is gonna be a case of maybe getting the other ones, but also showing that, hey, that's the idea. I remember someone making a comment on Clement's channel that Goemon looks a bit like Kid Goku. I don't see it. Maybe the hair. In fact, hang on, let me kill you. Yeah, well, I go into the not first-person perspective. Alright, there you go. So there is Goemon. Maybe the hair, although I know they joke in a couple of these games like a pineapple. Well, okay, fine. There is one indication of that we'll see at the very end of tonight. So in that way, I get it. But that being said, it is also something that, as far as the character's concerned, it's a bit different. He's not exactly Goku, but hey, there are similarities for that. As I mentioned, the music, the theme song was by the person who did the theme for Dragon Ball Z for Japan. Ow. I believe it's in here is where this is. So there are some similarities, maybe, but like, we'll go into that as we go along, but also Chasm 22 is something on Suikoden, I believe. It's a great series with an interconnecting story and characters, and it's a world that I want to see more of. And I guess people did want to see more of. It was one that, I don't know if it started on PlayStation with the first two, and I think I missed that specific... Okay, no, I'm going the other way. I would say Goemon was like Broly, though, from, yeah, I can see that. From Dragon Ball specifically. I remember Dragon Ball Super that does stuff with him. Alright, there's one of the doors. Okay, so I just have to go to the door that has this specific. But going back to the Suikoden thing quickly, I could definitely get the idea of... I don't know if it started on PlayStation. There were ones on Super Famicom or something specific. Well, maybe there weren't. Maybe there were, maybe there weren't. But that being said, the idea of a kind of interconnected world for something like that, which can be unique. Alright, hang on. Wait a second. Where am I going? Okay, fine. Maybe I was getting too into this that I forgot where it was. Okay. Okay, no, that's the beginning of that, because you do need to go up to level 2. You don't have to go all the way. I'm just going to where that hand is. So yeah, feel free to keep this going. See, here's the other thing. It's like, yeah, even if I get myself lost, it doesn't matter, because at that point, I have a chat perspective. We can go into that way. Okay. Okay, so, okay, one other thing about the map is also you do... Yeah, the red, by the way, are the elevators, but also they don't always show you where you've been. So, alright, so that's the one. That's why I came in. Yeah, I think I have to go this way. Or maybe I have to go further in this room. Is that what it is? Hang on. I'll go through. I hope they do, remasters of, oh, wait, what's it this way? Okay, hang on. Let me take a look at the map, and then also look as far as chat's concerned. Okay, let me see. Actually, no, maybe I do need to go most of the way. Okay, I'll do 3 and 5 Masters for Suikoden someday, and then do a 6th game. I can get that for sure. And then, like they're saying, Vic Mignogna, who played Broly, also is Goemon in the Mystical Ninja anime. Okay, because I remember when we played Kirby Crystal Shards, you mentioned that, Vic Mignogna, I think that's it. Yes? I pronounced that right? If I'm not, I'm sorry. But that being said, you mentioned you did voice for, I think Edward Elric on, Fullmetal Alchemist, I believe, yes? So in that case, the idea that he voiced Broly. Okay, that's interesting. Alright. And he was, yeah, see, here's the other thing. I do have that anime of Mystical Ninja specific. That's the end of the level. I'm going too far. Okay, that's that. Because that's where the end of it is. Let's just look at that here. Actually, no, let's get the map stopping. Alright, stop map. Okay, so that's where the end is. That's there. So... going in there, that's going in there. I thought it was on the 2nd floor. Did I miss this? Hang on. Also, I believe you go to the top, you just go see, yeah, you see the Lord and, Yuki again. All right, fine. If I don't find this specifically that way, I mean, I don't know why I'm missing it. It's funny. There's a part later I thought, oh, I'm gonna miss this thing. But hey, either way, this is how we get 5 hours out of this game, because I realized that first video was 3.5. Like, how was that 3.5? That should have been way shorter. Okay, that was weird there. It looked like I clipped or something. All right. Ow. Actually, I thought it was behind that door, so maybe I was going the right way. I just, need to not stop right here. That's where I came from the start. Because it is on the second floor. Alright, so fine, I'll go over this specifically as well. And yeah, we can keep going. I love that that's the idea, and also understand some of the stuff. And as I said, that's the other thing. As I mentioned this before, I'll say it before, I'll say it again. I've not played everything. I don't know everything. It's absolutely true. Oh, here we go. Perfect. This is it. Alright. So yeah, that hand that was there is no more. Just hit over there and go into this room. Yeah, there's a bunch of Rio in here, and there's also Silver Fortune Doll. That Silver Fortune Doll is specifically the reason I came back here, but here's the other thing. The Rio will infinitely respawn here. As you also infinitely respawn in the pots at the beginning of the temple, or the castle, I should say. In fact, let me just show that briefly. So, you could come back here and keep making money, if you so desire. I will not do this more than this one time. But I might off-screen this, because, yeah, there are parts you're going to need money for this, a lot of it. And, as I mentioned, some of the other weapons you have use money. The coins are obviously like, hey, you're throwing the money. Basically taking your pocket change and throwing it at the enemy. So it's like, yeah, if you run into somebody, you're about to get mugged, like, pull your coins out, throw a quarter at them, and see if that does anything. Maybe you'll be okay for a little while. Maybe it'll buy you some time. Or, like, yeah, you know what? Fine, it might be better if you buy some mace, or, I don't know, a gun or something. I don't know, whatever. That being said, I got stuff ready to go. Okay, so I came up for that. And yeah, you do have to beat Oedo Castle in order to have that hand go away and go get that. I said, every dungeon's gonna have something like that. We will, I'll do a clip for that, next month. Now, fortunately, there is not a quick leave of your, castles, but to be fair, this castle usually isn't long. Fine, this one's not long, and usually they're not that long, and usually it's a quick way to get back to the beginning, so either way. And then in this case, we can get going to the next area of the game. Yeah, they clean that way, and actually, wait, I want to see something. Where are they going? Oh, they just go in the water. So I guess it looks like they're what? Maybe soap bubbles or something. That would make sense. Whoa. Yeah, I was like, fine, that's the, I guess, speedy way to get out, or sort of speedrun strat. Because, okay, that goes back to what we did last week with World of Illusion. The fact that I actually technically sort of speedrun, or speedran that part of the game, or the part of the game that I did. Or I kind of want to see if I can't figure something with, like, doing that more with that game. Especially because it's something that it only was 20 minutes to do. And just see, like, how I can do that. And it's one of those weird things, like, I never really found, like, the speedrun thing that something I could do was like, hey, I have to exploit the game or something. But for something as short as that, yeah, not really. I mean, this game, you could easily speedrun this. Actually, I'll tell you, I remember this. I'll see if I can't find the link to what this is. Actually, no, I think it was Games Done Quick, or Awesome Games Done Quick did this a couple of years ago, I think. I think it was 2000, I don't know, 18, 19, 20, somewhere. I'll have a link to this. I'll dig it out. They did a speedrun of this game. It was fascinating seeing them, how they were, like, running this game specifically. I think there were a couple exploits they used for it, though even then, I think it was kind of a little different than I was expecting. Alright, we're out, and we're gonna go out the door, finally. Yeah, sorry for that delay. I just wanted to get the Silver Fortune Doll, and it'll be balanced out by the place later on. The last castle we're gonna go to tonight, there will not be that kind of delay, because I practiced that today. I said, I was standing around here for way too long trying to get a sense of where's the item I need to progress in that. But yeah, in that case, yeah, we're not doing that for that place. So, made up that way. Okay, so now that we got everything taken care of, we have the Super Pass. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to that gate where the gatekeepers are. And I'm running low on health, so, you know, I think I will go and take a nap at the end. So I can show how that's operating. In fact, what I will do is we will show progressively more advanced ways of going to... Ow. Oh, trying to walk straight. Yeah, Goemon can't walk straight this way, but okay, we're set now. Show the progressively more interesting ways of having a nice night's sleep at the end. And my health is only about half, so me going to the inn for the one hit of this is gonna be fine. Also, actually, we do need to go this way anyway, because this is where the next area of the game is. Also, let's talk to you, just see what you guys say. If plays it cause trouble, fall victim of my atomic stick. I'm in love with this Thundergate. Okay, this is the Thundergate, by the way. Let's start a society for it. Alright, yeah, start here. Super Old Game Saturday Society for the Thundergate. Apparently the English dub of the anime is on Internet Archive of The Legend of Mystical Ninja. Yeah, I have the DVDs, I haven't watched them. I don't have an excuse, I have to stop, I have to fix that. So I'll tell you what I'll do. Next time I'll have watched a decent amount of it. If not all of it, but, okay, it's not that long, it's like 5 discs. I can binge that shit, okay, that's fine. I mean, I binged Ted Lasso over the holiday season. And loved it. I didn't like the season finale of season 2, but that being said, when they tell me when season 3 is coming, I will be all there for it. And anytime we do a soccer game, I'm gonna bring that up all the fucking time. Alright, we're at the end. So, what brings you today? We gotta take a nap. So you can take the bronze room, the silver room, the gold room. Let's start small. We'll build up. Take the bronze room. An old battered, what can I say? It's our cheapest place. Alright, let's stay here. Alright, show us the room. And talk about having character and not taking itself seriously. Oh my god, I love this. This is something I don't know if I can think of many other RPGs that do this. I mean, Super Mario RPG sort of did this in one place, in Nimbus Land. But not like this. Take a watch. Yeah, I'm sleeping on the floor in a torn area. I was like, yeah, the sliding door is totally torn. There's the owner. I mean, you could get a defensiveness case, but like, fine, he's from Japan. This is a game from Japanese people. Compared to Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, this is fucking nothing. That being said, good morning. Here you go. So yeah, I did have a bad night's sleep specifically, I guess, but it's like, fine. The only difference is that when you go into a lesser room than one of the bigger ones, the cutscene changes and the amount of health you recover is less. But I only had 3 hearts I needed to recover, so it's fine. And he sometimes will tell you when that is. But alright, here we go. Wait a minute. That's the Lord Super Pass. Actually, the dialogue will change here. Actually, I think I showed it in the last part, so good thing I have that first part of part 1, I should say, to show this, where the other guy will say, oh my god, this is the Super Pass, now this will open. As long as you have, you can open the gate. So he'll open the gate, so you can talk to either one, their dialogue will be different. So I'm showing up both dialogues. So yeah, this justified me running this game twice, running this first part twice, if nothing else. Yeah, there's something to be said about that. Have you seen the anime, specifically ElecVerse? I said, I have to see it. I have no excuse. I own the DVDs, for sure, and I've owned them for a while, as I've mentioned before on the show. But I like the idea of what it was. Like, hey, here's the thing. I just love this franchise so much. I just want more of it. That's really, I think, what it came down to. Alright, scrape gauge increased by 1 because I got that upgraded. Boom. Okay. So we're going good, and actually, when I was doing my test, just to go on this quickly, I realized that I said, you know what, I just want to get to certain parts to practice. There are, like, 3 I can indicate. Well, I'm kind of stuck on the side. Ooh. I said, alright, fine, let me, just go there and not get the Silver Fortune dolls. But man, I was making it way harder on myself by doing that. I've only seen a couple of episodes. It looked interesting as far as it was. Like, look, I love this franchise, so of course it's going to attract me. But whether it's good or not, I mean, you're saying this as far as the way the dubbing is concerned, and the DVDs I got, it has, I think, both. Actually, no, I saw the first episode. No, okay, ElecVerse, I'm wrong. I saw the first episode because when we did Kirby Crystal Shards, I watched it for the purpose of one of the edits that I made. Because I wanted to make sure that I was understanding. I did like what I saw, specific for that. Yeah, that was almost a little over a year ago, specifically now. So yeah, time to come back then. And hey, since we're playing this game again, or I'm starting this game over to do that, we'll make that happen. All right, let's get going to our next destination. Yeah, in this case, you're also in a case of just hearing ambience. I'm just turning that map on. Sometimes you want to turn on when you're in the overworld, as we're going to Iga. Alright, so with this, we're going to keep going up and see what's happening. Yeah, we're still on the trail of the weirdo and see what he's doing. If nothing else, also getting some money and making sure that our health is in line. And since when I played this before, I believe I got to this next part, which is going to be a pretty significant part, I'm not going to lie to you. And like last time, I'm not muting the mic for this. I got there as, I got there as, Abyss Amaro. We're gonna be running that. It's definitely cheesy, though, maybe too much. I mean, well, fine, you could say that about this game, and Vera, that's, thanks for bringing that up. This is something that, of the people who didn't like this game, or the idea, like, people were, like, kind of scratching their head as far as, like, what is this? They kind of said maybe it was too much. Although, then again, it's, like, the question of, you know, and sometimes we said that, the idea of how much, when it kind of is becoming wacky and weird, is it pushing itself too much. I mean, I don't think this pushes itself that much. But it is also unabashed for what it is. Alright, so there we go, and we got up here. Also, one other thing I'll show. Hit the Z button to do a crouch, but yeah, with Goemon, yeah, he just is like that, and he does the inchworm thing, like he's inching along, boom, boom, boom. Also, Abysamaru the other way. He does it on his back. So yeah, look at him, like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's how he's like, exercising. Alright, we gotta go to that tower, though. That way said, I would say it's the right amount of cheese. Yeah, which is something I think Nocturne would say, perspective, where it's entertaining specifically. Okay, awesome. So, I'll do that and I'll have a report next month for that for sure, because yeah, we're gonna have our full love of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, and this entire franchise will do it. Okay, so off the tower we go. Oh shit. Yeah, it's not good, it just got hit by something, and it's going down. Yeah, talk about this. It's not taking itself seriously, but now it's taking itself seriously. Like, yeah, we saw an explosion. What was that? Maybe he's like, yeah, what's going on here? And so in this case, off he goes to see what's happening. Alright. So this is the Triton shell. It summons the gigantic robot Impact. Wise Man, who lives here, had this. But is this all the rubble that remains of his house? Ooh. Yeah, by the way, yeah, here's Baron again. I love how it just, you have the music change, the dialogue, and the camera just shifts. So I was like, yeah, I'm over here. Oh my god, you're that weirdo from Uedo Castle. Not only Uedo Castle, but now Wise Man's home. How senseless can you be? So yeah, now he's pissed. So like, yeah, Goemon's gonna get that. How'd the shell survive? Yeah, good question. I don't know. I mean, we've sometimes joked the idea of the Ocarina, in Ocarina of Time being that way. The idea of, oh, it can survive falling in the water, falling in the moat in Hyrule Castle Town, getting dropped by Majora in Majora's Mask, and it's magic. I don't know if they give an explanation that they might, because I don't remember the last half of this game completely, or the last couple dungeons, I should say, or castles. Because they're castles, they're not dungeons, technically. I'm not sure. I'll take any, you know, speculation from chat for that, for sure, as far as it. But yeah, you weirdo. He's like, he's so mad about it, he's literally flashing his letters. You keep calling me that. It's not nice to call people names. I'm gonna crush you with my robots. Like, yeah, fine, that's the idea. Also, they call the Wise Man Uncle. In this game, in the anime, in other games, or maybe in the Japanese version of this, because I know there's some translation stuff with the Wise Men that's going to come into play later. After going to the Dragon Ball Z thing, he's kind of indicated a little bit like Master Roshi in the sense that in the Japanese version he was more perverted, let's put it that way. In the anime, sorry for indicating, no problem. Like, but that's another, that puts a piece of the puzzle. So in that case, that also, look, you're now giving me a good reason like why I have to watch the anime. We have that full explanation for the purpose of what this is, and so I'll understand that, so that's fine. So they call him Uncle in the anime. He's Wise Man in this. He's perverted in the Japanese version. Maybe he's perverted in the anime, who knows. Well, no, next month. But off he's going, so yeah, we're gonna take care of him. Alright. I'm not letting you get away. Yeah, we do have probably one of the most epic parts of this game coming up here as we're saving in the Adventure Diary. Also, I want to get my notes ready to talk about this. And if you played this game, I think you know, and if you haven't, yeah, well, I hope you love this as much as I did when I first saw it. My jaw hit the floor in probably the best way possible watching this. So yeah, you can use this to call Giant Robot Impact. Yeah, he's here. We are getting a fully vocalized song for this. Yeah. I almost want to be quiet while you listen to this. Now, you know what, I will. Have fun listening to this. Fully vocalized, by the way. Oh my god, that is fucking glorious. There's nothing else to say about that. This is Goemon Impact, by the way. It's called Uncle Monoshiriel. Alright, so here's Goemon Impact. Thank you for indicating that ElecVerse go. Alright, so here's the deal with Goemon Impact. He's going along, you're basically he's rolling out on roller skates with the pipe. You jump, hitting the A button, hit B to hit stuff, and basically build up your money and build up your energy. Oh my god, that vocalized song, it is so great. It is also kind of a sad case because that song is called I Am Impact. It's wonderful. The vocalist who did that, unfortunately, he passed away last month from lung cancer at 74, and he is a big name. It was Mr. Toshio Fine, as I fall in the pit. Toshio Hayakawa, who is also known as Ichiro Mizuki. Man, his background as far as stuff he's done is immense. He did the opening theme for Mazinger Z, Lupin the Third Part 2, which I believe was in the late 70s, and the live-action series and movies of Kamen Rider. On top of that, he founded the band Jam Project, and also if you trip over the bridge, yeah, he collapses into pieces. I'm kind of glad I'm just showing that. And did the theme song for the 2009 Bionic Commando game. Yeah, it's very anime-like as far as how it is, and it's wonderful as you're going along doing that. Unfortunately, he died, and it was very sad to hear that. He was saying for, but man, he did a lot of amazing work, and they got his perspective for this game. It says a lot. It's a great song. Chasm22 says, I love him as a kid despite the battles being fucking hard. Let's talk about the battles. So you're here with Kashiwagi. Here's the deal about the battles. First off, I'm going to explain one thing. This game has Rumble Pack support. The Goemon Impact battles here are the only places where the Rumble Pack does anything. And the game does not advertise the Rumble Pack usage, weirdly enough. But here's the thing, you're right, as far as the difficulty of the boss. It is first-person, I guess, robot battles. Yeah, like Power Rangers or, something else, like Godzilla. Just do that. You hit the R button, you throw out the chain pipe, you can hook onto them. You also have the B button, which is your weak punches. But you also have A, which is a strong punch. There are button combinations. If you have the instruction manual, or you wrote them down like I did, you can do them. Hit C up, down, up, and... Okay. Fine, let's do that. Just fine. He'll hit me with a hand. Yeah, like that. Okay, I missed him. But yeah, if you hit C up, C down, C up, and A button, you do that rapid punch. So there are a bunch of other things. You also go flying. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I'm just showing this part specific. Also, by doing that, he'll shoot those tops out. You can punch him out and you'll get money. Yeah, Rio, you can hit the Z button to shoot the money out. Also, you have your oil, which is your health. Yeah, he has way more health than you do, by the way. That oil goes on 0, you're dead. You just start over, and I think if you run out of lives, that's game over. There's a hook onto him, hold that, and hit the A button to pull him in. B, 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 and A to kick him like I saw before. But the other thing you do is hit... let's see. No, where are you going? Get the fuck back here. But yeah, sometimes you pull out if you don't, or pull off of that if you're not careful. But there's one attack I do want to show. It's C down, and that, and hit... Ah, shit, I missed it. That is the mouth laser. To do that, you hit C up, C right, C down, C left, and the Z button when you have the bar in the middle there, your radar, which is kind of useless in all honesty, at full. Yeah, do the combo that way, you can kick. Alright. Also, you can guard. You hit C left or C right twice, and then hold on the last hit. Like that, you can put your fists up. Also, he has this trick. He'll do the Mirage. So basically, just keep an eye on him. Use the Quick Punch. That's all I'll tell you to do, specific. Basically, what you want to do is you pretty much want to build him up and get him in a case where you can use that mouth laser to decimate him. And I'm going to show myself doing that, because I did not when I did this last time. I got him, there you go. And you know he connected because you get the cutscene that way. Got him. And that takes a lot of damage off. It doesn't always kill him completely, but yeah, if you get him good, yeah, you shouldn't be too hard. With practice. But you're right, ElecVerse, you're not wrong to say that, oh, these battles are tough. When I came into this the first time, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I had the manual. I rented this game from Blockbuster specifically for it. But I feel like, how do I do these movements? So it is a lot more complicated than you would think. But I think if nothing else, it does show that they put a lot of thought into saying that, hey, we have this element of these battles, so it gives it a lot of gameplay variety, but it's also going to be something that we're going to make it so that, hey, there's a lot of depth to this, but you have to know what it is. And yeah, I don't want to die at this when I just said, oh yeah, it's not going to be too bad. There you go. Yeah, the multi-punch. Boom, you're going down. And hit A. Okay, I think I got him. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, good. So yeah, it is a little bit of that. We're gonna have to do this 2 more times, by the way, and I believe the last boss in this game is based on Goemon Impact. Yeah, this is definitely the last time we're gonna see him tonight. But yeah, that's how it operates, and it is quite a thrill. It's something unique. Yeah, you don't see much a hit like this on this system. It's like the better version of Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue. The Zord battle, yeah, and that, compared to this, that's what they should just give Konami that game to make. And yeah, in that case, get the flash and the drop the title. You're like, yeah, Goemon Impact just has that nice smile as he's exploding. He's like, yeah, he just loves seeing it. But yeah, he's got business to do. We're filming a movie. So I have to go to America. So he's like Godzilla or some of these other characters, like, hey, he's huge over there, as you make a movie. Alright, so bye-bye, see you later. We'll see him next month. And you get free save at the end of the battle. I'm glad I was able to show hitting him with the mouth laser, because I did not get to show that last time. I whiffed with it the last time we played. Alright, but yeah, by taking that out, we got Wise Men, or Uncle Monshiril's, what is it? The Triton Shell, which somehow survived the explosion. I don't know, I mean, I would think maybe he had a safe. It was like maybe the safe got destroyed, and then but it protected everything inside. I don't know, something. Maybe there's an answer. But we'll see, as we're going into Zazentown. That's our next destination. But I get the weird feeling that... Oh, I don't know. Like what? Like we're being watched. Yeah, we are being watched a little bit, but we don't have anything to fear with her. This is Yai. She is a secret agent ninja. She is voiced in this game, by the way, by Rumi Kashihara, who voiced Alien, Mega Man X6, X7, and X8, as well as Yu Ying in the Dynasty Warriors franchise, specifically 7, 8, and 9, and a lot of the Warriors Orochi games that were around at the time. And also, she was Shisato Madison in Star Ocean: The Second Story. And by the way, when I'm talking about some of these games like Dynasty Warriors and Mega Man and things where they're voicing, it is Japanese as far as the voice performances. I guess with Star Ocean: The Second Story. Yeah, Star Ocean: The Second Story. It is going to be that way, because all the voices are Japanese in this game. They were all that way, but there are some big hitters as far as, especially when we talk about the next character we're going to see later. But yeah, she was following that peach-shaped UFO. Yeah, it has something to do with what's going on, right? Indeed it does. And by the way, we have a narrator. That is Mr. Elephant. So yeah, the guy we're picking up in the castles, yeah, he's the narrator of the story. Alias, seriously? Wow. Yeah, I was kind of surprised too. I said, you know what? I want to try and figure who did the voices of these characters. They didn't explicitly name who voiced these characters, but the good news is that I was able to deduce it, and actually a lot of the voices in this game voiced the same characters in other Goemon games as it was, and they were credited there. Specifically Goemon's Great Adventure. So yeah, Rumi Kashihara is the Japanese voice of Alia for Mega Man X6, 7, and 8. X5? Wait, there's no voice in X5, right, I forgot about that. So that's the reason why. Because at first I was thinking today, I was like, wait, why is she not in X5? And I was, oh wait, no voice. So, yeah, you think that's interesting, yes. I got more for you, ElecVerse, and that's the other reason I said, this is why I'm doing this game again. And I know ElecVerse, you kind of spearheaded this idea of, let's talk to voice actors and actresses. Let's talk about the people behind this. And it was a fascinating find. Sometimes I've run into cases I mentioned, I can't find everything or anything for certain games, like Mischief Makers. That was a case of me finding pretty much nothing. This game I was able to, and there is a couple other big ones. I'll leave you in suspense when we get there, but ones that took me by surprise. WoW was the right reaction, and it was my case for that one, especially as we go along. It might also go to stuff we've talked about or maybe even played on the show. I'll give you that as a leaving suspense for a couple hours. We will talk about them tonight, I will say that. But anyway, she's been investigating the strange happenings around Japan because she is a secret agent ninja, and they're thought to be caused by the mysterious Flake Gang. I like trivia like that. And yeah, I do too, and I mean, it's one thing it's trivia, but it's also the other thing is that I'll tell you, if nothing else, I'll tell you, it's me giving a lot, I guess giving back to the people who made games like this. It's like I said, it's specifically, when I found out who did the music of the Goemon Impact music, the Ichiro Mizuki, and I found he died last month of lung cancer, I felt horrible. My gut kind of sank. I said, man, that's awful as far as he was older, yes, but still that idea of how it was, and he had this for a couple months from what I understand. But it was also the idea that this game has brought me so much joy, and a lot of other games I've played have brought me joy. Even games I haven't liked have been interesting, so I said, you know what, let's get these names out there. There might not be other shows that are doing this. We're doing that with Shadow Hearts. I mean, I've gotten the voices for Shadow Hearts wrong as it's been. I'm just waiting on where we get to the point in that game where the Crusader 64 says, like, no, we can talk about who the voice performers are now, so I don't spoil anything, and maybe next week we'll get to a case like that. But anyway, I like that idea too, but also adding something unique and also getting the names of the people who did this. And I think if nothing else, you're not going to see other plays of this game or any other game we play on this channel for that. I know, like, for you indicated that when you're saying about Metal Gear Solid, another Konami game that came out same year as this did, actually. So at that point, I kind of fit. So talk about coming full circle and getting started for New Year very well this way. All right, you find anything about the Flank Gang? Well, I found out there's several members, and they go by the name of the Peach Mountain Shoguns. But yeah, Goemon's like, yeah, I don't care if we're talking about Peach Mountain or Chestnut Mountain or even a Pear Mountain. Okay, yeah, there you go. I timed that specifically, so yeah, the audience would give me a laugh. Thank you, audience, by the way. They better be ready, gonna kick their butts. Alright, so yeah, our objectives are the same, so let's go together. Alrighty. So here's Secret Agent, Ninja Agent Yai. And we're going to Zazen Town. I love this piece of music. It is a very reserved piece of music. Alright, say, Kuyo? Sorry, yeah, let's go, indeed. That is, what, that is in Japanese. And I also love the other thing is the way the shadows are. There are dynamic shadows for each of the characters just to go into this. Although it does kind of glitch out a little bit. So yeah, in that case, yeah, he has the... Yeah, he does have the shadow specific for his hands and the skip. Yeah, but with Yai, I guess... I don't know, is it Yay? But in pronunciation it would be Y-A-E, so Yai, I think is what it would be. But anyway, when you move around with her, her hair has a shadow at the back. I love that, or like the end of her hair, which is very nice. Alright, so let's have our time in town. We're in the Kansai region, by the way. Impressive, while playing this game, you can also become an expert in Japanese geography. Okay, actually, I've never seen that line before. So that's interesting, or it goes to when we're playing Parasite Eve, and we'll be finishing that in 3 weeks. About the idea of, I guess, having a different perspective on something, we mentioned earlier in the show, and kind of, I guess, learning something a little, but then also being curious about saying, like, wait, how on point is this really? So there you go, alright. Very old and historical town, and yeah, the music reflects that perfectly. I love that. The, I guess the, trying to think of what, oh, I guess it's like the shamisen, I believe, is like the instrument. Oh, where did Yoshi go? He was always determined to become a great dancer. Number one, the kids with dancing talent have been kidnapped in the Shikoku region. Better save them with secret powers, or maybe not, my back's bothering me. So yeah, that idea of the cheekness. Alright. Okay, Benkei is sitting on the Gojo Ohashi Bridge. He's not letting anyone get through. Letting through, he's taking everything out of his collection. Alright, so I guess we're gonna have to take care of him. Children in the area being kidnapped. What's the world come to? Yeah, I don't know. Or will somebody please think of the children? Yeah, we'll take care of the children, don't worry. I saw it. It was like a huge long thing flying across the sky. I guess that was the Peach Mountain people. In fact, you know, let's show this thing with Benkei. Here he is. We're gonna see him a little bit. Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law in my watch. Okay, so that's Oblivion. That's not this game, but that being said, if you want to get by here, hand over the treasure. What are you doing? Now, if you say you can only pick this once. You have to say I have no treasure. He's like, yeah, go another way. I'll say take a different route. Yeah, he calls you a coward. You're back again, eh? No interest in seeing you, so go home. Alright, that's fine. We'll take care of him, don't worry. Also, we'll find some stuff in town, because there's definitely some interesting items to see and pick up. Or interesting sites to go. So let's go to the area. By the way, when you go into town, you usually can tell where you're going based around the, I guess, the curtains on the side. So specifically right there, yeah, you see the 3 symbols there. That is the general store. So yeah, I could buy more armor if I want to. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, they're there if you do want to have that, so it also reduces the chances of dying, which, honestly, dying is not going to be much on the menu in this game, in all honesty. That's the inn, which we're going to go to later when I'm not doing so well in health. We'll come back, as I said, we'll go to the Silver Room next time. Now, here's another one, I can get more stuff with health. Oh, actually, no, I still have the health that's going to recover me if it dies. So yeah, that's how I've been as far as not dying yet. Let's go in here. Sorry, but this is no store. We visit all kinds of places, listen to what people have to say, then I'm sure good things will happen. And they do highlight the good things in yellow, so I guess there's gonna be cases of that. Alright, so this is one side of town, let's go to the other side. We're going across, but before we do that... Actually, you know, let's show Yai out. So yeah, here's something, I think there's something in here, we'll do that when we come back, but there is one thing you can do right now. Hit this, I'm trying to remember what this is, oh, you hit it once. I thought you have to hit it multiple times. You hit that, by the way, what is this? Is it Japanese, I guess, well thing? There's a name for this. I'll have a name below what it is. Maybe, yeah, that's gonna be the case. Hit that and you get a silver fortune doll. But it's also on the side of that, so yeah, she's gonna be so like, oh my god, I'm gonna fall off, specific. And you see that as far as her animation as it is there. So, you know what, fine, I'll let her do that way. I'll read this out. So when does this game take place if technology like robots and movies exist? God, I'm trying to remember. I believe there was an answer. I mean, I think there's one game in this franchise, if it's not this one, that says specifically, because I said earlier before we jumped on at the beginning of the show, I said that there's this kind of like a feudal Japanese setting, kind of, a little bit. But then again, you're right. It's about, yeah, the building and clothes are the feudal era, which would make sense. Okay, so that's a good point. But the idea that they're robots and that, so I don't know if they've defined, I mean, because here's the other thing. I mentioned as far as, wait, did I mention that on the voice? Yeah, I did. Okay, I mentioned the voice of Abysmaru in this game is the same person who's the Japanese voice of Myoga on Inuyasha, which was a show, and we'll play one of those games specific, and we play that one on the PlayStation, we'll hear the same person. That was Kenichi Ogata, who voices Abysmaru in that game, and Myoga on that show. And that game has the Japanese voices completely in it. That's kind of a half and half in the sense that it mostly takes place in the feudal era, but it's the idea that Kagome, the girl in that, she is going backwards and for Mikoga. For what? Who, voices Abysmaru? It was, well, from what I'm seeing, it was the person who voices Myoga in that. But as far as Koga's concerned, fine, Koga's stuck in the feudal era, so is Inuyasha himself. But as far as that show, it takes place all that way, but it takes place in the current day in the sense that Kagome can go between each area. So I don't know necessarily, but, so in that case, they split it off as far as, like, time period. So yeah, it is feudal era, but it's also then the 2000s, specifically. The wolf demon, I mean. Yeah, that's true, that way. But when I think of Myoga, I know I'm talking about the guy who's, like, the flea guy that is, you know, trying to give Inuyasha advice. He's like, yeah, get the hell out of here, I don't want your help. But he's like, yo, I'm the wise person, I know what's going on. Or like Isun and Okami, specifically, as far as that. And that's a game I want to do that one. And that's also a game, actually, fitting to bring that. He's played by Abysmaru. Yeah, from what I was looking up, Kenichi Ogata. Actually, well, since you're here, you're talking about the Mega Man thing, being interested in that. I'll go on this one some more. Kenichi Ogata voiced Analyzer on Space Battleship Yamato, going back to the 70s, and every indication of that. As well as, Myoga. Or is that, I think it's Myoga. Is it Myoga that the Japanese version pronounces, particularly, maybe? Because I'm familiar with the dub, the Viz dub, as it is. And there are games based upon that have it, that we can show. But yeah, that's what it's saying as far as that, as well as on top of that, he also voiced Genma Saotome on Ranma 1/2. He's on My Hero Academia now as Gran Torino. I thought you said Yoga. Okay, I'm sorry, Myoga. Sorry, I'll indicate that. But yeah, one last thing about Kenichi Ogata before I go on. He actually voices Beryl Casket in the Mega Man Legends games and was Dr. Wily in that Mega Man Wish Upon a Star. The Japanese indications of both. Okay, so that's my fault. Let me enunciate better. It's like, that's the idea of how I gotta operate while I'm on the other side of town. This is where the Chugoku region is. We can't go there yet, I don't think. The door that leads to Bizin, which is over here. Apparently some kids flew around the door, so it won't open. It's a problem. Yeah, it's so much of a problem, it's an invisible wall. So, alright, fine. We'll have to come back there later. But there are a couple places in town we want to go. We have to take care of Benkei first. That's the main goal. There's just one person in this town who has crossed the Gojo Ohashi Bridge without handing anything to Benkei, and that was... Well, someone who's pretty good looking, but he has bad personality, or we'll find him. Oh, this is the Golden Temple. We'll come back here later, because we do need to come back here for story. Here's the priest. Hey, you. You're led to this temple. Why not listen to a sermon here? I'll include a song in an autograph session. Unfortunately, you can't actually listen to that, so like, alright, fine. I'd like to listen to it, but you're not letting me. I'd like to get out of the water. I'll try to get out of the water. I didn't get stuck in the water, did I? Okay, you know, I want to look at that again. Hang on, because I went in the water with the eye. I was at the edge of the water. I jumped. Okay, I jumped out. So I guess, I don't know, maybe I just jumped wrong. As far as I thought, like, hey, I couldn't make the jump. I've never seen that before. But alright, fine. She's saying that there's one person who's able to get going through there. Alright, here is Mount Yeah, Mount Nioi Gatake. Yes, sir. Tatake? Alright, fine. My Japanese days are way too far behind me. Okay, so it's Nioi Gatake. Okay, there we go. That was a hard one to say. Hopefully I said it right that way. Okay, I know I did, specifically. We're coming back here late game. I will show this just because we're here. Alright, here's the sidewalk here, and we'll go up. Actually, I think they... Okay, no, they don't block the way, but you need a power-up we're going to be getting way late in this game, next month. In order to go up there with the, not Blair Witch Project, you know, what is it? Fire Cross, or fine, not Fire Blast from Pokemon specific, Fire Blast, you know, effigy thing. Yeah, we need to come back with something, and we'll get something we actually need to beat the game from him. That guy that's up there on the ledge. But, meantime, we'll go back, we'll find this guy, they're saying like, hey, he's a bad personality, but he can help us with the Benkei problem. Alright, this way to Mount Niogatake. Okay, there we go, step aside. You're in the way, still not needed yet. So yeah, he's saying like, yeah, come back later. Alright, fine, we'll come back later. I know when I'm not wanted. Yeah, he's a treasure maniac, waits at the bridge looking for rare treasures carried by people. He will never steal your stuff, by the way, so you don't have to worry about that. Alright. So this is the Duck Creek. We're at the upper end of it. But Chiyomaru with the dog says like, hey, here we go. Go down the creek, you'll reach midstream and then downstream. Meaning since I'm up here, I'm up the creek without a paddle. Alright, poor doggy. You'll be fine, but you're safe as far as that. Okay, we do need to go down here because we need to find who that person is. And we have to play a little bit of a mini-game in order to get what we need. Yeah, you get to enjoy more of the atmosphere. That's the other thing about this game, that, yeah, I guess I'm taking my time on this one a little more just so you can kind of let it all soak in. Okay, so let's read this sign. This is my property. This is Ushiwaka, or this is Ushiwaka. Let's say what he is. He's a man, by the way. Who is he? Got some nerve asking me who I am. You don't recognize me? I'm only telling you once, so keep your ears wide open. I'm Ushiwaka, the best-looking knight in the world, now remember that. Yeah, so despite what it might look like, he is a male. So there he is. I'm gonna ask who he is again. I told you I was only gonna tell you once, so I'm not gonna tell you again. I love that. That is Super Mario RPG level, you know, dialogue stuff, where it's like, yeah, you better have listened before. Or you can just look at the sign over there and get to who Ushiwaka is. But, alright. Do you know who Benkei is? Sure do. He's a follower to me. Wait a minute, I bet you're trying to get across the bridge, right? Am I right? Fine, no, you're full of shit. That's not what I'm doing. Alright, in that case, you're in the way. Oh, shit. I was like, wait, oh, so I have to talk to him and say yes. Alright, so, that's the case. Why don't you say in the first place? Do me a favor, and I'll tell you how to deal with Benkei. Deal? Yeah, we'll do this, because we do have to do this. Okay, so catch fish from the Duck Creek. Catch 3 blue fish. So, yeah, he has a fishing rod, but he doesn't want to use it. So we have to go the other way. We're just going to go out there. There are fish here. Go pick them up. Yeah, it's not a blue fish. Pick the wrong one up. You use that beep beep. What you do is you keep going around, catch a blue fish, and you get 3 of these. So it's 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Yeah, the Dr. Seuss perspective, which I guess it kind of is to a certain extent. Alright, so yeah, you just have to get in the 3 to start, but there are 3 levels to this. So yeah, you're seeing the other colored fish, so you need to get ones of all of them. Okay, yeah, also, yeah, since A button is talking, it's the same as jumping, sometimes it's weird for that. Okay, you did it. So next, give me 5 yellow fish. No problem. Okay, now, you can go downstream if you want, and you're gonna have to do that for the last one, but for the purpose of this one, okay, not a yellow fish. I don't think you get penalized if you get one, except just buzzes at you. So just get 5 of these and come back to him, and then we do the last one. There's 2. I believe you'd start... Oh, right, if you hit start, you look at the map out here. This is... Oh, wait, we saw this before, so yeah, we don't need to see that. And also, you do get the flashing icons there, by the way. That's going to be important about a half an hour from now. Yeah, I know it's not a yellow fish, but they're in the way. Yeah, but you just keep running towards them, you'll catch them. They don't necessarily run away super fast, so you don't have to worry about, you know, getting into a case of being fancy with getting. It's not like Mips from Super Mario 64 or something like that. Or even the bombers in Majora's Mask, where you have to kind of trick them out. Like, yeah, just run in the fish, they'll be fine. And yeah, Goemon, Abyssamaru, and Yai can just walk into the fish, no problem, pick them up with their hands. Yeah, we don't need some stupid fishing pole for the purpose of that. Like, yeah, we're gonna get our hands dirty and just get that. He's like, he said he wanted fish, he didn't care how. Well, he didn't say how, so we're gonna just take that way. Pretty good. Alright, last one. Get 8 red fish. So yeah, this is the last test. You have to get 8 red fish. We're gonna go down this way. And usually you're gonna be able to find all of them going down this way, pretty much. You basically just keep hitting the red ones and keep enjoying what's going on. Yeah, I guess seeing the choppiness of the fish running was like, yeah, they're just swimming around. So it's fine. They'll be okay. I guess. Well, look, I don't know necessarily what Ushiwaka is planning with them. Maybe he's gonna cook them. Who knows? So in that case, they won't be doing so hot, but fine. For our purpose, they'll be okay. Again, I just love the atmosphere Zazentown has. This is a very relaxed thing, especially after what we had with Goemon Impact. I'll tell you one thing in particular with that. I guess since I'm going around the walk for this. I do love the idea, because we're saying as far as how this game is handling tone in some ways, or how it's the idea it's not taking itself too seriously, but also I said, hey, when it asked me to care, it asked me to care. This game has great contrast really to itself in terms of the scenarios you're going to find yourself in. So you have this really emotional element. The idea is like, what happened to Wise Man's house? It got busted. Goemon's pissed, and he's like, fine, Goemon Impact, come out here, help me kick his ass. It was epic as anything, as it always is when it comes to stuff like that. Then we came in here, we were feeling a bit mysterious as far as like, what's Yai doing here? What's gonna happen? She's helping. But now we're in this very calming, very zen-like idea as far as like, okay, we're going down, finding fish just to get our next thing, to get rid of this guy who's on the bridge. So I'll tell you, if nothing else on this game, I just love kind of the feeling it puts you in multiple ways as you go along. And it really flows so well. I love the flow of this game. I'll say that for sure. And the more I'm thinking about it, it's not really something that I even thought to myself before I kind of came on tonight. So maybe we're just doing it. Alright, so in the words of Nikki, you did it! Yeah, we'll see that when she's on the show in 2 weeks. But alright, there you go. All this fish, I won't go hungry for some time. Okay, fine, he does say he's gonna eat them. Never mind. So yeah, fish you're gonna be eaten. But anyway, as promised, take this. He'll move to the side when you do that. Alright, this is the Achilles heel. Alright, thank you. Actually, one thing I'm gonna do, for the purpose of the fact that we're playing this game for the show, and since I didn't show it last time, and because I want to rationalize 5 hours on this, and because I honestly don't know what's gonna happen if I... Actually, I'll tell you, because we're gonna play a minigame with Ben K as well. I've never failed this. It gives an indication in the dialogue that maybe there's something that could happen if you don't win. So I'm gonna go to the end, I'm gonna save. I want to see... I'm gonna intentionally fail it. I want to see what happens. You have to try to intentionally fail it, though, so I will do that. I believe the inn is right here. Okay, no, that's the restaurant, so sorry. Yeah, the inn does have... Okay, that's the fortune teller. Yeah, the fortune teller you can tell by that symbol there. Okay, fine. Alright, in this case, I guess... Okay, fine. I should remember my Japanese, my hiragana days. Yeah, those symbols look so familiar, and I should remember what they are, and yeah, my structure would be so ashamed of me. Maybe that's a New Year's resolution, get back into that. But anyway, then I could be able to tell easier where they are, which is fine. Just keep going in the buildings. They're the ones that have the curtains. So, like, hey, if you don't understand that, that's fine. That's the general store, as I mentioned. So that's fine. Okay, yeah, so it's fine. It's right here. We're going to have a save. Okay, so in case something happens with this, because I don't know what's going to happen if I fail this, I'll do a save. You know Japanese? I did. Growing up specifically, that was a long time ago. That was about 20 years ago, if that. So, yeah, so I guess it's the idea of, like, learning more, specifically as far as who's hosting this program. Yeah, but it was also... I was really interested as far as it... I kind of learned the idea of it. I got pretty far as far as... up to understanding kanji a little bit, but not massively, and not in a case where I'd actually be able to speak it specifically. I mean, fine, that's why I understood what Ikuyo was going when you do the switch to Yai here. So I know what that's saying, I know what that element is. Or actually, when I played Age of Empires 2, which is getting re-released on Xbox One at the end of the month, one great attention to detail, and at the time I didn't know this, specifically is that when you click on the villagers, they say, "Nani?" So it's like, oh, they're saying what? And then they're like, you send them to go somewhere, it's like, it says ikimasu. It's like, okay, wow, they paid attention to that really well. And not just as far as the Japanese stuff, but every civilization in that game. And I will show that version specifically, or the PC specifically, because I love Age of Empires. I mentioned that before. But anyway, that's true, you're right. So that is my element, but it's been so long, I should just, like, go for refresher. I really should, and maybe another Year's Resolution element. He's interesting stuff, that's for sure. Alright, so if you want to cross the bridge... see in your eyes, you want to fight, right? Okay, this is where I'm asking this question, because if you lose, I'll blast you far, far away. So it's a fight with Benkei. So you want to look for the element when he reaches the ground and toss the Achilles heel at him. Hit him 3 times in the time limit by pressing the B button. Alright, begin. Alright, fine, I'm putting this down. Actually, no, fine, I'll throw it once. Because what you do is you have to throw it at him 3 times in 50 seconds. You have to try and fail this like I am. Like, I guess the eye's holding this like, yeah, what do I do with this thing? He'll keep jumping like that. You have to throw it to him. You can throw it to his feet directly for the first throw and sometimes for the second. But not always, because what will usually happen is that if he sees it coming, he'll just take his scythe there, or his spear, and he'll slice and get busted. So that's why the narrator said, by the way, throw it when he comes down. You basically time the throw, so he'll just jump onto it, and then he'll trip over there, and yeah, his legs will be in bad shape. In that case, yeah, I'll let myself fail. Because I want to see. I've never seen this happen before. This is going to be me finding out what's going on. Oh, shit! Okay, I've never seen him do that before. He knocks your ass off the bridge. Okay, I'm glad I showed that. Although, then again, there's a ladder there, so yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so it's fine. I'll actually do that. Alright. You want to challenge me to another fight? Yeah, I won't lose this time. Fine, I did it on purpose before, because this is easy, usually. Just take into account the fact there's going to be that delay. In fact, I'll show this. Yeah, he'll do that. He'll do that slash. So basically what you gotta do is just throw it so that he'll jump and he'll come down on it like that. Boom. Got him. Ever since the Achilles heel was thrown at Benkei, Achilles heel is meant to be the weak point of someone, so the narrator is saying that, yeah, that is what the meaning of Achilles heel was. Is this a reference to Donkey Kong? Might be. There is another part I think is intended as one. We'll get into that later. There might be that idea. I mean, given what this game is indicating at, in terms of some of the stuff it's doing, I wouldn't put it past it. I mean, especially even with the Legend of the Mystical Ninja, there's a little bit of Zelda to that, as far as, like, it being this weird tape. Alright, fine. The narrator's having some, revisionist history going on, is like, what's the Achilles heel? Yeah, you know what, remember Helen of Troy and all that, and, the fights of Achilles? Yeah, that was not, important. Yeah, and Abyssamaru caught onto it. Yeah, there's something fishy about that. Alright, fine, we'll run over. Yeah, defeating the same manner I was by Ushiwaka. Alright, no problem. Don't tell anyone I lost, okay? I'll let you pass the bridge at will, and you get this from a collection. Alright, thank you. What's this? Alright, this is Sasuke. He is our friend. He is going to be out of commission because he is a ninja who is battery-powered. Alright, what he pulled out... it's all stiff and the battery's almost falling out. There's none other than Mechanical Ninja Sasuke. Where'd you get this, though? Well, it came falling from the sky the other day. What does anything to do with Explosion Wiseman's house? Well, spoiler warning, it does. We'll explain why later. Also, one thing I'll explain now, I should feasibly wait till we get him playable, because he's going to be playable, specifically, for the purpose of that. And we'll show when I hit the start button, because he's on my menu. Yeah, don't tell anybody you lost. We'll talk about Sasuke. We're talking about the interesting things of voice performances on the characters so far. How about this one? In fact, I'll show Sasuke over there. Oh, okay, no, I hit start, because what happens is, when you select the map, it defaults to the map. We hit start, go back in, hit Z button. Yeah, there he is. There is Sasuke, the Mechanical Ninja. He is voiced by Junko Hori, who voiced Kanzuo Hattori, or Hattori on Ninja Hattori, of which there was like 600 plus episodes of that, as well as Josie Pye in the anime version of Anne of Green Gables from 1979. But here's the big one. He was the Japanese voice of, or she, I should say, was the Japanese voice of Spritle on Speed Racer, who is known as Kurio in Speed Racer. In fact, I was looking at that earlier, I was like, Kurio, who's that? And I looked like, oh my god, this is the Japanese voice of Spritle from Speed Racer, and we'll put a picture of that. So yeah, talk about going deep specific, and I don't know if you'll necessarily hear that as far as when we get him back in commission, because yeah, his batteries got knocked, so yeah, he's not doing much as we're in Yamato now. Another case where I do love the way the atmosphere is going, and we're going on to our next adventure. We do have a couple places we gotta go here, and as I said, when I was doing tests for this week, I didn't actually go in a bunch of places here. I just said, like, fine, let's rush to get where I need to practice. Also, I'd sort of shown this off before. It's like, hey, so we're doing this fully again. We're going deep into this. Okay, so there's the temple at Yamato. So, in fact, let's show this. You can read the signs from each element. This is the Yamato Shrine, but it is locked. And it slows the magical power, so how do we open it? Well, go over here into the bamboo forest. Okay, so go into the little triangle there, and we're going in here and talk about your atmosphere. Oh my god, I love this. You hear all the Japanese flutes and instruments going on here. It just sounds so good. It's like, alright, here we go. So this is the very solemn place, surrounded by the bamboo. Alright, this is the Turtle Rock. There's turtle powers of north, south, east, and west. You take that stone there, you push it to each end. Push it to the east, it'll take you to new land. And they'll tell you specifically where it's gonna go. The north is the key to the Yamato Shrine. It'll open it. And it is north based upon where that sign is. So, like, that's north, that's east, that's west. It's like, yeah, coming into this, like, oh, this is north, but no, it is not. Power west, money makes the world go round, will eventually come to you as well. Alright. And lastly is this one. Lucky Cat will drop in your lap. Okay, so we're gonna do 2 things to start, and then we'll come back here because we do want to go to that other land. So go for the Lucky Cat. Push it all the way to the line, and there you go, get a Silver Fortune Doll. Okay, so... And you can also push it each element, and as I'm turning the camera, trying to... Yeah, she is kind of struggling. I do love that idea of how she's closing her eyes. It almost is a little bit of a precursor to what Kirby Crystal Shards would end up doing, in terms of some of the ways Kirby's animations in that game would be. Alright, so go this way. Go on the west, you get tons of money. The frame rate will tank here. But you will get a bunch of money. And it is also interesting, because at this point when I did part 1, I basically said, this game has a better frame rate than either of the Zelda games on the system, which it technically does, but it also has worse frame pacing, so it doesn't always look like it does. And actually, I think it might look worse on my end playing than it might for all of you watching out there in YouTube chat and Twitch land as it is now for the latter. Alright, so... We're gonna open the Yamato Shrine. We'll come back and do the other thing with the, thing that, yeah, you can clip through the side, so yeah, don't worry about it. By doing that, you get taken back to the shrine, and you come in here. There are, there are 3 reasons to come in here, specifically. We're hearing this, nice house music, perspective of the drums going on. And then the bass going, the boom, boom, boom. But anyway, you're going for 2 things. There are 2 Silver Fortune Dolls in here, and there's a surprise pack. I will indicate what the surprise pack is, as far as getting to... the Silver Fortune Doll here, make a jump and pull backwards. Oh, fine. Or miss. Yeah, unfortunately, I think you have to make that jump specifically in order to do that. I remember it actually took me a lot of time doing this. Specifically, when I did the first part, and it was Proto who was in the chat on that one, specifically saying, well, first off, he didn't know what this game was. Let me show you this game. This game is awesome. You should absolutely play it. But, yeah, for the cost reason, that's going to be a question. I got it. But he was also saying, like, yeah, how dare you say that Zelda games don't run as well frame rate-wise as this. Well, hey, I'm coming back to it this way because they said, well, fine, I'll explain that again just because of this. The Zelda games run at, like, 20, 25 FPS on Nintendo 64, as we showed when we played both of them. This runs at 30, but the way the frames are paced on this one sometimes looks like it runs slower. And there are also parts of this game that take way more than that. It's like 10 FPS. We're gonna see a couple of those. We saw that when I got the money at the Turtle Rock, or the Turtle Stone, I should say. We'll see more for that later. Okay, so basically what you do is keep climbing up, make sure you can get the jumps going. I don't know, it's maybe just me being paranoid or something, but I always tend to want to have, or get lucky grabbing the side of that. You don't always grab the edge of the ledges when you fall. So yeah, the fact that it happened was lucky. But I don't know, I get the sense that she jumps higher even though I know specifically that she doesn't. Alright, let's go get the surprise pack. It's right over here. There's an extra life. You don't get them very much in this game, but yeah, when you get them, you'll want to take them. Just for the purpose of, hey, you'll never run into a game over case. Although, shit! Okay, fine, I have to climb this all over again. But I will at some point show the game over just because of the purpose of that. If I'm watching this, we keep falling asleep. I swear I don't have energy anymore. No, don't worry, ElecVerse, I get that, for sure. The idea, like, hey, like a long day and stuff like that, but hey, if nothing else, remember, the edit's always there. You're not gonna miss the show. The show will be uploaded to Twitches now, or when I'm done, so you'll have that. But then the perspective, like, hey, if you have to, you know, go and rest, go rest. It's like, hey, I'm not saying you have to stay here. I appreciate you come in as much as you do, as I'm, even when I'm making the mistakes of making the fall, for sure on that. So yeah, don't worry about that. Like, yeah, do what you have to do. I appreciate that for sure. I appreciate everybody out there. I know, but it's more fun when it's like, yeah, that's true. And I've got to think about that. I mean, because look, there's the YouTube site as well. I know there's like cases where, like, hey, I'll get comments and stuff from you and other people. I get to talk to people as well. Yeah, you're right about that. So there's that idea as well. I mean, here's the thing about this, because actually, I'll tell you, it's probably better than it used to be, because I'll go into one more thing, I guess, before you go and rest, just for this perspective. I used to have the show at 8 o'clock on Saturdays. Like, wait a second. I then said, like, no, I'm moving it to 7. And am I at the top? Yes, I am. Okay, let's try and make this jump right. Shit, again! Alright, fine. So it's like, fine, I moved it up an hour, but just the idea of, like, hey, you know, that idea of the late element. I mean, I guess here's the other thing about this. I don't know, maybe it's also the idea that, am I necessarily putting the chat in an unfair case where saying, like, hey, I'm on the end of this, basically just, I guess, playing game, talking that way, and I guess maybe in a weird way keeping myself up more, but then again, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a tough thing thinking about that, because, like, wait, I could just be, you know, tiring myself out more. And I used to have that where kids like, hey, I ran Halo for, like, 5.5 hours. Like, I'd never do a 5.5 hour show. Like, yeah, I totally threw that out the window when I did that showcase case. But I get that idea as well. You're right. This is a social program. So, I mean, you're right. There's that perspective as well for that also. Actually, I'll tell you this. One specific antidote to that is I finally got the Silver Fortune doll. And by the way, it's fine that I fell when that happened, and me also getting that. You do not have fall damage in this game. Unlike Zelda and Mario 64, you don't have that going on. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned that, because the Crochet Nerd 64, he said specifically sort of the same thing when we came on the show, in the sense of, hey, I don't necessarily always stay up that late. I mean, I tend not to for stuff like work. I work early in the mornings during the week, usually. So I'm usually not up that late at, like, cases where I have to do that. But he also said, like, hey, I'll take a nap earlier in the day, and then come to you specifically, or I'll go to him as far as, like, how the way we meet up for that is concerned. So that then, at that case, he feels like, oh, I'm pumped by the time it's, you know, later. Like, if he's, because usually something like the case, like, hey, if he's gonna go back to his place at, like, 12 o'clock or something, like, hey, are you gonna be okay doing that? Like, I'll be fine specifically for that. So, that even, you know, handling energy for that. So I get it. Alright, so by going that way, you go this direction, but you go through the gate, and you get taken another place, going in a boat. We're gonna get items over here. We're gonna see the frame rate tank. Oh my god. But I get that. I like, thank you, ElecVerse, for this specifically, for, fine, going into the stuff that you go into, adding so much to the show as you always do, and seeing like, wow, look at that. This game is running in slow motion. At the husband and wife rocks. Yeah, this is the part of the game that I think, chugs the most. Also, yeah, I don't know if I mentioned, yeah, when you slice the enemies with the sword of Yais, they split in half. But just the idea of kind of going to the elements of this, and just making this social program, is that honestly, you kind of help, you and a lot of people, but especially you, help the idea of saying like, hey, this is a social element that I want to do every week, and I want to have this going on. And people want to come into this and, hey, you've been coming to this show for 2 years now. I cannot believe that's been that long specific in the idea that you're saying that, hey, you think the show is worth coming to for that. I take this massive compliment for sure for it, but also the idea of, yeah, you're right, this great social thing. It's like, look, maybe that goes to the idea of when I said I started the show when COVID was around, specifically, or fine, when it was around in the case where people were locked away. So the idea of how do you socialize? That's one way, yes. But then again, even a lot of the other streams I see, as far as like on Twitch and things like that, look, they're not necessarily about socializing the same way this show is, which is fine. And it also maybe is a good thing. It's like, hey, so it means like, hey, I'm not copying everybody else. There's a lot of shows I tend to see where it's like, they're focusing maybe more on the game than maybe I am. It's like, maybe I should like shut up and play the game to some degree. But it's like, well, no, but I'm thinking, for what I'm thinking this should be, and what I'm saying, like, I wasn't seeing people for a while. I said, I want to replicate the idea of, what's it like if I have people on my couch or anywhere, sitting back, talking about games, just having a conversation, having a social element. And like, for example, you've been a big part of that. It's like you're here, basically. It's like, even if you're like, say, like, I'm getting tired, I need to go to sleep, that's fine. It's like, hey, I've run into cases like that. People's like, I'm tired, I have to go to sleep. I'm like, sure, I get that too, but just the idea of kind of being there and having that feeling. It is nice live. Well, thank you, Dolphin. You also know that element because when you've been on the show, there's that idea too. As he's telling us about starting the turtle stones and why the turtle stones, not rabbit stones. Why like rabbit's feet or something like that. for that. But yeah, there's an interesting thing for that, and it's that that's kind of what this was all about. So in some ways, like, look, it is about the game we're playing. It is about my experiences and my memories and the discussion points we get into, but it's also about all of yours. Because they're like, hey, maybe, I don't know, Dolphin, you said, have you played this specifically? Or also to meet new people. Like, that's the other thing, too, because you get that idea of what is that, and even if it's not people you physically missed or seen, you get that feeling, too. That being said, I'm going to take off. That's fine, ElecVerse. It was so good to have you tonight for the show, for it, and thank you for everything off of the program. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, next week is part 3, or 4, of Shadow Hearts. And the week after, it's going to be Friday, by the way. We're doing Guitar Man on the PlayStation 2, and then Parasite Eve. And I think I want to start Donkey Kong Country 3 next month. I think we can do that. I just want to... I have to figure some stuff in the schedule with Nocturne and other people. We're going to do that one pretty soon, so I just want to let you know that for when we get to that point. But thank you so much for adding this program so much tonight and every show, and for that. And thank you for seeing this as a show that's worth coming to. I appreciate that so much, can't tell you. Have a nice night for sure, and hope you enjoy the rest of this when it gets uploaded. Alright, so, going back to the game briefly, specifically, as a give them thanks and all that. Tourist Center at Awaji Island is going to take you to a place far away, which is what you call instant pleasure. But I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, she was like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, talk about, yeah, this is an E-rated game, specifically. Like, yeah, there's a little more risky in places. When I come across a coffee shop, I feel most relieved, don't you agree? Well, this is a place to be relaxing. How about some stamina dumplings? I keep running here and not needing them. So, like, okay, fine. Time being, that's okay. Alright, so I got what I needed. I'm trying to think, yeah, there's that island. Wait, is that... Okay, so, alright, there's that place over there. I just want to see if I'm missing something beforehand. I mean, I said, if I miss anything with Silver Fortune Dollars or something, we'll clean up next month. Because we're going to clean up next month anyway for this. I'm thinking maybe the first weekend of February we're going to do this game again, I think. But, I'll figure that. That's where it's tentatively set. We'll figure it. Alright, but yeah, everybody's wishing ElecVerse good night, or Dolly Fitness specifically, and hey, I am too. It's like, I appreciate that. Like, that's the idea, that this is this connection that we're all making for the purpose of the show, and I love that it's become that. I love the fact that we're in our 3rd full year of the show. We're starting the first show of the 3rd year of the program, and I'm just loving that, and what this is becoming, all of you making it that way. Okay, so, there's nothing over here. So, in that case, I think we can go to where we need to go. But you do need to go to that travel center, which is up on the hill. So, yeah, keep swimming, Yai. It is a bit slow, but hold that thought. We will have it swimming later better. Yeah, frame rate I can't completely help. But yeah, well, you can kind of help that by killing things in the area. It's reading the sign. Road directions. To North Yamato, which we were at. Shikoku is to the west, which is... Yeah, we went there. Okay. Oh, wait, no, yeah, did we go there? Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, wait, there is one place I did not show. I will, briefly show that, and we'll come back. We're going, up there. The house up on the hill. Alright, so bye-bye, Oh, wait, that's a dead end. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there is that path through... Actually, no, right. The other way, there's a path through the forest. And, oh, shit! Okay, fine. The camera's spinning on its own. That's not my fault, by the way. The camera will sometimes just spin on its own. It's not horrible. It's not going to necessarily get you killed. But it is kind of weird. I guess maybe I sound like a bit of a hypocrite saying that, considering that... I mentioned we did the racing showcase. I mentioned Bugs Bunny Lost in Time on the PlayStation that actually does something like that frequently with his camera, but in that case it often got you killed, so like, okay, fine, that's way worse. This case is just like, fine, I'm getting annoyed because I have to fall and, you know, lose some progress, but hey, it's like, yeah, whatever. That might be an idea of like what they can enhance. I just want to make sure there's nothing back there, because you do need to go over here. Alright, so here is the instant pleasure place, the Uedo Treasure Center on Awaji Island. Carried to Shikoku with a once with a proud dragon, but yeah, we can't say that anymore because Proud Dragon's gone wild and can't carry you now. Did you do something for it? Alright, so it's, I might be able to help him, or it's none of my business. I don't know if that's a mistranslation or if that's a joke of, Japanese. I don't know. Cat, what do you think? Yeah, maybe I wasn't meant for this. Yeah, you're right. Fine, she wasn't meant for this, but Goemon was. And by the way, I do want to have Goemon here. Oh, no, fine, I'll say I don't want to do this. Okay, no, he's like, no, fine, I do want to do this, but I do want to have Goemon out because I do want to have the chain pipe specific, so it'll make it a little easier. Alright, so enter the machine, and we'll get going. And actually, this is going to help us for transporting wherever we want on, or in Japan, as we want. Or any in Japan that's defined in this game, I should say. Alright, so here's the dragon. So yeah, this is, as ElecVerse is indicating, this is an interesting one as far as, like, what's the time period, if this is something we're seeing, case where robots and movies exist, but we're in a feudal era that has, dragons and other, elements going on to itself. Alright, but what you do here is you're basically running on the end of the dragon. Don't fall off, you go back to the beginning. Also, there's wind, and the enemies will come at you quick, and yeah, they will knock you back. So yeah, almost like other Konami games like Castlevania and well, fine, Contra you die in one hit, usually. Fine, Hardcore you die in one hit, as we showed last week as the preview. But yeah, getting knocked back. Yeah, you can get knocked back and fall. Oh, shit! Yeah, that almost happens. Yeah, but I do want to have Goemon here to get to the end of this and defeat the thing here. Because, like, yeah, the dragon's not going well. So, like, yeah, we gotta figure what's going on. Okay, what is this? Maybe that machine's controlling it. Alright. Ta-da! Yeah, he's right. So we kidnap kids with dancing talents using this dragon. This is Cullen. Oh, fine. Cullen, who is not visible right now. He's so smart. He's so smart. SMRT. I mean SMRAT. Anyway, you're one of the Peach Mountain guys, right? How do you know about us? Ooh, I get it. You must be those annoying clowns Baron was talking about. Yeah, but the studio audience is also, I guess the studio audience is in the plane that's flying next door to us, or nearby that's off screen. Okay, I'm gonna beat you all up. Control machine, go get him. Alright, this is the control machine. Either the spin around is a mini-boss, sort of. It'll shoot out those bullets. When it stops being gold, hit it. Use the chain pipe. Here's the deal. The dragon will tilt. Try and stay in the middle and don't get hit, because if you get hit, you're probably gonna be knocked off. You go up on the top too much, the physics of the terrain will go weird and you usually fall off, and you start this part all over again. Basically walking to the end, to the front of this with the tail, but it will give you dialogue saying like, hey, you're back for more, huh? So it will actually take indication of the fact that, yeah, you did that. Hit him 6 times with anything and you'll be okay. Also, the, I guess the, spikes on him, or the, yeah, the parts of the scales, they're just an illusion, so yeah, you can just walk right through them. I love that idea. Like, yeah, he'll never catch me here. Come on. Yeah, one more hit, and we'll be okay. Also, by the way, if you do fall off, it does not hold your hit, so you have to hit him 6 times again, starting from the beginning. So yeah, don't fall off. I showed that last part, the part 1 I did 2 years ago. I showed myself falling off, but this time way better. Alright, so yeah, the dragon has been liberated. And off we go. Alright, so we're on Compira Mountain. And we fell fine, and we landed on our feet like a cat. Yeah, that guy hit the ground with his chest, so yeah, we'll see what's going on with him. But he lived, thankfully. Alright, this is Kuryuta. Yeah, was that you as the dragon? Yeah, it was. Yeah, so Kuryuta is... Well, we'll explain in just a second. He's like, what's going on here? Okay. He's a dragon. He's been hypnotized by the Peach Mountain gang. He's Kuryuta. He's the son of the dragon god. So yeah, he got that, I guess, from that. So I guess it's like Rystar. We mentioned that with, that game. The idea that, you know, Rystar is the son of the star god. So yeah, he's the son of the dragon god. And so we had to sit him down, so like, yeah, this is what happened. But he didn't like what we had to tell him. You're telling me I was the one out there kidnapping children all over the place? Yeah, he's potentially suicidal, if you really want to look at it this way. I don't know if I can recover from this. I'm a bad guy, a villain, a criminal, a demon, a devil, right? Well, yeah, he is laying into himself pretty hard. Even to the point where it's like, Goemon and the studio audience are trying to say, like, no, ease up. And Yai's saying the right thing, which is that, yeah, you weren't knowing what you were doing. But even then, he's still feeling the remorse. But, yeah, she also knows, like, hey, I can change the subject this way. He's like, what do you remember? So, hey, if you're feeling like you caused this trouble, you clearly want to help fix this if you really want to go that way. So, yeah, where'd they go? I remember. I would say I took them to hot springs. Which sounds really wrong out of context, but we're gonna see what's going on when we get there. We're going over to the Dogo Hot Springs, which is west of Io. It's a popular tourist place. But in the meantime, yeah, speaking of tourist place, you go join them right now. I'll rescue the children and we'll take care of everything. Really? Thank you. But, before we go... yeah, we have the stick. Okay, fine, it's not a stick, it's a flute. It's an item. You play this, and you will call him, and you can go back to any area that you've been as far as a town, a castle, or a coffee shop. So that's the other reason to go to every coffee shop in this game, so you have a quick warp point. Well, sort of quick. We'll go on that a little later. Alright, right by your side in dragon form when you do that. I'll take you any town, village, or coffee shop you've already been to. That'd help a lot. But Goemon is not musically skilled. Yai is, though. And so is Abisamaru. So I was like, yeah, okay, Yai, you get it. But Abisamaru's like, yeah, I want to play the flute. I was like, fine, you'll do other things, Abisamaru. So yeah, don't worry. Alright, so we got Koryuta's flute. You can fly to any location you've been to before, and you can cancel it by stopping the music before it completely plays. But you also have to be outside in order to do it, because if you're in a building, if you're in a castle, if you're in a store, if you're in a tunnel, he's like, yeah, the dragon's not going to crash through the earth to find you. So he has to be outside. So unfortunately, that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, because unlike Zelda, specifically Pharaoh's Wind in Ocarina of Time, you can't get into a case where you can use it when you're inside of places. Alright, so yeah, I gotta get going. Alright, so yeah, get to being a tourist. Alright, so over there is a Folkypoke Village. We'll go there in a minute. But first, we're going to climb up the area. We're going to go to the mountain. Because there's something we need to get for the next castle that's up here at the top. Actually, also, I could feasibly make this faster myself by going in that door and then coming out. In fact, you know what? Actually, no, I won't. We can walk down. Alright, so we're in Kapira Mountain's second block. Yeah, talking about what ElecVerse was saying, like, indication to Donkey Kong. You're getting the rocks coming down the way. You can hit them with your weapon and they'll break, or you'll get hit and hurt. So yeah, it's not going to be a case of, oh, you're going to be stuck. Or actually, you could do the, actually, pull Abisamaru out. Yeah, since he has the hammer, you can definitely do the Donkey Kong thing of... yeah, he's doing the waddle. I love that. I just love that animation, the fact like he's doing that waddle, or when you're doing that, he's just doing like a skip. So it gives a lot of character, and I do love that. Just the idea of what they put into that for this game, and what they tend to do with this entire franchise, which Konami's tend to do with it. Well, they haven't really done much with it in a while, which is too bad. What's the thing moving on the stairs? It doesn't matter, we can take care of it. Imagine the stairs leading to Mount Kapira would be so long. Never going up and down them again. Alright, so yeah, and this is the idea of this old guy saying that while the youth is over there, will be resident for many, many years. And that's, and you know, let's buy the stamina dumplings, because we're here. 30 Rio, so yeah, no problem. Okay, so we'll get our full health. Usually, to be honest, though, you can kind of find health a lot of places. So you don't tend to need to buy it that much, but hey, if you're in a quick case, it gives you an option for that. And hey, if you grind money like crazy in this game, it might be a case of, hey, it's just easier to be able to get. Yeah, in that case, yeah, you can bust the boulders or enemies, and they sometimes drop dumplings, which give you health. And seeing the Kabuki masks spitting stuff out of me. So yeah, this game definitely has the Japanese element, and I guess that goes back to what I was saying, like, my Japanese history as far as understanding the language and culture. The language is mainly more than the culture, I have to say, as far as that, to be honest. This is really tying into it, so I didn't really have that when I first played this game. Coming back to it, it's interesting to kind of see that and say, like, okay, where is this connecting in multiple different places? But even when I first played it, just being in the thought of, hey, this is kind of cool, it's something different, and it really excited me, I think, about having this different idea of something. Alright, so let's go in here. Alright, so here's the priest here. Campira, not Campari. But that's side the point. Put 5 Rio in the offertory chest over the shrine and receive help from God. Okay. Alright, we will pray to God for sure in just a second, but I also want to go to the other side because I believe there's another building. So yeah, the shrine there, by the way, is there. So yeah, toss 5 Rio in there, and basically what you do is take Goemon out and toss the money. But in the meantime, let's see what he has to say. We got gloomy past to see. Okay. Driven for years, I finally come to this place. Does that make me a nihilist? I don't know if that's the definition of nihilism, my friend, but it means maybe you're a drifter. Or, I guess to quote Passing Through by Bruce Hornsby, I'm a vagabond and a drifter. Alright, let's get our help from God. So let's pay him, God. Let's put some money in the offertory plate. Yeah, there's a god of money we're getting that. So here's the Medal of Justice. That, by the way, is what the attack of Goemon's is when you toss the money. But now we got the Medal of Flames. In this case, what happens is you can throw the money like normal, but if you have the money selected, you hold the B button down, that icon will change to fire, and you can light torches with it. So in that case, there you go. So you hold it till it goes all the way that way, and then shoot out. It does cost 3 Rio to use that when you have it fully charged up, and it usually will be 4 because you're going to toss at the start of it. Life itself is luck. Whether you have good luck or bad luck depends on how much you put your heart into something. Frankly, the luck has nothing to do with me. So yeah, not very helpful as far as, you know, I guess a priest here. It's like, yeah, so, yeah, I don't know if that priest really has perspective of it, or his heart's not in it anymore. Or it's like the movie First Reformed with Ethan Hawke, where it's like, yeah, his heart, in some ways, maybe is not... Okay, it's different in that his heart isn't not in it in that movie. It's just the idea of he's going through a self-crisis specific to it as far as it... That is definitely a dark thing, but God, I love that movie so much. If you've never seen First Reformed, it's by Paul Schrader, who wrote Taxi Driver. It is amazing. But yeah, we're gonna walk down the stairs. It's actually pretty easy to walk down the stairs. Just keep walking, and you'll be fine. In that case, we can go to Folk Village, and I will show, eventually, running Dragon Case for transport. Actually, to be honest, when I tend to play this game, I usually will just go in that door and come right into Folk Village. But in this case, yeah, let's show myself walking down the stairs. Yeah, Goemon's just having a blast. Well, here's some really good music here for Computer Mountain. I mean, as I said, the whole soundtrack of this game is awesome. There's certain tracks that I tend not to hear much, because I'm not in the area very long, but it's ones that you kind of enjoy it here. But we got something going on over here in Folk Village. Yeah, this is Folk Village of Awa. It's famous for folk dancing, but as we were mentioning, there is not much dancing going on here because the children were kidnapped. Alright, so here's the restaurant. Yeah, you can choose things to eat. You can get an orange, noodles, and bonito. Yeah, I'll take an orange. Fresh, natural, no chemical additives. Strength gauge increased by 2. That's fine, that's all I really need. And you can also buy more if it's like, hey, I need more. I also don't think it's a case where you can just keep gorging yourself and get into a case like that, where like, hey, you get sick or something. Alright, he'll tell you about the God of Money. So in that case, if you ignore going up the mountain, he'll say like, hey, go up there. Actually, you do need to go up there. For the purpose of the next dungeon, in order to get into it, you need to have that. Kids that kidnapped, dragons fly the skies. How am I supposed to concentrate on raising the crops? What crops? Seems like they're all destroyed. The blue dragon's a kind, gentle fellow. Okay, so he knows the truth about what's going on with that, but, it's everybody else. Also, here's some hay bales, and there is a silver fortune doll underneath that. I think there's a way to exploit getting under that, that's not in the way we're gonna do it, but we'll do it the way you're intended. Actually, that'll be a good case of... Actually, no, we'll use the dragon then for the transport. Okay. The other creatures of fantasy stories, correct? Do they really blow fire from their mouths? Well, not this one. This one didn't. At least I don't think there's a case he does. Unless I really forget the end of the game. So please look for the children. Because the person that finds children got a fantastic reward. Yeah. Hey, I wasn't gonna do it for a reward, but I'll take something for that. No problem. My skin's so smooth and gentle, they mistake me for a child and try to kidnap me. Well, so yeah, stay in the house. So I guess she's got the right idea. And you do get this very kind of mysterious music going on here. Actually, this is not the default music of this area. So it's like Super Mario RPG where you go to a town that's in trouble, and it's like, hey, wait a minute, it's more, you know, weird as far as the music. Okay. Folk Jets Championship is going to be canceled likely. I have to eat until I forget this. Okay, so he's stress eating on what's going on. So in that case, we got to take care of this town for multiple reasons. Okay. Hi. Single day of dragon flies above the village, making a really scary growl sound, like my father. Oh, okay. So yeah, she's like got a nervous case of that. Might be something you might want to talk with a therapist about, perhaps. Which I guess they exist in this time. That goes to the. I mean, ElecVerse brought that point up, and that's the other thing. I love when he and anybody in chat brings up a point like that. The question like, who would necessarily think to ask a question about it? You're like, no, I'm glad that people ask a question like that, because then I can say like, maybe there is an answer. I'm the only kid left in this village, so in order not to be trapped by the dragon, I use this fake beard. Oh no, I forgot to bring it. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you don't have a beard, my friend. So yeah, but he just hid in the house, and I guess the dragon forgot. Or we saved Kiryuta quickly enough, and he's like, fine. All right, the doggy wants to go to the hot springs, but can't get in because it's been closed. Okay. And we'll see that when we get there. Alright, there's the general store. Yeah, I still have not died yet. So, yeah, that, fine. If I do die, I'll have that ready so that I will revive myself. Okay, and yeah, the, hotel's here. Children in the village are kidnapped by the large blue dragon. Yeah, that's true. Past the village gate, you get Kapira Mountain, which we went. Unless you pay a bit. Yeah, so basically she'll tell you, yeah, you gotta go there, otherwise you're not getting anywhere. Oh, right. Airplanes is what I transferred to the tourist center. No transfer, though. It was a heck of a lot more horrifying than an airplane. Okay, so I guess this is... Yeah, so I guess this must be a modern thing if there's an airplane. Alright, this is the Uedo Tourist Center in Awa. Transit Tourist Center of Awaji Island. Cost you 10 Rio. Okay, so here's the deal. You can come in here after you save Kiryuta. Kiryuta, as we mentioned, is like, yeah, go to being a tourist. So fine, he's not going to be a tourist. He's basically playing the part of going around and working at the transfer center. So you can pay the 10 Rio to get over there. Again. But then again, we have the hookup. I'll show this briefly. That's the whistle. By the way, I did hit the B button to stop it. You have to wait until it fully plays, and then it'll show up and he'll let you go somewhere. But since you can do that for free, there's really no reason to go to any of the transport centers, honestly. In fact, I'm surprised they don't say, like, hey, it's free because you were willing to help us. So your device is activated by lighting the torch of the red Dharma. Why am I saying something so important? Yeah, so basically they will give you hints. That's the other thing. I'll go on one other thing as we're at the hotel, which is what I'm looking for because I want to do a save over here. They will give you enough hints, so the question is, like, this game is well designed in the sense of, are you necessarily going to be walled in the game? And, okay, fine, let me rephrase that. In terms of progression from towns, no. In terms of in the dungeons or castles, maybe. Oh, you can buy the surprise pack. I don't need to buy that. I'm already at 5 lives, and 0 does count as a life, by the way, in this game. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go actually out this way. Because I want to see where the hot springs are. And they are over this way. As we're going to Tosa. Oh my god, I love the music here. It's so good. I just say that every 5 seconds, pretty much, because it is true every case. Ow. But it just sounds so high quality, the way the instrumentation goes on. I love it. It just sounds terrific. It sounds unique. It doesn't sound like other games on the N64. At a time in 1998 when this came out, when people were saying like, hey, the cartridge limitations of this console are a liability. You had companies like Konami, you had Interplay with Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, you had LucasArts with Star Wars Rogue Squadron, and, well, Fact 5 specifically made that, say that, no, the Nintendo 64 has capabilities that you would not think you'd be able to get in terms of its audio. And Zelda, the Zelda games also indicated that. And this is another one, and it just sounds so terrific. I could get the sense of thinking that this has been on a CD system. Fortunately, it wasn't on a CD system, which is too bad, because, like, it's one of those things that I kind of would have liked to have heard what a full orchestra, a full instrument thing could do to a soundtrack like this. Or almost like, the Snowboard Kids games, because there is a port of that first Snowboard Kids game on the PlayStation 1, that was in Japan only, the Snowboard Kids Plus. And I think the fall, I've fallen down the bridge, but there is one place of the bridge. Okay, it's not that one. It's over there. Because there's a silver fortune doll on that island. Which is why I fell down for that. But yeah, they did have CD versions of the Nintendo 64 music. Although, actually, that's another one where Atlas, when it came to the stuff they did on the N64, it sounded like CD almost anyway. So, in some cases with that Snowbo Kids Plus, that's what's called for Japan for PlayStation 1, it didn't really have a whole lot to improve on that much, but sure sounded much cleaner, or a bit cleaner, I should say. So it's the idea of, like, getting the CD perspective, like, whoa, whoa! Okay, I think I want to jump off this one. Got it, okay. Alright, good job. Alright, 2 more, we'll have our strength gauge increase. Or hearts. They're your hearts, that's what they are. It's like Zelda, so that's basically just what I'm gonna call it. Let's get some money as we go along. Yeah, and you see I'm getting a lot of money. Also, unlike Zelda, you do not have a cap of 500 Rio in this case. Actually, your cap goes well over 1,000. You can actually get up to, I think... I don't know what the limit of money is on this. I think it might be 9,999. It's a lot. If easily, I guess you could find out. Actually, I might end up finding out if I do, like, the off-screen money grind. Which I might do. Actually, I think I just should, just for the purpose of that. So at least get an answer, as I did when it came to the idea of, like, what happens if I let Benkei, or lose that game of his. Whoa! Yeah, I'll just gotta be careful getting across this. Also, you do want to jump across where those, differently colored parts of the bridge are, because, yeah, if you walk over them, they'll instantly fall. So you can't just run across them and then have it so you'll be fine. Alright, so we're in EO. This is where the hot springs are, so to say. Yeah, Taiko Drummer, yeah, you gotta die. Alright. So, the hot springs are up here after I get to the top. But there is one of the places I'm gonna go before we we need to get in there. Because, yeah, the kid said we can't get in there. Actually, the dog said we can't get in there. Yeah, why can't we get in there? Yeah, because the door's sealed shut, and the only thing there is a hole. Ow! Yeah, like, that looked like it hurt Goemon, for sure. I do love that when you get hit. In fact, I'll show this. Okay, unless he turns the other way. Okay, yeah, he looks a little more hurt, and even the eye as well. Let's show that case of her. I just love that, the idea that the characters do look like they're in pain, and it gives a lot of life to their character models. When you think about that, facial expressions in games were not done that much, especially on 3D polygonal models. I did not see that happening much. Something to be said about the fact of the care and the love and the passion that was clearly put into this. Ow. It's like, okay, yeah, it was weird. It also looked like it shifted weird when we went in the door. Alright, here's the coffee shop. Huge dragon flying around. Careful you don't get eaten. Now, I do need to come in here because I do need to talk to this guy, because they'll tell me what I have to do in order to get into that hole over the Togo Hot Springs. Only a dwarf can enter that hole, so that's small. Well, okay, two people. Cave behind the hot springs, but it's been closed. And he's starting to stink, so yeah, he apparently doesn't believe in bathing unless he goes over there. Okay, talk to her. Might not believe me, but I saw a dwarf in Zazentown. Kinda cool looking, but also looked real mean. When you said real mean... No, I'm not taking your dumplings this time, sorry. They were good last time. Well, I can get the health going on. Alright, we're gonna do the fight back. So pull out the flute and play it. And let it play the whole way without hitting the B button. Alright, when you do that, Koryuta's here, and so any area that has that little icon on it that you pass by, so it's a town, a village, a coffee shop, or a castle, you can use that and transport to anywhere. So we have Io's coffee shop, that's where we are. Kapira's coffee shop, Pokepoke Village, Key's coffee shop, Zazentown, Kai's coffee shop, the Transform Moedo Castle. It basically puts you right outside any castle you pick that's there. Go to Zazentown. Also, this is a load screen in disguise, by the way, because every time you select something for this, it does have to do this animation each time, and you can't skip it. Perfect time to take water break, or water drink, I should say. Or, oh right, I finished my cider earlier. We do need to go back to Zazentown because they were saying, like, hey, there's somebody here, looks really mean, and like, wait a minute, I know who that is. And it's not Benkei. It's Ushiwaka. I think it's yeah, I believe it's Ushiwaka. This is weird. I was like, wait, is Ushiwaka or Ushikawa? I think it's Ushiwaka. Alright, so we're gonna go back and see him. Same place he was, at his, not house. Actually, this case, what's gonna happen is we actually have to talk to him in order to go to... Actually, yeah, the area over there. Through that door. But first, we have to go down the stream and find him. It's back in town. Actually, I guess one other thing I didn't mention when we were here, the sunset as far as the sky. I just love that. So it gives it this great personality idea, like, yeah, the sun is setting for the day as far as how it was, and just is such a great atmosphere. Alright, so back up the ladder, let's see what Ushiwaka is. Yeah, it looks like no one's here. Oh, wait, no, yes there is. Alright, so here he is. So here's Ushiwaka. He's really small. Yeah, what happened to you? Why are you so small? Alright, let me tell you. The sweets of the Golden Temple are the kind of thing that if you eat 8 of them in a row, you get a power that lets you shrink. If you want to do that, go over there. I'll be waiting. Alright, so yeah, we gotta follow him over there. And we need to get this... We need to do this in order to get to the Doga Hot Springs and actually also to get that Silver Fortune Doll that is in Fokipoke Village. Actually, this is going to be our first case of getting a magic spell, because each character in this game does have a magic spell they get. And if you wonder, like, wait a second, who do we pull out for this? They will tell you. In this case, yeah, I can just keep doing the climb, and we'll go over to where the Golden Temple is, which is not too far. It might look a dog, but that's actually a secret. So, wait, you're not a dog? Yeah, because you can talk to the animals in this game, so you're regular Dr. Doolittles as far as how it is. I guess maybe they're not actually animals. Okay, so here he is. Let's talk to him. He wouldn't be for you. Gotta be someone with a big nose with thread of eyes. So they'll say, like, hey, these challenges for the magic are for specific people. Yeah, thread of eyes, that's Ibisumaru. And, yeah, we're getting meta saying, like, yeah, the narrator's gonna tell. So Elephant is gonna take over on this one. Okay, so you're playing a minigame for your magic challenge. The first one, it's Ibisumaru's. So what's gonna happen is, as Ushiwaka said, the sweets in the cupboard are gonna fall down from the top, and if you catch 8 of them, you win, and you get the ability to shrink. Yeah, but if you're seen catching these sweets, you're gonna get yourself hurt, and if you get hit 3 times, you lose, and you have to start over. And you pick them up in 98 seconds. Yeah, we see that shaking of the wall over there, hide behind something, and make sure you're in the shadow. Ow! Yeah, but sometimes they'll hit you. Yeah, he'll look that way, and then he'll do something. If you know what, I'll show what happens when you're, not in the shadow. Yeah, he'll drop, batteries that explode. Or bombs. Okay, fine. So as soon as you see that shaking, basically just go back into that element and stay behind the shadow. And then you won't be caught. And he'll close it. So actually, I guess it's a little bit of a precursor to Metal Gear Solid, when I think about it. Because Metal Gear Solid came out a couple of months after this game. It was Konami who released it. It was not the same Konami team that made this. But that being said, it is still that stealth element. So it's... I guess you get that perspective of... the... And I guess if you get hit... Actually, I probably should just put... I'll put the, like, the Metal Gear Solid, you know... You got caught thing when I got caught a few, about a minute or so ago. I guess if I die, I don't think I'm gonna die, because I only have to get one of these. And you have 99 seconds, so it's a lot of time. So make sure not to hit the enemy again. Oh shit, where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Alright, got it. I was gonna say if I lost, I would put in the But I was like, yeah, I won, so either way. Okay, so now we can do shrinking. So this is the mini Ibisu power. Hit the C down button in order to use it. Or C up button, I should say. C down is your, switching characters. And when you're using this, you can't attack. I'll show you how this works. Make sure you're standing still, by the way, otherwise it doesn't work. So yeah, in that case, you're really tiny. You can barely jump, you can't attack, so what's the point? It's to get into the areas that you, can't get to. So, first thing we're gonna do is we'll pull out Yai, and we're gonna take a flight back to, Fokipoke Village. And since Fokipoke Village is on the way to where we need to go, that's fine. Although I still probably, transport over to where the Doga Hot Springs are anyway. As I said, I found a good use for these, not load times. Although I don't know necessarily, I'll have to look into this. Maybe there's an answer for this. was this done for the purpose of covering up a load? I mean, it's a cartridge game, so then why would it need to load? Well, we mentioned on the show before, we mentioned when we played Batman Forever, the fact that the way they compressed the cartridge, it meant that there's loading times. I mean, and that's not to say, like, oh, that means it's a bad game, that it's only bad games that do that. I mean, one of my favorite games on Nintendo 64, Perfect Dark, does that. It has compression and there's loading where it has to basically build the level before it comes in, to the point where the Xbox 360 loads better, or the version on that on the Xbox 360 loads better. Alright, so we got that, and I'm gonna pull out Gaijin. We got another flight. We'll go back to the hot springs. Alright, to the EO's coffee shop we go. And next we'll go in there and we'll be able to go into our next dungeon. Or castle. I have to get out of that mentality. I'm in the Zelda mentality. It's like, there are castles in this game. There are no dungeons, technically, but they function the same way. Yeah, in that case, yeah, switch my weapons, like, yeah, slice that thing in half. Because that's the thing, when you're running the flute, yeah, it doesn't do anything when you're in the air, so you can't, like, take it out and hit things with it. Then again, you probably wouldn't want to unless to break. Okay, so yeah, with Bismarck, we can go down here. Okay, perfect. And that would go through here, and also is revealing, actually, that was not a, okay. Alright, it was a door, yes, but it just looks like it's a cardboard cutout. Like a wood cut. I was like, yeah, so in that case, yeah, what's the reason going in there? And somehow I avoided getting hit by that fire. I don't know how that happened, by hitting these. I was gonna say it looks like a pencil thing, but it's not. I think there's something, as far as the Japanese cultural element of what that is. But, okay, here's the other thing I'll indicate, because this is the hot springs. Here they are. It just is puddles, so what's the point of this? Well, nothing if you stand into it. Hold the Z button down for about 5 seconds. You get a full health recovery. So yeah, you can use that here. So yeah, that's why people want to go to the hot springs, so they get a full recovery that way. And that's how it's operating. But yeah, our next castle is through here. You do need the mini beast superpower to do this, and you also need the Metal of Flames that we got from Computer Mountain. But before we go into that, we're going over here as the textures are shimmering for some reason. Whoa! You jump through the cage, there's a hole there, and come down here, and here is the Silver Fortune Doll. Yeah, you get these things really quickly, as it turns out, a lot of the way. I was realizing, looking back on the first part I did, because it's been so damn long, I was getting tons of these as they went along. And they're not always hidden massively, although actually this castle will change that a little bit. Keep enjoying just the great music and atmosphere. I just love that. That's, I say, I'm fine. I see I don't look a broken record that way, but I don't know, it bears repeating. Maybe it bears repeating in the perspective of, hey, there are people who'd want to play this game, people who'd want to experience this who might not have. Because, yeah, this, I guess I'll go into that as well. Because this game sold not badly. Well, fine, it was not a massive seller on the system. It's not something that was selling like multiple millions of units. Hell, it didn't even sell 1 million units. It sold 200,000. Which was okay, I mean, for something like this. But then again, it's also something that, yeah, it clearly had a bit of a cult element for it as far as a cult following. I mean, that's how I discovered it, and that's why I then bought it a couple of years after. Well, okay, fine. Right away it came out, and then I bought it, I think, about 8 years after that at a used game store. And I was very glad to have done that, but also something that I think there are people who like this. And especially if you love Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, and you played them to death, like, I've done everything I can in that. I want something new. This is that new game. As we're going into the Ghost Toys Castle. Oh my god, the music's so good. It's just this bass thing. Like, okay, so to get in here, they're saying the the Dharma statues, wherever they are. Yeah, you have to throw out the flames of justice on, or the fire of, the metal flame. Light the torches and go in. That's the one thing you do need to use it to. Also, you need to play that crane game. We gotta turn the power on. There's a nice prize in there we gotta have as we're going through. And I love this temple, or, you know, it's sort of a temple, or castle. Just for, I guess, the idea of the atmosphere it sets. Is this kind of dark, moody, mysterious thing. Even looking at the way it's laid out. Kind of how it's going with the colors there as far as this. It is all about toys, hence its name. Yeah, Spike toys. I mean, yeah, what kind of toy is that about? There are also a lot of silver fortune dolls on the way, and I'm gonna go find them. Or pick them up as we see them. So actually, now I'm thinking about it as far as, like, it's like a toy level. I mean, we played, World of Illusion last week. And Castle Illusion in particular, the game that came before that, had a toy level for it. I mean, this is definitely different than the toy levels in something like that, or in... Well, when we get to Land of Illusion on Game Gear, that's another one. But I mean, I'm trying to think of other games that had, like, toy levels that were not, you know, part of that Illusion series. Chat, feel free to go into anything like that of it. I mean, okay, fine, I can think of one. And it's a game that actually has a puzzle a lot like this one. It's a game, it was on N64, it's called Chameleon Twist. It was also one that kind of had a little bit of a cult following to itself. It came out in 1997 from Sunsoft and Japan Supply System, who developed it. And I got a sequel, I never played that sequel. It's kind of like a 3D Yoshi game a little bit, in the sense you're this chameleon with this really long tongue that you can move around with the control stick and kind of use it to kind of grab onto poles and things, swing around. It's interesting, but it has some weird stuff as far as how it controls, especially the camera. The camera in that game is awful. Even my issues with the camera in this thing put aside, yeah, that game is really bad within places, because there's a lot of areas where you can't adjust it whatsoever, and it is not a pleasant case to make blind jumps with it. As I said, this game admittedly has a worse camera than I remember. I'm not going to lie about that. It's extremely high maintenance, as we're seeing. It's changing often on its own. That being said, you can at least control it, and even the areas where you can't control, like we saw actually on the way in here with the star block thing, I had to turn that corner. You can't actually turn the camera that way, so I kind of had to blind jump that one. But that game makes you do that way more. Although that game is also shorter, so it's okay to that. I don't know necessarily how its sequel went. It's another one that costs more than I thought it was. I think it's like $80 now. The first one, though, costs like next to nothing. Or almost next to nothing. At least it did last time I checked. Alright, so there's the silver key, but before we go, I'm gonna show a little thing. You pick up the, I guess this flower bud here. Yeah, I guess, oh no, yeah. Goemon's not happy that I'm making him do this. He's looking angry. Look at that. Like, yeah, I don't want to be gardening. He's like, fuck this. Why would I do this? Well, there's a good reason to be doing this. Come up here with this. You have to use that elevator. Hit the B button in the or hit the B button there. It grows, and there you go. There's a money and health thing. So yeah, there's money here. Just keep running. Keep picking everything out of it. See the frame rate go down a little bit, but get everything out, and make sure you pick up the money and everything before it flashes and goes away. I believe you can only do that once you come in this room. It's something I missed, I believe, when I played it the first time, but alright, let's go in. Alright, so yeah, in this case we also have Mahjong titles, or like Shogi titles, specifically. So yeah, we're definitely getting into a case of like a toy element, but it's a lot of Japanese toys, but also in some cases not. Alright, that being said, there's one thing I want to go over here for. It is on a tightrope. Oh shit, and you fall off. Yeah, that happens a lot. Because you can walk on that, you have to be pretty much threading that needle the entire way. Actually, on my test play, I did it the first time. I think maybe on the last time I played this, I did it the first time. But yeah, in this case, yeah, made that jump. Fine. Actually, on my test play, what I didn't do is make that jump correctly. Specifically, okay, so what you want to do is send the camera backwards. Kind of go slow, because you can walk slowly doing the movement with the control stick, thankfully, so that's nice. There, that's a gold fortune doll. That is a hard container. So you're realizing when we're beating bosses, we're not getting one of those each time. But in this dungeon, a couple other places, or castle, fine. Castle dungeon, you know what I mean. You get the gold fortune doll. What it does is increase your health level by 1 instantly. There are a couple of these in the game. We'll get all of them eventually. Though not as many as the silver ones. Alright, there's an elevator. Before we go down that way, I want to check the other room. We do need to go down here for what we're doing. Oh wait, no, okay, never mind, I do have to, because there's a lock on the door. That's, I guess, the good thing of being able to see though. Oh, and I made that grab somehow while the camera was spinning out on the control. Alright, fine, since I came out of the room and came back in, let's get the money, and we'll go down there. Yeah, because I go down there. We need to get the power onto this place, and this is going to be the way we do it. Also, we're going to see here, whoa, as I grabbed onto that specifically. Down there. In fact, I'll show this. Actually, I could do that camera thing in the water. Okay, I guess I can't. But alright, down there, if I can move back. I got him on, move a little bit. Yeah, that cage down there. There's a silver fortune doll in there. I can't get this, because I need an ability to swim underwater, which we'll get later. We'll get that, I think, is one of the last things we do tonight. I will probably start the next part right there, so we can get it right away. And then continue with our cleanup. But yeah, in that case, I'll have to come back to that. Alright, so we're fine with that, getting a good feel of dumplings. Okay, so here we go. Hit that switch. Oh yeah, flashing light. But also fine, the lights are turning on. Actually, technically there's gonna be some flashing lights, I guess, if you want to put it this way, with what we're gonna get from that crane machine. We get one more silver fortune doll. Okay, so by turning that on... Yeah, okay, I skipped past that. I will put it back on screen when I edit this. Sorry about that. It basically is saying about the crane game. So you ever played these things? They're hard to win. You can win them. I have done that in life, at points in my life. It's been a while, though. You have to get the item in the middle. You only have 2 presses. You press the up one once and hold down on it until you get the shadow where you want it, and then right the same way. You do it in either order. Keep an eye on that shadow. And walk off when it's in the middle. And then do the same thing with this. Hopefully I can get this on the first try. Oh my god, did I do this on the first try? I did not do this on the first try when I played it last, or 2 years ago. Yeah, I think I did. Oh shit, I was like off by an inch. So in the words of Get Smart, missed it by that much. Yeah, you watch the shadow. That's the easy way to tell, but because it is behind glass, it's not easy to do that. And you do have to wait for this to go back, although I believe in the Japanese version there is a speedrun strategy that's regarding you moving off of that platform specifically. That, you know what, I might try this. Or maybe it's in the US version. So if I get this, I might potentially pull this out. Okay, I missed it again. Because the idea is when you do that, if you get the camera and you're basically in the position of when it drops there and you pick it up, by basically moving yourself while you're not seeing it, you can apparently exploit an element of the game that I think allows you to do some skips. I'll find that game's done quick play. I think maybe the Japanese version only has that. Alright, that's closer. You don't necessarily have to be that dead on, but I guess... Alright, I think that's too... Okay, never mind. That looked worse than it was. Yeah, but as I said, that Awesome Games Done Quick Play, I saw this a couple years ago, used that, and it was fascinating to see that. So I will dig that up. That'll be in the link list when I edit this in a few days. Alright, with that camera, let's pull out Ibisu Maru, because this is his. Yeah, that's the wind-up camera. It's a new item for him, and you hold the B button down, and a light shines. There will be sort of a flashing light whenever I do that, although fine, it's a camera flash, so yeah, that's the idea. You'll see items you normally wouldn't, and you see a camera, or like ghosts and things. So, how it works, you hold the B button down, it does that flash. When it goes solid and you're going like that, you let go and you take a picture of it, but I will show it in just a second. I don't really have a reason to show it now. And you actually have to use that in order to identify the ghosts so you can defeat them. Otherwise, they'll take free hits at you. And we don't want that to happen. In this case, you just keep going this way because you have the key. We can go to the next room. We'll get there. And you know what? I can also do this. I can take the boat over here, the shot there. Like, yeah, that goes really, 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 really fast. Which is fine because it got everything in the middle already. Okay, never mind. I guess you can, you know, drop the flower again when you leave the room. Okay, so, but we won't do that again. I just want to show up that one time. Alright, so there's the door over there, and actually there are ghosts I need to kill in that room. Okay, right here. So hold this button, and there's gonna be flashing when we do this, but it's not gonna be much. So I guess that might be the idea, like, hey, re-release, tone that down. It's like, fine, it's camera flash, it's whatever. Alright, so there's, Mr. Arrow. Tell me where the boss is, which, honestly, I've not really been using that. Oh, the music. Oh, here's what the music's picking up. I love when the music picks up here. Because you get the organ going on here, or the synth going, the lute. It's so good, oh my god. That's the other thing, the music's great on its own, but the fact that when you're going in the castles it's dynamic, it really makes you feel like you're making progress. It's awesome. It works as a great motivator for the gameplay while also just sounding amazing. Yeah, so yeah, and even before games like Rogue Squadron and Banjo-Kazooie were doing that, this game was doing it, and it's awesome to have that. And it's awesome music, the same way that both of those other games are. There you go, kill the ghost, get the silver key. Also, don't go in the water, it hurts you. So, and if you do go in the water, you have to swim your way out. But it's not like Zelda, where in some cases, like, hey, I was going in the water cases, and then you basically taking damage constantly, can't get out. This game is a little more forgiving with that. You just take damage, but it doesn't have, like, animation saying, like, you know, him getting hurt. Or anybody getting hurt and running. Oh, yeah, in that case, yeah, that, I guess that toy doll was going to be hurting that way. See, I'll say this, because going back to the idea of people playing this game or not, I remember the Crusader at 64, I'll ask him about this when we do Shadow Hearts next week. He played this game. I think he said, like, he rented it. Actually, he mentioned that when we did Majora's Mask for Part 4. But I'm wondering, A, how far he got, and B, if he saw, like, these creepy doll things. I know he hates that idea of, like, I don't know necessarily love this. Or it almost looks like, actually looks a little bit like Mr. Bill, a little bit. Familiar with him, you know, the, like that puppet character from Saturday Night Live, who always gotten these horrible things, like, oh no! And then the Pizza Hut commercials for Pizza Hut were based on that, because I think it was the same guy who worked on those commercials who did Mr. Bill. Alright, so, let's go in here and seeing what's going on. Yeah, we do need to go to, across this, to get the key. Going on the spinning tops. We're talking Inuyasha before. It's like, yeah, Ship always had the, spinning top thing. Yeah, because for a while I was like, wait, what is this? It looked like, I didn't know what these were. And I looked like, wait, it's a toy castle. They're top, okay. And it's not like Chameleon Twist. Thinking back to that one where you can just stick your tongue onto the wood pawl and then, grab your way across. You can't use the, I've got to show this. You can't use the chain pipe to hook onto this. Alright, so yeah, guy, let's get going. Well, you do want to wait because some of the tops will only line up very specifically at certain points. And the other thing you should do is showing off the idle animations of them every so often. Oh, yeah, I'll show it at the end. Shit. Okay, good. I thought I missed that jump. Yeah, she doesn't like the dolls either. Alright, so there's the silver key. Yeah, you know what? I'll try and get back without hitting the water, but if I do hit the water, I will show it happens. Whoa! Fine, we'll compromise. I made it most of the way. You do take damage every few seconds, so yeah, get out of the water quick. I don't know necessarily what that red stuff's supposed to be. Maybe fruit punch? I guess maybe if it's supposed to be a toy castle, or, I don't know, poison. Maybe that's the idea. It's like, yeah, you know, they say sometimes with toys, the idea is like, hey, if you ingest something in them which you're not supposed to, but busting them, yeah, that'd be dangerous to a child or something, or anyone, really. Maybe it's something like that. Yeah, these toys are not up to code or something. Well, fine. The spike balls certainly aren't up to code, or to, I don't know, safety measures. I don't know, maybe the toys that Sid would play with from Toy Story. Alright, that being said, you do want to go over here because there's a key door over there. Those are ghosts, so that means Abyss Mars taking care of them. I think, I believe as far as the lore of this franchise, I think he's supposed to be afraid of ghosts. I think, honestly, I think Goemon's Great Adventure goes with that more. At some point we should do that. I guess also, Chad, I'll put this to you as well, or to anybody else watching this as far as like YouTube later. What other game in this franchise do you want to see after we finish this one? It would probably be either that one or the Super Nintendo game, specific, because I can't show the Game Boy one yet, and I don't have Mr. Goemon on Switch. At that point, I'd probably show that with something else, just because. Alright, that being said, I am jumping over here because there's another Silver Fortune doll. Let me see one other thing. Since I have the map, I just want to make sure Is there anywhere else in this room I have not been to? Not that I'm seeing. You go right, because there's... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Actually, no, I think I need another key to get through that. Okay, so, alright, right. I need this key to go in this room, and the other key to go the other way. Okay. Also be careful the dangerous jump ropes. Yeah, you touch the ropes, they hurt you. That being said, I'm going in here and just gonna get what's here as far as items. Yeah, like, yeah, I need health after getting hurt by the evil jump ropes. Alright, I guess... Ow! Ow. Actually, you know what? Fine. Just because I've actually I'm going to do something on this show right now that I've never actually done, because I'm running through this, we're seeing what's going on. I actually was getting a little bit of a... Okay, fine. One thing I'll do before I do that. Take picture. You get the ghosts out, but it also shows where the floor is. Basically, where to walk and go get that gold key that's over there. Okay, got it. Yeah, you can basically walk across this, but then you fall in the water and get yourself hurt. But that's that case, and there's the gold key. And there's a surprise pack. Let's take that. Yeah, so I'm getting lives out like crazy. Okay, fine. As I said, what's that thing I was never doing? Actually, Edwack, who I work with, who's going to be on the show in 2 weeks. He usually tends to do his, as I mentioned, he does his, we're going to be doing Friday shows with him and Nikki specifically. Usually they have stuff going on Saturdays. Usually Saturdays, as he mentioned when we did House of the Dead remake, he said specifically, like, hey, we do like a movie night. I can actually answer a question he had because he pointed to me. He said specifically, Captain D-Trag, tonight we were watching Repo, the Genetic Opera, which came out in 2008. It's basically a very grungy kind of horror musical film that I believe was by Daryl and Busman, the guy who made Saw 2 and 3. I was not huge on those Saw movies that I saw. The first two I hated. And 3 I think is okay, but like, yeah, it's a poor man's 7. Although one that, unlike 7, does not have a icky modern perspective because of the fact that Kevin Spacey's involved. But that being said, he said, I'm curious to hear if you've seen this and what your thoughts are on it. Edwack, I'll answer you now. I'll also answer you in 2 weeks, specifically. I have not seen it. I've heard of it. It seemed like a weird take. I heard it was kind of... from what I've understood, it was kind of trying to be almost something like the Rocky Horror Picture Show a little bit, along with kind of a horror take on that. I don't know, Chad, if you're familiar with this movie, if you've seen it, and if you think it's any good. I've heard, actually, it was not very well reviewed when it came out. But I don't know if that's going to be, if it actually is a bad movie or not, or a good movie or not. Like, look, it's going to depend on who watches it, clearly. As it always is, because we run on that case with people who've been on this show. It's like, hey, they like certain games, don't like certain games, or like certain things, don't like certain things. But it definitely was one that seemed interesting, if nothing else. Maybe I should watch it. Like, fine. I have to watching the Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon anime. I guess I should be watching Repo, the Genetic Opera, as well, as far as getting ready for Guitar Man. I mean, fitting, I guess, that way. It's like, hey, that's a musical we're going to be playing in 2 weeks. Alright, we're getting the next case of music getting increased. Yeah, you get the, like, the music going on. I guess the, like the Japanese string instruments. I'm trying to remember what instrument it is specific. Yeah, there's the key door, which is over there, but we need to go the other way to open that. No, let's take Yai out. Yeah, but see, in that case, like, yeah, fine. And if you're wondering, like, why am I responding to that if Edwack is off doing his stuff? It's like, yeah, I followed a Discord site of his, and he pointed me out saying, like, hey, what about this? Let's play pool. Yeah, basically keep hitting pool balls in the order they tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And you'll get a key for that. Or you get the key, the silver key to open that door over there. And every time you hit the ball, it'll go in the hole automatically. Thank God. It's not like actual pool, which I tend to suck at. And game-wise, I don't... Well, fine. We'll do that when we play Shenmue, that's for sure, because there's the pool thing in that. But the only other case of pool I'm aware of was, and that went through me. The 8 ball went right through me. I don't know if anybody's played this. It was on N64. It was Virtual Pool by, I believe it was Interplay. It was on PlayStation initially, and they ported it to the Nintendo 64. It was interesting. It had really good controls as far as how it's using the control stick to manage the queue. Actually, some of the best control for that kind of thing I've seen in anything. And usually a lot of other cases when it comes to tools like mini-games. And stuff like, as I mentioned, Shenmue and Yakuza, and also some of the Grand Theft Auto games, like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had it, and I know 4 had it. Shenmue's a great game. Yeah, we're going to be doing Shenmue at some point. I want to try and figure if we can do that at the end of the year. I know there's some more, I guess we can go on to that as well, which is like some of the games we're going to be running this year that I know, that we've announced so far, but also that other ones that I know have been asked for. As I mentioned, ElecVerse wanted to see Donkey Kong Country 3. I think we can start that in February. And that'll be, I think, a 2-part as well, just because, oh shit, fell in the water, so I'm going to have to swim my way out. Yeah, because we're going to be running the, I'm going to play it on Super Nintendo for Donkey Kong Country 3, but I'm going to also look at the Game Boy Advance version, because there's interesting stuff with that that's unique, and I actually have that advanced game. As far as Shenmue's concerned, I want to show that later this year. I know also Metal Gear Solid 2 is one. We got some other stuff in the pipeline, I know. Sure, and the RPGs, which we still have Shadow Hearts and Parasite Eve going on. We got Lunar Silver Star Story Complete coming up, and later in the year we have Earthbound. And it's going to be guest case for each of those, because it's still Kinetics on Parasite Eve, it's still Crusader 64 on Shadow Hearts, and that's going to be Protorova for Lunar, and then Gemini 96 is going to be in for Earthbound. But for Shenmue, that's, I want to do that one. It's one I've mentioned a lot. I sort of showed it a little bit 2 months ago when we did the racing showcase, because I used that to play Hang On. But it is one that I want to go into deep. And actually, like with Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, it's one that kind of informed my perspective of like games focusing on Japanese culture very specifically. Ones that, in the case of both of these, with Konami made this and then Sega who made that one, that they really took a chance of saying that, hey, we're going to release these things in the US and other places outside Japan where they didn't do that great. I mean, but they also had these kind of cult elements, kind of like with Shadow Hearts as well, which we're doing next week, where they were very specific about themselves, but the things that I really attached to. And because when we're seeing with Shadow Hearts, let's go back to that, it's one that, hey, if I had a PS2 at the time and I had known about that, I probably would have loved it. So yeah, with Shenmue, we're going to do Shenmue for sure. We'll do the Dreamcast version for the first one, because the question of what version, because I have it on the Dreamcast, I have the Xbox One version, but I think I want to show Dreamcast specifically for that one. Alright, but, and feel free to go into any more on that, and also chat anything you want to see this year, because, hey, we do a viewer request at least once a month, so we can get to the games you want to see or want to be in on, for sure. Alright, so, yeah, we got a boss coming up. It's, Darmanyo. He is weak to the wind-up camera. You have to use the wind-up camera to find where his weak point is, so pull out, keep Abisamaru out, that's my thing, and pull the camera ready. Alright, so, yeah. Actually, I think that's the thing I was thinking about. The Dharma, I think that's like the toy. It's like the wind-up toy or something. Like it's not the stacking dolls. They're like takes of that for Japan. Like, yeah, so he is the robot there. So, yeah. What you do to him is you take a picture. It reveals his heart. That's all you gotta do for that part. They basically just pull your weapon out, and when he goes invisible like that, hit him in the heart. You can usually hit him once only, but if you time it right, you can hit him more than once. But also do things. He'll shoot missiles. He'll shoot him out of his hand there of his right hand. So if you go to the right of him, you usually always get hit. So don't go that way. He'll do a stab down with his metal arms. Almost looks a little bit like a Dr. Robotnik contraption from one of the Sonic games. He also do that swipe across. You also get a nice boss battle music here that's semi-unique. Oh shit. Yeah, in that case, he will always shoot the missiles out of that hand. I don't think I've ever seen him shoot out of the other one, even the last time I played it. If you're quaking him twice, you usually just wait till he gets to that case and just, when he goes invisible, hit him. And he's invincible, or you're invincible to walking into him when he's invisible. When he's not, yeah, you can get yourself hurt by touching him. So, just keep that in mind. Come on. Ow. Now fine, for variety's sake, let's take Yai out, let's slice his heart in half. Because I realized with The first castle we went to, I beat him with Abysmar. He does take a lot of hits, so it's worth pointing that out. I got him. Not too bad, but yeah, if you have low health, like I did when I was doing my test play, or if you're reckless, you can get in trouble. Alright, there's a star. Or a sun, I should say. We had the moon, we had a sun. Oh, fine, no, it's not. It's a miracle flower. Alright. So we heard Colin when we were taking care of Kiryuta. Yeah, he beat me up. I was only giving the kids a lesson in Peach Mountain dancing. So yeah, he kidnapped the kids to help them be dancers for, well, we're gonna see here. Yeah, this mystery man. Colin, your plan didn't work, did it? Without a question mark. But who are you? Alright, he'll tell us. These are the leader of the Peach Mountain Shogun group. Fresh spring breeze, come alive. The beautiful visions appear before my eyes. Okay, so this man is Spring Breeze Danson. He is the main villain of this game. As far as who voices him, I don't know. But I was able to do a lot of the voice performances in this game. Yeah, what an intro, indeed. As far as who it could be, I have two potential answers, so I will indicate them now. It is either, maybe somebody can give an answer to this, or if there's actual people are watching this video, or eventually will, maybe they can tell me. One could be Hirotaka Shimazawa, who's known as Shafurin, who actually was, some interesting stuff with him with voice stuff. He was the Old Man Owl in the Sonic the Hedgehog OVA, as well as Magner in Tales of Symphonia Dawn of the New World, or Dawn of a New World for the Wii, as well as, probably most famously, Inspector Juzo Megure on Detective Conan, and Shikami Danjo in Muramasa the Demon Blade for the Wii. It could have been him. Or it could have been Kochi Yamadera, who was the voice of the policeman in Kiki's Delivery Service, the Japanese version at least, as well as Tagura in Ghost of the Shell, the film, specifically, and also Mew in Pokemon, and since ElecVerse is indicating his interest in Kingdom Hearts, he voiced Donald Duck, as well as Beast and Genie in Kingdom Hearts, and he is the voice of Donald Duck in every entry of Kingdom Hearts. And also, in my case, he was Kain in the remake of Final Fantasy IV, and Titus Drautos in Final Fantasy XV. So yeah, Hirotaka Shimazawa or Kochi Yamadera, that's who could be voicing Spring Breeze Danson. I don't know who it is. I might be able to find a better answer when we come back this next month, but that's a possibility. As far as the other voice, because this is the other thing about deducing, the person we're going to meet at the end of the next castle, I know who voices them. It is someone very, very famous as far as Japanese culture is concerned. We'll get to that when we get to that. Yeah. But hey, you. What do you have up your sleeves? Up my sleeves? You mean my armpits, right? Yeah, I'm talking about the low blow. He's saying, yeah, we're not talking about that kind of sleeve. But even, yeah, that... You call me a joke, Antonio. Like, who's that? Well, there's Surrender Antonio, who's been on our show before, and will be on later this year. Gotta figure out on Super Mario Sunshine, because him and the Crusader 64 want to be in on that. And anything else he wants to be in. I think he might want to do Halo, because he loves Halo specifically. We'll figure that eventually. But fine. Antonio is the name that Sir Danson decides to call us if he feels it suits us. And Yanni's like, yeah, what are you doing with this name perspective? Yeah, she's being the name police. Yeah, we're done with this place, so let's get out of here. Prepare our next plans. Return home at once. Alright. Okay, fine. He's changing his name to Fernandez. So I was like, yeah, that's the odd idea. Or it's, I'm always thinking maybe in a different context. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the new boyfriend of Sweet Sister. I'm trying to remember the name of her from that game. Where he keeps saying the name wrong, but he says it intentionally wrong, actually, in a racist perspective. She calls him out, saying, like, his name's not Hernandez. It's not Rodriguez either, you racist fuck. I was like, yeah, fair enough. I was like, that's not what's happening here. Like, yeah, Fernandez, like, yeah, I'm not a Fernandez. But he was looking at you when he said it. So fine, I guess Abysmar is Antonio, Goemon is Fernandez, and Yai is not indicated specifically. Yeah, you're getting away of our great exchange plan. Or gorilla steak plan, either way. But that's not what I said. Yeah, but don't come to the Chugoku region no matter what. Alright, so he told us where to go. And Yai asking a very good question, which is, why do they always spin to escape? Is it some kind of, you know, dance move? Either way, we gotta get over there to the Chugoku region. Alright, so that's where we're heading next. So let's do a save, and we'll head off. And so we'll be back here next month for the purpose of getting the items that we need to have, for, getting the Silver Fortune Doll. Alright, yeah, we're back in EO, we can get our way out. Actually, also what I'm gonna do is, we're gonna take a flight. Yeah, and we will be heard out here. So, okay. So, we do need to go to the Chugoku region. In order to get there, we need to go to Zazen Town, which is right over here. And if you do get lost, I believe you can go back to the coffee shop outside of the hot springs and get an answer of where to go. But since I actually practiced this part of the game today because I wanted to get to the next castle, or at least wanted to get a sense of understanding running the next castle, because I didn't want to waste time there, because it's long. And that's going to be one of the last things we do tonight. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this. Actually, you know, let's go have a nice sleep, because I have tons of money. So if nothing else, I will show the enhanced sleeping elements. Although, fine, I showed it last time as far as part 1. Oh, fine, part 1-1. This is part 2. Or part 1-2, I should say. They said, this is, we're treating this like it's a fresh case. Alright, let's have a sleep. What room do we want? Alright, let's take the silver room. Pretty good room, I'm sure you'll love it. Alright, let's have a sleep. Alright, so pretty traditional. I like that, the idea that you're on the tatami mats like that. Yeah, the traditional, Japanese home room. There you go. Morning. Look forward to see you again. Alright, we'll see you later. So yeah, we gotta get to the Chugoku region, which is on the other side of town. Or the door to it is on the other side of town. It's that one that was, magically locked. By doing what we did, we have a way through. Because yeah, the, Spring Breeze dancing and Cullen went over that way so we can follow him. And it's right here. Okay, I just want to make sure I was going the right way. Alright, so here's the kid there. Finally got back. Okay, right, that's what happened. The Flake Gang's place in the Shikoku region. It's no place like home. Why are you here? I closed that door. Safety stopper system. If it's out of batteries, the door barely opens. Okay, oh wait, it does open now. Actually, before I go here, I just remember one thing. I do want to go back to Fokipoke Village, because I do want to show what happens when you save the children. I knew there was a reason I wanted to go back there, so let's go back there quickly, and then we'll go back right here. Fortunately, I said you're going to have to sit through this again. But it's not super long, it's just the idea like, hey, I wish I could skip it. Okay, yeah, the music changed. So, alright, so let's talk to everybody in town. This is John the dog. I was the first folk dance champion. But now he's saying something that's not important. Alright, for Tara's return, we once again form a pair and dance the night away. Alright, yeah, I remember why I wanted to come back here. My dad was in last year's folk dance championship. We tried to dance like Jekyll Maxon. Yeah, this might be a question of can they re-release that making a joke like that, but I don't know. That being said, that's the idea, but it looked more to me like some rain dance. Okay, so yeah, he doesn't have the moves. Force sees the weirdest dance every day. Weird sleep, it was weirder dance, it was driving me nuts. Alright, so she's home, and she'll be fine. And speaking of super things, I'm sure, and actually, you do want to talk to that guy so he's gonna give us something. I don't have excuses to slack off anywhere, so it was like, he's saying like, fine, I was doing that. He still is going on the identity of the... Oh, he does know it. And who knows, write an answer on a piece of paper, send him my attention. First time we dragon souvenirs. No, just kidding. Alright, so yeah, in that case, that's the idea. Alright, so let's see what she says. I just caught up with the flank guy, I feel the dance within me in a big way. Wow. Okay. Hey kid, why are you hiding over here? To get back, we're supposed to help out the farm. It's better the weirdos dance the dance. So, okay. he wanted to stay kidnapped, I guess because at that point he didn't have to work. No excuse to slack off because it's the same guy. Alright, so I do want to show that one guy, and then we will go back to Zazen Town and go to the Chugoku region. Alright, I envy you. You got something from the money god. Alright, that's fine. Alright, it's this way. I was like, wait a second. I just want to make sure where they are. By the way, I'm going to use that map when we go to the Chugoku region, because it's kind of easy to get yourself lost. It's your turn, that's great. But yeah, you said you had something, right? The reward? Oh. Yeah, give you a kiss. Alright, fine. Alright, so I guess it's good I had Yai selected for that. But yeah, she doesn't slice the sword him. I'm finally back for that weird talking about the Chugoku region on their big plan to stay put. Now the kids are in trouble over there. Alright, yeah, we'll take care of it, don't worry. Do a strange dance, type of folk dance with the hip movement. Okay, oh, okay. Talking about, Jekyll Maxon, but what about, Krelvis Esley? Dance anyway, dance the folk dance. Place called Hercules Goliath Beetle. Does that make folk dance her the Hercules Goliath Beetle folk dance? I don't know if I've actually ever seen that dialogue, and I've played this game for 20 years almost. Village meaning rebuilding the village or making some dragon buns. Okay. You do that. How about you, doggy? The children tell me there seems another castle in flakes in Chugoku's region. Alright, let's fly over there. Alright, so back to Zazen Town we go. Unless, I was gonna say, is there a closer coffee shop? Unless there's not. Just go over there, I'll go back to Chugoku region, and then we'll get going. But actually, the first thing we need to do is we need to get, Sasuke, back with us. Or Sasuke, I should say. Yeah, talk the Japanese thing is like, okay, I'll give this element to show that I'm, sort of have some remembrance of what my Japanese language was about, or teachings were about, which is the idea of, when it comes to, like, saying, why do they always say Sasuke for something like this, or Naruto, or something like that, why are you kind of ignoring the idea of the, why are you ignoring the U? I believe in some cases you can ignore the U as far as when it comes to doing a talk like that, and usually they will. Like, instead of Sasuke, it'll be Sasuke in some cases, I think. I guess the only other thing now I'm thinking about is, like, yeah, I was also thinking back to is, like, hey, understanding that knowledge, I mean, that actually gave me an interesting perspective when I saw the movie Lost in Translation. It's like, everything you're saying, like, trying to understand the Japanese language, like, why is there the element of the R's and L's is like, well, I understand the what they mean by that just because of the fact, like, okay, I understand the languages. Alright, we are in BC, by the way. There's also a door that's opened by a key over there. I don't know how to open that, but we might do that for cleanup next time. But I do know to get through those cracked walls. The way to get through those cracked walls is get Sasuke over here and back into play. Now, to do that, we've got to get his batteries. They're in the area, and also the next castle is around here, too. And since I did that earlier today, as far as, like, what that next castle is, I know exactly where I need to go, because otherwise they're going to be there for not super long time, but also a case that it did take me a little longer when we played it the first time than I would have liked. And I want to avoid that. Ow! Okay, wow, okay, that was kind of dark. Now I'm thinking about that. Not only did slice the doll in half, I almost saw, like, this, oh my god, look on her face. I'll have a picture back of that just to show that idea. It's like, yeah, Yai is taking no prisoners. She's like, yeah, I don't care. Like, you're dying? It's like, yeah, I don't care. Yeah, she's cold-blooded, I guess. Although, that's the thing with Yai is that I don't know necessarily if Yai is necessarily cold-blooded, but she's very dedicated to this. Also, I do remember this part when I was playing before. That's an air... Okay, yeah, I think I actually had fallen there. I don't think there's anything over on the end, but there is a silver fortune doll on the gate over there. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm gonna swim slower, or I'll have to swim slower, unfortunately, but yeah, we'll have that fixed eventually. Actually, I don't know, maybe they do swim faster, but I don't know, maybe it just looks that way, because, yeah, I guess they all do a different case of it. He does freestyle swimming, Bismaru does the breaststroke, and... Oh no, she does the breaststroke, never mind. So yeah, that's oh no, both Bisamaru and what's the name? Yai do that. Okay, so yeah, element of swimming, type of swimming they do. Okay, perfect. Yeah, good reason to come there. Yeah, we have our we're already almost over halfway done with all of our health. Though it also helps they start you with 5 hearts in this game instead of 3 like Zelda. Yeah, I've almost made back the money I spent going to the hotel, so that's fine. You can hear this great music. Again, fine. It's every piece of music. There's not a bad piece of music in the entire soundtrack. But it's just worth pointing out when I hear it. It's like, oh yeah. Especially the flourishes on this track, the ones you hear in the... It just sounds so cool. It sounds so high quality, insanely high quality. I mean, as I said, it's like the Banjo-Kazooie thing. You listen to this music and you don't think N64, you think that this is real instruments. Which I guess it is, because I guess they did what Banjo-Kazooie did, which is that they sequenced the instruments. I think they had to have. It sounds too real for them not to have done that. Or maybe, like, I think Mad Maestro on PlayStation 2 did that, because that's another one where it runs MIDI music for real instruments, but the real instruments sound pretty close to actual real music, or real instruments, I should say. So in that case, it's like, they had to have done that. Okay, so there we go. That was there to come for the Silver Fortune Doll, but we do want to go to the next area where we can get some stuff taken care of as we're in Hagi. Yeah, get over here. Yeah, also, usually the enemies will die to one hit, with a couple exceptions. Yeah, so in that case, yeah, if I'm not careful, that's gonna be the problem. Yeah, I'm gonna bring out Goemon. I don't know, weirdly enough, maybe I haven't been running him enough. I was like, yeah, because you can play as any of the characters, and I guess the idea is you have to use all of them for the specific skills. So in that case, there's that as well. Okay, so... yeah, I'll go this way. Yeah, those also can jump over you. Which I think we saw at the beginning of the game, so like, okay, fine. Alright, so I'm looking for 2 places. I'm looking for... now, not here. Actually, I do have to come here later, because that's where the castle is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the other door. I'm looking for the desert, and I'm looking for the temple. And then I'll go over there, because we'll go there for the festival temple castle, I believe it's called. Alright, this is Hagi Highway. Actually, I didn't know it was called a highway. But alright, fine. Here we go. Izumo. Yeah, this is where we want to go. First we're going to the coffee shop. Ow! Trying to go in the direction of Kyushu. There's a strange wall that kept me from going forward. Okay. I saw it. There's a tube emitting electricity over the waters of Inaba. The oasis dune in Inaba, east of here, you'll find an electric tube floating that emits electricity. Yeah, may as well. Just get my health full. Okay. So yeah, you do need to go and get the batteries for Sasuke. That's what they're talking about. But here's the deal. You have to go to that one in the desert first before you get to the other one, which the other one is up in the temple, which is up on this hill. Up to the left. But you have to get these in the order that the game wants you to. You just follow the road this way. Now knock you down, and there you go. Yeah, so at the end of the road, we'll go into the desert and find our way to the oasis. And you want to use the map by hitting the C right button to get a sense of where you're going. Not that it's that descriptive of a map, in all honesty. I guess I probably should indicate that. Honestly, the maps in this are not as good as the maps in Zelda, because they don't tell you where items are. Although, fine, there's only Silver Fortune Doll specifically. Yeah, so here we are in the dunes of Inaba, I should say. We're gonna go where that water is. So in some ways, you can kind of put this up just to get a sense of that you're going in the right direction. But in some cases, you're pretty much just kind of following the dunes as much as you can. In some cases, like a wall in order to block you. And I think it's over this way. Unless maybe I'm in a dead end. Alright, yeah, I am. Okay, so yeah, if that happens, just go the other way. I mean, I guess it might be potentially easy to get lost in here, but... eventually you should be able to find your way. And if you do get sort of stuck, you use the map sort of to at least point you like, yeah, go where the water is. Or follow where the enemies are. In fact, yeah, there it is right there. Alright, so there over there is, it's more than an oasis, really. It almost looks like it's the side of a dam or something. Okay, so the first battery's over there on the right, and there's also a silver fortune doll, so we can take that. Alright, so Sasuke's #1 battery is right there. And we will show the battery as far as your pickups. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, right there. In item 2, which is your key items, by the way. Okay, so that's our next silver fortune doll. And now, okay, now we can go back out. We'll go to the shrine. We'll get the last battery, and Sasuke will join our party. Vitelli's been there the whole way. We've just been dragging his dead body with us. Or find his non-moving body specific. Because he's a robot, so like, yeah, he's not dead. We just power him up. Also, something to be said about my perspective, yeah, running through a desert when I have multiple bottles of water. It's like, yeah, usually when the idea is like when you're in a desert, you're like begging for water. So they say, no, I don't have to beg for it. It's right here. Ow. It also is weird, going back to that Rumble Pack thing, because I'm thinking of that as well. Because I said, hey, the Goemon Impact section is the only place where the Rumble Pack rumbles happen. And it's only the fighting section when you're in the first person. Imagine this game having Rumble the entire game. And I can't think of any game on this system that's like that, where there's Rumble Pack support that they don't advertise, and it only rumbles at one specific point of the game that you see 3 times. So most of the game, there's no rumble to it. I don't know what that's about. It just seems so bizarre. I said, I would have never known that until I, like, looked on the internet. Somebody said, like, oh, there's Rumble Pack support. It's like, wait, there is? I kind of was forward to the point where I said, fine, I'm just going to play up to that point to see if they're not lying. If they're not lying, it is. In fact, maybe what I should do is I probably should just do that for the purpose of recording and then show the fact that, hey, the Rumble's there. So maybe I can append that to... Yeah, I'll probably append that to the next part. I might do the recording of it on my off time before we do the next part, but I think I do want to indicate that. Give full record. I said, hey, we're going full on Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. I'll go full into the idea of, hey, this is Rumble Pack support, and I'll have proof of it by putting the Rumble Pack on the mic. Alright, so we're in Zumo 2. It's a lake with a large tree. In fact, we'll see the large trees right here. Here's the deal. The girl said... Okay, no, they didn't say this. Let me pull out of this. Alright, come on. Hang on, I'm hitting every button. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on. Okay, good. At first I thought my controls locked and I couldn't, do anything for that. Okay, so what you gotta do is, if you go back to the coffee shop, she'll say, like, hey, you got the 1 battery, good job, but if you come up here and take a picture of the tree with the camera, the other battery will appear. It's right there. So go climb and get it. Yeah, for a minute there, that was weird. It seemed like I was looking in the first-person view. Okay, and yeah, because you hold R and then hit C up to do that. You have to hold R and C down to come out of it. But I thought I was doing that, and it wasn't doing anything. I thought, wait, did I soft lock the game or something? But, thankfully I didn't. Alright, here's Sasuke's #2 battery. Okay, so we got the battery, so here's Electro Shiny Knight. Flashlight, by the way, when this happens. Alright, there is Sasuke. He's back. As I mentioned before, just I may as well reiterate it since we got him back. It is Junko Hori who voices Sasuke, who is Spritle on Speed Racer. Which I still can't get over that. Alright, so yeah, isn't that Ibisumaru? Exactly right. What am I doing here? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Your batteries are knocked out. He's like, yeah, why that happened? I don't know, there's a glitch in my memory circuit. I have trouble remembering. So, alright, it's the amnesia perspective, but I guess in that case you can also say, like, hey, I'll go have Wise Old Man repair it. But, well, let's talk about something, Sasuke. There's an explosion that demolished his house. Now he's gone missing. who would do such a thing. Yeah, it's the Peach Mountain Shoguns who did it. And now he's like, yeah, I'm going out of there. Why? Guys with a crazy name like that did that. Not only is he pissed about what they did to Wise Old Man, but it's like, yeah, they have a stupid name, so now they gotta pay. Yeah, no problem. Come with us. Alright, so that is the last of our party members. With Yushu Sasuke here, you can find doors with cracks and use the firecracker bomb. You do have to pay money each time you use that. In fact, I might go back and show that. I'll show that now. Because actually, there is a Silver Fortune doll in doing that. So actually, pull him out. Alright, so here he is. He is the smallest character, and he has that nice flourish when he does the jump. He also has the kunais. Also, weird enough, he's the only character who, when it comes to attacking his voices, he's the only one who only has one voice clip for that, or two. You sometimes heard when I do attacks, where they'll have certain voice clips that are different for their first and second attack sounds when you do the 3-hit combo. Sasuke doesn't have that. I don't know why that is. It seems kind of weird, but that being said, take him in here and we'll be able to use a firecracker bomb. He goes use it to kill enemies, but come over Bison and destroy everything here. Ow! And also his hit scream as well. That's the only one he has, which I don't understand that again. But alright, fine. His item is firecracker bomb. It costs 1 Ryo to use it. Boom. Yeah, in fact, there's a gold fortune doll. So yeah, that's the other reason to come back here and get that. So yeah, we're gonna be in good shape for the next castle, especially because when I was doing a test on that today, I realized, yeah, the boss is kind of hard with a few hearts. So you're doing your 5-heart run in this game, feasibly, yeah, you're gonna have a hell of a time doing that. Oh, I looked like I went through that attack. Okay, also there's a Silver Fortune doll. Alright, in that case, then we can go to where we need to go for that castle and get going. Actually, I don't... Yeah, and you can't use the firecracker bomb on the key door over there. As I said, I don't know how to open that. We'll open it, don't worry. I'll find out. It's always bugged me. It's all these years I played this game. I love this game to death, but it's also something that I thought to myself, wait a minute. I feel stupid that I'm not knowing how to do this. Oh, fine. We'll go through Aki, go the other side, and then actually that'll be the quickest way to get where we need to go. And actually, before we go there, I'll also show off Kyushu, because they were saying, like, hey, there's this barrier over there. I didn't actually show that, I don't think, last time. I also got a sense of over there, because when I played last time, I do remember pretty vividly trying to get an item over there on the side, but maybe there just isn't one. Oh, wait. Okay, no, never mind. There is. There's a Silver Fortune doll. Alright, that'll be out. Let's come back to that later. Alright, we're almost there. It's not too far, and actually that's the other thing about this game is that the areas are large enough, but they're not so large you're like, oh god, I don't want to traverse them. It's not like a Sonic 06 thing where you don't move very fast and the areas get really big, like, oh god, it's so much of a pain to navigate. But no, they compacted it in enough so it doesn't feel like it's overwhelming, but it's not too big, but it's not, they don't compact it in, or it's compacted in so it's not too overwhelming, but it's not too big, but that's a problem either. So yeah, the design's that just right. Okay. So with that, let's get going to our next area. Alright, this is Aki Yoshidai. And before we go over there, we have to go down there to the cave over there on the right. But there's also Kyushu, which we're going to have to go to way later in the game. Let's take a look at what they're talking about when it came to that force field. It's over by the gateway viewpoint. There's Kyushu, that island over there, but they're saying we can't get in. It's on the other side of this bridge. Yeah, just a... Okay, it's not a force field, it's just a sign. It's like, yeah, stay out or something. That's fine, we don't want to go there anyway right now. Instead, though, we're gonna go to the Festival Toy... Whoa, no. I said the Festival Toys Castle. Like, the Ghost Toys Castle, the Festival Temple, Castle, which is over here. And you do need Sasuke in order to get in there, because actually you do need to use the Firecracker Bomb to bust it open. Alright, you have to kill the kite thing. Yeah, Sasuke doesn't like the flying kite. He's like, yeah, you gotta die. Eh. Oh, yeah, keep going, keep going. Alright. Yeah, not really too much to say right now as we make our way through, but yeah, we do have to go to the cave, which is right over here. Yeah, Shuhodo. At the end of this is where we need to go for our next, castle. And now I'm thinking about this, because, like, wait a second, I'm trying to figure as far as, you know, where to keep the conversation going until we get in there. I guess it goes to one other thing ElecVerse is indicating, which is that, hey, with chat that way, it makes it a little easier to kind of have that operating. It's like, hey, discussion program, but hey, I can fill time. I know how to do that. I've been doing this for, almost 3 years now. I guess I've only gotten better with age, specific. Alright, but we are almost there. Just down here. There's the door. Boom. Alright, so here is, the Festival Temple Castle. Want to save? Absolutely. Boom. Yes, that's, yes to what, Dollyfin? The idea of, like, how that's going. As we're hearing this amazing music, oh my god, it's so good. Hear the ding 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 ding. It's very light guitar, as well as some nice bass stuff, and just the, kind of slow percussion. Also, there are, crushy areas. Don't get crushed by them, that is instant death. Oh shit! Speaking of which... Yeah, see, I had to open my big mouth. Filling time well. Yeah, yeah, and get my ass crushed, so yeah. Yeah, okay, Sasuke shouldn't be alive ever after that, given the fact he's a robot, but alright, we were able to, yeah, the extra life we had was able to get him back. He should be just a pile of circuits, but okay, fine. This is the Festival Temple Castle. This is a very big place. And it's also somewhere you gotta pay attention where you've been. So you want to find Mr. Elephant really quickly, and they give him to you very, very quickly in this level. But I love the music. And talk about feeling like you're getting somewhere with a stage. This one definitely makes you do that. Alright, so over there, just to give an idea behind the wall. There's a dumpling that gives you health. I don't need it now, so we can bypass and go this way. Wait, you said filling time wells. Yeah, to go back to that. Yeah, you're right. Because, hey, I have to. I mean, if I'm going to be doing a discussion program, I guess I have to. But then again, it's also something, I'll say this, I don't necessarily want to just be saying the same thing over and over again. So it becomes a question of how do I vary it up? And also, how do I do it without, I don't know, seeming like I'm kind of repeating myself if I'm trying not to repeat myself. Basically, give that a perspective of how is that operating. Because how many times I used to say "and again" all the fucking time with shows, but now I don't really do, or when I do, there's a reason for it. Okay, one thing there is over there is, coins. And I did get Mr. Elephant, he's over there, he is essential to this place. Yeah, let's show you. Yeah, because you have north, south, east, and west areas, and they tend to be pretty big places, and with multiple floors. That being said, the calming and very jazzy music here is something you'll still be in a good mood, even if you get lost. And like, I've gotten lost here a couple times. Alright, so there's the door with the key. So yeah, that's what you gotta do here. You gotta find where the key doors are. They're gonna let you in where you need to go next. And there's also, the Silver Fortune doll, I believe, up there, I can't get. Grab on the ladder. Yeah, I mean, remember, Sasuke did say his circuits were in trouble. Okay, there you go. So there's coins. Yeah, here's the other thing. Yeah, because the Silver Fortune doll is over here. But yeah, because you can't always grab on every ledge, you can't get up there. You have to come back. But in order to get to that door, gotta go on this one. Oh yeah, and you're getting the synth going on the dee-dee, dee-dee. So yeah, it's now picking up very nicely. It's good stuff. Oh my god. And you have them. Alright, so there's a gold key door. We can't go in that yet. Okay, yeah, so it is the festival temple, so it's like a Shinto, or it is like a big temple with like samurai sword armor coming to life and attacking you. Yeah, it does take 2 hits. They'll collapse the first hit, and then they'll be sliced the next one. Yeah, so basically just pretty much keep tabs on where you've been and where you're going, but the way the map tends to be is not always easy. Alright, so that's also going to be our way back for that, because we have the star blocks. Also, another thing to keep in mind with Sasuke, he tends to have a short reach with his kunais. So that's something to keep in mind. Ow. Okay, so yeah, this part... You have like a springy bridge case. So in that case, yeah, you have to kind of go on the other side in order to get back up, but also be kind of light with your jumps. So just kind of just tap the button so it goes down a little bit, but enough so you can get to where you need to go. And I think... I'm trying to remember which direction it is. Fine. Okay, this is just a room with dead end, which is fine. There's one other thing that I actually forgot, and it took me a while to run. I'll indicate that later. That I basically memorized. That's the reason I practiced this one castle right here today specifically, so that I need to remember how this is operating. I don't necessarily want to waste time in here, but I also want to make sure that I'm doing stuff efficiently. Not that I wasn't when I did this the first time, but it definitely was something that I said, oh yeah, when I found out where I need to go, I was like, I felt like a total idiot. I sort of did when I was doing tests today. I was like, okay, I'll know now, so it's fresh in my mind. Oh, shit. Actually, one thing I'll also show. I'll show something I did on the test play. And that is... Stop, you know what, fine. Yeah, let's take Goemon out. Ow, stop it. Alright, the coins. I did not know this, actually, until I was doing my test checks today on this. They cover the distance of the entire room. See that enemy over there? Let's throw the coin at him. It hit him. He fell over. I'm throwing it again. He's gonna die from that. Though there is health over there, so like maybe I shouldn't have done that. But hey, sometimes I'll go with this. Sometimes we played games, I think, where you sometimes have a projectile and it won't go across the entire screen. This game it does. Oh shit! Alright, fine. There is the fall that. Oh yeah, and when you do fall down, it's not death, but you do have the enemies respawn. But yeah, I was just saying, we played games where sometimes you have like a toss going across the screen like that, and you don't always get into a case where you're able to have it go all the way. And sometimes you question like, why can't it go across the whole screen? This game it does go across the whole screen, which is awesome. We're coming here for the Silver Key, which is actually going to be our... I think that's the way to go to where we need to go. And also, to get to the side, you need to jump across this one and get to that one, because the other ones do not come far across. Yeah, okay, yeah, we do. We only need to get into that one room. Okay, so there's some health. And that brings us down here. So yeah, it goes to the other side. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm gonna be actually pretty, I guess, not, I don't know, no, productive's not the right word. Pretty, specific and economical in terms of how I'm running the Festival Temple Castle. Because this can take a while if you don't know what you're doing. And honestly, even for me, when I did know what I was doing, it was like, yeah, like, where do I need to go? There's that one thing, and I will point that out specifically because I'm going there straight away now, after I, get out of here. Here's the thing, it's like a ancient temple as far as things. Yeah, there's weird tanks here. Just to hit them and they'll go away. Yeah, that star block is still handy. Okay. Oh, so there's nothing else we can do here, and there is a gold key over there, but we don't have a way to get through. So it's right there. Okay. Back here is a silver key door, so we can go there. And there's one place I'm going first, lest I forget. Guys, look at all these doors here. Look that way over there. I got distracted going the other way as I forgot to go to the one place I need to go. And you get the organ coming on here. Oh my god, it is lovely. As far as that on the soundtrack, yeah, it sounds like, yeah, we're ready for the show, and we are getting far and going on. It just sounds so cool. I love it. Oh, yeah, go in here. Whenever you come in here after getting that silver, go in here, please. Yeah, I learned this the hard way the last time I played this 2 years ago, and I'm gonna test play today, but I'm not forgetting for this show. And they'll give you hints to this, actually, if you go up where I got myself crushed. You need to get the Kunai of Severe Cold, which is a weapon for Sasuke. Allows you to stop flames coming out of the fox demon heads that you can see around, or cool down hot floors. Until it's holding the B button down and letting go of it, you can also use the Kunai Intense Hail Beam. And by the way, when I'm in this text thing, those enemies flying around will not hurt me. So yeah. Laugh it up and try and kill me. No, try and kill me, I'll be laughing it up. I can shoot in 3 directions. I won't do that. Okay, so yeah, the blue kunai. That is your kunai of sheer cold. Ow. Except this dungeon, yeah, or castle, the way the camera is, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. There you go. Yeah, you throw it. It does cause 1 Rio to use. It does freeze the enemies and will kill them 1 hit when they can be killed in 1 hit. And you hold the B button down. You each shoot 3 out. We do need this to get certain things here. And what happened, I'll tell you, just explain the stories, like why am I saying go here and that I missed this. I went everywhere else and thought to myself, wait a minute, there's something I'm missing. Did you see these platforms that have ice on them? And at that point, it's like, wait. Or no, they have a fire on them and you need to freeze them. I said, I need to get over there, but I don't remember where the item is. Or the kunais are. So that was what happened there. Okay. Oh, wait, no, there's a, hold on. There's another ladder going up, I believe. Okay, no, actually, no, there isn't. Never mind. Whoa, shit. Okay, no, there is on the other end. So, yeah, let's go up here. I don't necessarily need to go up here for anything too specific, but there is a surprise pack, so I can get the life I lost back. You just be able to go through and enjoy the music and the atmosphere and the idea of, yeah, how that's operating. Yeah, 'cause it's stuck on the wall. I do love the atmosphere and the look of this temple, or this, yeah, well, it is a temple. It's Festival Temple Castle. It just looks so great. It feels so distinct and so, as I said, in tune with the idea of what this game is looking at as far as it being very Japanese, but also something that is very appealing to see that. Very neat, yeah. I just look right through the wall there, like, yeah, it looked like there's nothing there. Or I turn the camera specifically, it looks like I'm walking on nothing. Okay, there we go. Alright, so there's my life. So, what I want to do now is I can feasibly just go through the rest of the dungeon quicker by leaving here and going to get the gold key. But I'm going to explore all the rooms. There are things I do want to get in here. Ow. Yeah, be careful of the boxes that come down because they'll explode. Also, I believe there are a couple silver fortune dolls around here. Actually, no, I can't go this way because there is a star block over there, but I can't actually reach it. My jump will not work correctly. That's the other thing, because of how this is operating, and also one other thing, I'll show this on the map. It shows 3 areas on that map, but also the map does not take into account the fact that, hey, there are these meshes here that I can't get through. And this is what happened, as I said, for not getting those kunais. Like, I went in every room except that one at the end. I was like, yeah, how did I miss that? I was like, that was my fault. Alright, speaking of what ElecVerse was saying, elements of Donkey Kong, yeah, I think he might have a point, because, yeah, this is an element of, you know, avoiding the barrel rolls going there. You gotta jump on the drums, and you're able to get yourself set. But usually when you land, you can't move, and also, when that happens, you also run into a case where, hey, you get yourself hurt by those guys. Alright, at least we got Mr. Arrow. Actually, I guess I'll show this, because, like, hey, when you use that, it says, where's the boss? The boss is the skull, so go up to, north. There he is. We'll see him later. Yeah, that's the other thing, because when you land, yeah, you can't move when you hit the ground. Whoa! Alright, fine, I'm gonna take care of you. Ow. Yeah, those things will just drop, usually out of nowhere, so you gotta be careful of that. Okay, here we go. And this is where I got stuck. It's like, wait a second, I know I need to use the kunais to cool these things down. You throw it and it cools down. It did not say cool down forever, so you gotta move quick. Not super fast, but that's the idea. And here's a new weapon for Misamaru. It's the Meat Saw Hammer. It is a new hammer that I unfortunately skipped past that one. Sorry about that. But what it does... Yeah, it's a different color that you attack enemies with this, they usually drop a dumpling. Usually. When you kill them. Yeah, in that case, yeah. It is almost guaranteed they will drop one. I think there's some cases where they won't, but it's not much. So if you're running out of health, you will not ever be in trouble again when you're running with a Misamaru. Actually, no, I think the way that it won't give you one is... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say it doesn't give you one when you're full health, but that's a lie. Of course it does. And that's that other end. So, alright, so there we go, good. Also, weird enough, you can't jump on that end of this... Yeah, I can sort of grab on the side, on the edge of that platform over on the side, but not on the other one. So it's very selective, and it's kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. Actually, no, I can't go this way now. So actually, let me go out here and pull out Goemon. Yeah, turn the camera, turn the camera. There we go. So now I can just star block to get over here. Yeah, you're usually supposed to go this way from going in that room, but I'm saying, like, fine, we're doing it this way. Actually, I think I've covered everything in this area in record time, so fine, let's get our way out. Alright, so fine, we'll run with the barrels this time. Yeah, the barrels will run faster than you do, but you can also hit them and destroy them for items. Okay, so yeah, that's it. I believe we got everything here. Oh, did we? No, wait, no, we did. No, we did. I got the surprise pack on the roof. Okay, so now where do we go? We have, in here, there's the gold key lock. Now, where I got myself crushed at the beginning of the temple, we gotta go back there. Also, we'll get to see the first indication, one other thing, which is that, yeah, the music will change as you go deeper into the castle. Also, yeah, you can sort of swim straight up. Keep that in mind for later. But when you go back to the beginning of the castle, the music will actually rechain back to what it was when we first came in. Okay, you know what, since we're here, let's go get the dumpling. So yeah, it goes back to when we had it with just the, like the light, percussion, or light percussion like guitar. So yeah, the music will change depending on where you go in the, castle, and it is determined, like, where is it going to change. Usually it's when you go on floor, but this one it's usually when you go in certain doors. Basically when you go through that door that has the, silver lock, and then when you go past that, usually. Alright, so you do need those kunais of sheer cold in order to go here and get the gold key. Although, you can technically not do that. I did actually go through that on my test play, so like, can I get across that without getting myself, without using that? You can, but the thing is, when you land on the platform, you do have knockback, so you usually fall in the pit, and even when I didn't, I got over there once on the other side, and the enemies killed me. So at that point, I had to start over again anyway, so yeah, just go get that, or miss the jump. Ah. Also, the other thing is this. You think, like, wait a second, how does this work for tossing this? As long as it goes over the platform, it will count as far as hitting it. So you don't have to necessarily hit it directly on the side, so it is pretty forgiving that way. Alright. Also, I believe there's a silver fortune doll up there. I think. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That is, that's somewhere I have to go. Actually, there might be something on the way. I can get that on the way back. Alright, you have 2 of these guys. Just slice them. Ow. Actually, yeah, I could freeze him. Yeah, that is a nice effect. And then he shatters. Alright, so he's like Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. Okay, yeah, this one, it does pay attention. It does pay to, you know, be a little careful with where you're hitting this. Because the platforms will go up and down, and depending on where you hit them, they'll stop there. So in that case, you can make it easier or harder on yourself depending where you hit them. Yeah, I'm not being stupid anymore. Like, yeah, just shatter them from distance. Alright, also there is a recovery dumpling. I don't want to have it. Also, there is a fox. There's the fox face. Yeah, so it goes back to Shadow Hearts. Actually, remember fox face from the first part of the game. I mean, we know who that is now because of how far we've come. Ow. What you can do with the ice kunai or the kunai sheer cold, it'll freeze it. Oh shit. Oh wait, there's nothing down here, is there? Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's just a safe place to fall. At first I thought there was an item there. Okay, so let's go back up. Yeah, fine. You can do what you gotta do, because the gold key's up this way. Also, one other thing to point out is when you hit that, as soon as you hit the platform, it counts as going cold. So you don't have to worry about hitting it accidentally or... Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, I just wanted to wait there. And yeah, and it will go back to being hot soon enough. Oh shit, that's too far. I was gonna say, yeah, could I make that jump? It's like, yeah, I just barely made it. Yeah, at this point, I just want to get through this part now. You could also ignore the not fox face, specifically. That's what I'll call it, because, yeah, it goes to Shadow Hearts. Okay. Yeah, there it is. But if I fall down there, I'll have to go through all that again. I don't want to do that. He's like, I was gonna take my time a little bit, but I can't completely on those platforms. Alright, and get more money. Yeah, Sasuke's getting paid. That's absolutely the case of what's going on here. Next stage, boom, just drop down here. Okay, there we go. We are on top of this. And there's some items here as far as money, and I believe there's... Oh, fine, there's dumpling here. And then we're almost at the end of the dungeon. Fine, I'm not going to correct myself anymore when it comes to dungeon castle thing. I don't know why I'm getting so pedantic about that, I really don't. But, that being said, that's the idea. Alright, here there's money. Yeah, there's also a gold fortune doll down here. You want to take that. Damn, more 13 arts. Alright, so now we can get to the end, and it's also the case where the tech of this game is going to show. In particular, the sense that this is pushing the system to the limit. And yeah, the frame is going to tank a bit as far as this, but it sure looks cool. Okay, so keep walking back. And it's not too far you have to go back. So there is backtracking here for sure, but it's not too bad. If you use something unique to do when you get there, so it's not too bad. Alright, so gold lock. This is the end of the dungeon. So, there's Fox Face again, I don't care. We'll see you next week, maybe, with Shadow Hearts. I don't know if we do... Well, fine. The character we'll see, probably. Maybe. But, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm talking on my ass on that, because I don't know. It's like, I've also made the promise to Crusader 64, as I mentioned, that I'm not looking forward even as far as, like, note stuff, specific. in the sense of what that is. It's like, yeah, we'll go or go with that. So it's like, yeah, I don't want you to spoil this game. It's like, oh, sure, okay, I'll adhere to that. Although I usually won't go for spoilers anyway when I can avoid it, just for the purpose of it. It's like, hey, if I'm not familiar with something, I want to have it go there. All right, here we go. Yeah, the koi fish kite setup over there. Whatever those. They're platforms. They also tank the frame rate pretty massively. So, in order to get over there, we need to go to where the mats are in front of them. And then jump on. Whoa. I don't know if there's any items over here in the water. Uh-oh. I missed the jump. Yeah, thankfully I missed it there. I didn't miss it at the top here, because this is a very, 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 very tall area. You have to jump onto those koi fish things and get it going. And also because the way the frame rate is, it's kind of something that I tend to maybe misjudge my jumps a bit. All right. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, when you see the mat right there like that, that's where it's going to stop. Just wait for it to come by. You might be able to walk on it, or sometimes you just jump, or shit, you'll miss the jump. All right. At least it happened here, not at the top. Because, yeah, I had that happen in my test plays. It's at the top. I was like, oh, no, I have to do all this all over again. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't necessarily say the platforming in this is exactly the best in the genre. It's probably easier to be Sasuke here only because of his small size, but it doesn't really matter. You can be anybody. I was like, yeah, you know what? Get on your chest that way and start falling. Okay, so what you want to do is, yeah, wait here and jump off. Because it won't necessarily drop you to just another side of something. Sometimes it'll make a specific leap. I would say, like, yeah. Okay, good, I didn't fall off. So yeah, when you get hit while you're on the ladder, you don't get fallen off, thank God. Okay, good. I fell only there, so like, I'll take that. Yeah, maybe this is the part where the frame rate and the camera kind of get in the way. Okay, so for this one, you actually have to go up here and jump where the dumpling is. You have to wait for that one to come back here and jump onto that right here. And don't worry about that ladder, that's kind of just a safe spot. I checked that earlier, thinking like, wait, there's something there. I was like, no, I don't think there is. You just wait. It is quite a look as far as like making that jump. Oh shit! Okay, thankfully I just landed here, which is... Oh, that's there. Perfect. Yeah, that's why they have that there. So you can land up where that was, or you can go this way, and you'll still be safe. If the dumpling's over there, you probably don't even need to bother. Yeah, chop them off. Yeah, you're going falling. Alright, and there's the last one, because we do need to go around. Okay, I hope I can make this. It doesn't go right to the end. Okay, never mind, it sort of does. Yeah, I'm feeling the vertigo. It's like, oh god, I gotta make this. And yeah, you can jump here and then go black. Thank god we made it. Okay. Whew. Yeah, so that stressful part is over, but now we can get to where we need to go, which is the boss. There's enemies here, just, yeah, kill them, kill them, kill them. Honestly, though, I just need to, I don't really need much. I just need a lot of health, which I have. There is something under the water, under this, because this is where the boss is. We'll have to come back to that later. I think one of them has a dumpling over here, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind. I'm mostly full health. That being said, for this boss, I do want someone who can hit far. I probably want to run Goemon for him. Yeah, return the red plates by hitting them. Okay. Good strategy. We do have to do that here. Here's the boss. Alright, this is Surami, the ghost robot. Which is weird, I guess this is not in the Ghost Toys Castle, but that being said, it's here. It'll throw plates at you. Wait till it throws red plates, hit him back. It can be hard to judge the depth of that, I will say that, for sure. Also, when it does the reach out to you like that, it comes over there, you will not get hurt. But the plates will hurt you, so be careful. But it's always hard to get... Yeah, like that. I got hit by the plates, but sometimes the depth perception is very hard to tell here. It takes a lot of hits. And I will say this, if you have one of those items like I have that will give you health from a death, bring it here. You're gonna bring it in any boss, bring it on this one. It does look very cinematic how it is, but sometimes, as I said, it's hard to judge where the depth is. Ow. And if you miss, that's it. And the only ones you can reflect back as far as the plates are concerned are the red ones, so, some cases don't even bother hitting the other ones. Especially because their pattern's gonna change up a little later. Yeah, when it does that camera cut, that means the pattern's changing. And there are, I believe, 3 phases to this. Yeah, the next phase is throw the green plates really quickly, and then the last one will throw the red ones at normal speed. I guess there's sort of a flashing light, I guess, anytime I hit him back at her. I guess then, in that case, alright, fine. I think I figured out the easiest way to avoid getting yourself hurt by that. Basically stop as soon as you see him, then jump and slice. Okay, in that case, yeah, I'm not getting hit at all, so it's perfect. Yeah, I did this on 6 hearts in my practice, like, yeah, not doing that again. I'm like, oh, I can handle this. Like, yeah. No, I couldn't. Okay, so, yeah, this is her last form. Her last form is she'll spin the plates around, they'll drop, and they'll explode. They're hard to avoid. At the end, she'll also have red plates you hit back. But with the health I have, they will be fine. Okay, I hit one of them at least. You will do damage as long as you hit one of the plates, but yeah, you want to hit 2 just to make it go faster. And usually they're going to be in the same place, so as long as you just swing and don't get hit too badly, you usually won't, but yeah, don't walk into explosions. Alright, that's it, got her. Alright. Alright, we got a star piece in Super Mario RPG. Yeah, it looks exactly like it. That's what I thought the first time I played this, but, I know it is not. And since Goemon's all the way over there, it's okay. This is the Miracle Star. Okay. Alright, so we have a new, character. This is a Sharon. My sweet Sharon robot. Without Sharon robot, we can't keep the power of the barrier that's blocking, the passage to Kyushu. So, alright, fine. Yeah, they can't block it specifically, so yeah, there's a typo. I think I might have pointed that out a couple years ago, but that being said, there it is. Yeah, blocking it. Good job. Guess that's for you. Why don't you just give up then? Yeah, Peach Mountain peoples. Why are you blocking? Yeah, because Yahi knows how to spell this way. Going to Kyushu. What are you planning? Yeah, she's like, yeah, stay away. I'm frightened. Alright, let's talk about this mystery woman, though. I get to finally talk about who voices her, but we'll talk in a second. Yeah, another weirdo. Yeah, who are you calling that? I don't blame you for calling Dancing that. Me? Alright, he gets to know me a little better. And he's like, no, no, he's not, I'm not. I don't take nicely to your hit-ons. Okay, he's cute as a kitty cat, but he's dignified and beautiful as a lily. Alright, this is Kitty Lily. She's voiced by Kotono Mitsuishi. She's Sailor Moon. Yeah, she voices Usagi Tsukino in Sailor Moon for Japan. Has since the very beginning and still does to this very day. So yeah, that is a massive case right there. She's also Mai Shiranui in Fatal Fury 2 and the OVA based on Fatal Fury, as well as Misato Katsuragi on Neon Genesis Evangelion. Yeah, sorry about that. And she's been Christy in Dead or Alive since Dead or Alive 4 on the Xbox 360. So yeah, the same person who voices Kitty Lily voices Sailor Moon for Japan. Amazingly, when I saw that, my jaw hit the floor. I said, oh my god, that is crazy. But yeah, it's the truth. Yeah, that's the only other female voice who's in this game. She's not listed as this character either, as I mentioned with Danson, but there's no other female voice in this game that's able to be indicated. So yeah, there you go. This will be something for ElecVerse when we see the final video of this. It's like, oh my god, the voice of Sailor Moon is Kitty Lily. Yes, I'm not joking. Anyway, not Sailor Moon or Kitty Lily. It must be the circus clowns Danson was talking about. You're wrong. We're not clowns. I guess this is interesting when you think about this as far as the voice things. Like, yeah, switch. Like, if Sailor Moon is evil, would she be like this? You guys use illusions, but you're never actually here, which is a good point, actually. Stop being chick and come out. But you don't know. Big star like me, I can't come out. It'd be unsafe because I'd be going out and be swamped with fans. He's like, yeah, I've never even heard of you. What fans? Yeah, before you know it, you'll be coming to see us on stage every night. Or every day. Alright, I'll be kind to you, though, and tell you something helpful. Kyushu has already become our stage. That's great, but can I come home now? So I was like, yeah, Sharon's even saying that, yeah, I did my duty. You told him what he needs to know. Come home, okay? But before you go, I'm out of foundation. Which I guess that's what? That's a, there's a reference there I'm missing. Get the usual best, okay? Yeah, but Sharon's saying, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Chad, if you know what foundation is, tell me, or I'll put an edit in a few days saying what that is. There's gotta be something. I'm thinking something fashion-based, but I don't know. Alright, bye-bye, not Sailor Moon, we'll see you again. Alright, bye. Kyushu is where we need to go, so, let's head there. Okay, and as far as what else we got tonight, we'll go there. We do have one other thing we have to do. And then we will hit about 5 hours. We're actually getting pretty far on this game, actually. We are over halfway through. So, alright, there we go. And let's go out. And actually, we're going to go back to Kyushu, which is across that bridge. Because actually, Kyushu is actually going to be our final destination of the game. But there's something about that we got to see first. Alright, so yeah, where's my way out? It's like, yeah, if I lose my bearings, like, yeah, pull the map out. Okay, so we already saw what it was, and by, completing that castle, the barrier's taken down. So that should make it easy to get to the end of the game, right? Well, we'll see. Alright, let's get going. Yeah, just, run by them, like, yeah, it's fine that way. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change character for variety's sake. I'll pull out, Yai. Alright, so back to Kyushu we go, and here we are. Yeah, the barrier is gone. I never expected to see you here. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? Oh! Omitsu, yeah, remember her from back in Uedo Village? Or Uedo Town, I should say. Yeah. The coffee shop. She's come here. Why? What are you doing here? Well, I'm waiting to Kyushu on a delivery. All the way from Uedo Town? That's true. Ever since our business was featured in Gourmet Magazine, the phone just won't quit ringing for our deliveries. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. See you later. Alright, see you later. So yeah, Mitsu came all the way out. We went through all that trouble to get this far. came all the way with those dumplings was, yeah, we're not getting a taste of that. She's, has to do it right. Maybe she's tougher and stronger than she seems. I don't know why they're laughing about that. I was like, I think she must be. She was doing the research about aliens, but yeah, we gotta get going over there and see what's happening. Yeah, but now we're telling her something we probably should have said before. It's like, yeah, maybe don't go over there. Because this is where the Peach Mountain Shoguns make their headquarters, apparently. Yeah, except, yeah, there's Dark Cloud. It's brewing. Actually, it is pulling Kyushu out of the ground, so it's basically Angel Island from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 that's going into, I guess, that ooze that you jump into to get to the Hazy Maze Cave in Super Mario 64. Yeah, there's a sight. And that Kyushu's gone. And with that, also Uemitsu. Yeah, so there she goes. Kyushu's separated from Japan. It's gone, and Uemitsu's on there as well. So yeah, we gotta do something for that. We'll have to go after Uemitsu or Kyushu, or both. But where's our lead? Well, she says the lead is the fortune teller. You don't necessarily have to do that. We are taking a flight. We have to go back to Uedo Town. Actually, I'm gonna try something specific. I've never actually done this. I'm gonna go tell her employer, say like, wait a second, she got kidnapped. And actually, there is something we need to do, and this is also gonna go to what ElecVerse said, saying that I'd heard the perspective of the similarity of Goemon with Goku, and I'm not completely buying it. It is a kind of loose association for sure, but there's one thing that gives it a little more credence. We're gonna see. Actually, let's talk to the gate guys. What do you guys say? Long time no see. Next area you must enter is east of Musashi. Find Musashi as you pass the gate in town, or that's what my gut feeling is going to be at least. Northeast metal chest. Northeast metal chest. Maybe being too obvious. Alright, yeah. It's fine. Alright, so let's go to the coffee shop. Because we got some bad news. Yeah. Uedo Coffee Shop. Without Uemitsu, it's like having a chocolate sundae with no chocolate in it. No, it's like leopard with no spots. Alright, so the guy who had the hots for is upset about it. She's not here today. How sad. She has returned, she went on her delivery. A bit worried. Yeah, you should be. Come all the way here to see Uemitsu, but she's not here. What a drag. Alright, so yeah, their business is gonna be screwed if we don't do something about that. But first, I'm going to go, have sleep. Well, actually, no. Oh, yeah, where is it? Yeah, it's over here. Actually, I'll just show somebody else sleeping. In fact, you know what? Let's show Abysamaru, getting the nice sleep in town. Alright. I want to spend the night. Let's go to the Gold Suite. It's 200, Ryu for this. You're in for the night of your life. Alright. Yeah, we were being fanned by geishas in a absolutely beautiful place. There we go. Morning. Look forward to see you again. Thank you. Alright, one thing to do is I'm going to save because, yeah, one of those annoying parts is coming up, although I know the logic about how to handle this. It's the part I actually ended last time with, and I do not like it, but we do need to do this. It is mandatory to beat the game. So what you do is you go back to your house. Okay, one thing I didn't show when we went back to our house is that, hey, the Lord and Princess Yuki left the castle. She's like, wait a second, we're staying at your place. Kyushu's also having some problems. I'm glad I'm not the Lord there. Yeah, I heard what was happening. If other areas of Japan is flying around, the woman in Japan left. Yeah, don't worry, we'll make sure that's fine. Okay, so yeah. Someone moved in right here. Alright, this is the muscle training gym. Develop your muscles, but when done training, you simply push a metal box. Ready to start training? Yeah. That being said, you need help full of thorns and mouth to chafe like an upside-down V. So that is Goemon. Alright, let's do the training. Oh my god, I hate this part, but I now know how it operates. This is probably the hardest of all of the minigames, unless I'm forgetting how Sasuke's goes. And this gets the magic power of Goemon for doing this. So the most training gym is this. There's Oyakatas that come out of these holes around you. They have little spikes on the top of their heads. For 99 seconds, you have to make sure that the balloon that's across or above each of those holes isn't popped by them. You'll do that by throwing metal boxes at the holes where they come, and move left and right on the control stick to aim and then hit the B button. Key to this, you're thinking like, oh yeah, just point to the hole and throw. You want to do one thing specific. You want to keep spinning basically in a circle, never stopping, and just throw at least 2 boxes on each hole and keep doing that. I will show you. It is hard. You can also go back to part 1 that I did before. Part 1-1 as opposed to part 2, or part 1-2, I should say. Now, to see where it took me a bit of time to do this, although I did it quicker than I thought. It only took me 2 attempts when I was doing my test on it today. But alright, let's show you how this operates. And man, there's a pain in the ass. Just throw 2 boxes. And by doing this, it means that also you'll get in cases where they'll get hit by 2 boxes. Oh shit, that one's already gonna be set the way, because they're getting up close, and if they hit the balloon, any of them like that, yeah, you'll lose. And you have to start all over. It is free to play, you don't have to pay for this, thank God, but it's a pain in the ass. Alright, let's do this. And then we'll go get past the middle box. And yeah, I don't want the training anymore. Actually, no, that's... Okay, no, this is what you do. You basically go left and right, throwing boxes constantly. Basically, just keep moving. As you move along, you'll basically mostly hit the box right on the hole. And if it seems like it's getting up too high, just throw 2 boxes on it when you stop. Like that. Except that, yeah, I didn't even get there in time. This took me forever to do growing up, and I absolutely despise this. Yeah, fortunately already I'm in a case where, yeah, I'm gonna have to be, you know, doing this. I mean, if it gets really bad, this will be the last thing we do, but I'll, try and see if I can avoid that. Yeah, by doing that, you will eventually get a case where, yeah, you're hitting them. And if you're seeing them high like that, throw 2 boxes. Basically just keep doing this. Yeah, it is nerve-wracking, though. Yeah, they're up more than halfway. Throw 2 boxes. Oh, shit. I just missed hitting them. Alright, fine, we'll try again. If nothing else, I'm showing you the pain of this. I thought to myself, oh yeah, I practiced this today, I'll be able to be fine with this on, like, the second try. But yeah, no, fortunately. Basically, you just have to time it so that you throw the box specifically right as you're over the next hole. But you're only moving left and right, that's all you have to worry about. Yeah, because it only stop briefly, usually, but... hear that? That means you're hitting them, so... take faith in that. You just pretty much keep hitting the B button and never stop. And then just tilt, specifically. I'm in good shape, but we'll see how I can handle this. More seconds. I'm not gonna be as overcome with emotion as I was last time saying thank God that's over, but... Alright, got it. There we go. Yeah, with practice it's not bad, but man, this part is annoying. And it is mandatory in order to beat the game. Alright, you get sudden impact for doing this. Whew. Alright, you have to pay 10 Rio anytime you use this. You move heavy thing for a shorter period of time. You also have double attacking power, but you also take double the damage when you are running this. And we'll show this in just a second. And yeah, this is where the Goku thing potentially comes in place, because he does go Super Saiyan, so that's maybe the perspective of people saying, like, yeah, he's Goku. Like, yeah, maybe, although, fine, I'll address... ElecVerse's point to that. It was a great point, by the way, to kind of go in. It's like, hey, why I'm not seeing it, and why I would say I would side that way as far as him saying that, and that is because, yes, he does have this. Yes, he is lead character. Yes, there might be, I think, with Goemon, a bit of a Japanese folklore perspective, because with Goku and Dragon Ball, he's based on Sayuki Journey of the West. I know that's the whole idea of what that entire enterprise is all about. But I guess with Goku, it's not the kind of thing he's necessarily wanting to fight. The personality type's different. Also, by the way, use that here, and you can push this box. Otherwise, you're blocked. I guess also the idea in some ways that... I don't know if I'd say with Goemon's characters necessarily has necessarily much of the same personality that Goku does. So in that case, it's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a stretch, but also at the same time, with some of the things, I can kind of get it a little... Although, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think about that with this series. If it's something that, hey, I would say there's many characters that like that. I mean, there's similarities, but it is a little specific. Okay, so yeah, we're going to the northeast, and first thing we're going to do is going over to the left here, because there is a silver fortune doll. In this case, also hearing the ambience. I think I might have mentioned that we were in one of the caves earlier. But I do like that, so it does give, as I mentioned, the contrast and the atmosphere and these nice kind of ebb and flows of your feeling as you go along in the game. Yeah, there you go. Drum people, go away. Bang your drum elsewhere. Okay, so... because we do want to get to the next town. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. Because we're almost 20 minutes till the end. There is one thing I do want to... actually, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to that in time. We'll see. Oh, shit. Yeah, I fell down there. At least I fell only right here, avoiding the, I guess, the eels. There are a couple things I'll have to do, so actually, I might not be able to start at... I said I was at the start of the Ghost Toys Castle, where there's the, there's a silver fortune doll. I don't know if I'm going to get far enough to be able to get what I need to do that. So, we'll get as far as where we need to go, or as far as I can go. And then we'll, figure that next time. That being said, we are going pretty well. This is about where I was expecting we'd be at the end of the time. Alright, so yeah, we need to get over there. Hit that to get the platforms. Yeah, this jumping section. I do not like this jumping section because in my test play, I fell quite a bit. And because I have, I guess, I don't know, I'm superstitious this way, I'm pulling Yai out. Also, yeah, I think you might want to duck underneath this, otherwise you might get yourself stuck or knocked off. Alright. Ooh, first try. Thank God. I didn't want to do that more than once. That's right, that's why I practiced. Oh, we're in Mutsu. There's a path over the left we will eventually need to go. We're not going there yet. We might end up going there next time. Actually, you know what? Alright, we're in the festival village of Mutsu. Alright, festival reflect the heart and soul of the Japanese. Your blood's not pounding quickly, your body's not dancing, can't consider you one can't really consider you to be Japanese. Alright, well, I mean, hey, she has a point in the sense of, you know, Japanese culture of, like, festival elements. Yeah, doing a celebration is, actually, we mentioned we did Majora's Mask for its finale. But that being said, like, yeah, no, the characters became Japanese, clearly. Okay, there are two things we need to do. In fact, we'll do this now, maybe I can get this going. You have to talk to this guy. Remember Mokube, who we saw at the beginning of the game? He's this guy's brother, older brother. I'm hearing rumors he has further developed skills. Use the pipe my brother makes. There's be no problem getting through to destroy the rocks blocking Mount Fear. Alright, we do need to go to Mount Fear. You have to talk to him, by the way, in order to go back to, Mount Fuji in order to talk to Mokube again and get upgrades to your weapons. I'm gonna go do that, so... I'm gonna go to the Kai coffee shop. I'm gonna see if I can't get the one upgrade that I want to get. Specific, because we have to get two. I need to get this, and then I need to get, the magic power for Yai. Actually, if I can start next part having both of these things, I'll be, actually be pretty good. And then we can also go through the stuff of, the Festival Village, or Mutsu, a little more when we come back for next month. It'll be part of our cleanup, and then we'll also go to the last couple of dungeons. Well, in that case, I'll probably need to do... Fine, I'll definitely need to practice that, because I don't remember the rest of the game. But I think we can finish the game for next part. It's not very long, although honestly, I guess, as Dolphin was saying, I've been kind of filling time this way, and having more going on with this game than I had the first time. Alright, so yeah, we do need to climb Mount Fuji again. I may as well do this, because yeah, it'll be a nice bookend to what we did at the beginning of the show. Unfortunately, there is not a quick way up. The quick way over here was going to the Kai coffee shop, but that's about it. Alright, but in this case, yeah, let's take Yai up. She was like, yeah, I didn't climb Mount Fuji. Yeah, but now she can say she did. Yeah, but yeah, getting hit by rocks still isn't very fun. Ow. Actually, I've been pretty good as far as making the jumps here, generally speaking, so actually that's been pretty good too. So I guess I'm getting better with some of the stuff with the platforming. Not that it's bad, it's just that in some cases it's kind of hard to manage. Oh, and I might have... I was gonna say, I went too quickly. Oh, okay, no, I didn't. I went just quickly enough. Get that, and we'll keep going. Also, I want to try something to get to the top, because I did this on my test play, but I want to see if it's making a difference. Yeah, I'm really being, I'm really tempted fate in this one. Also, I really want to wait for the slinkies. Also, the other thing with the slinkies, you can kind of go off the other side, and I don't think they hurt when they're still. Well, actually, no, I think they do. Never mind. That's a lie. Alright, so yeah, we're almost at the top. Whoa. Now there's a long climb, as we showed earlier, but it's also one of those things that, yeah, I do want to get there. I do want to get that upgrade if I can, or that magic power verse. That's kind of where I wanted to finish. I don't think it's going to be too much of that. That being said, I'm also going to change character. I want to see something. I'll explain this after I talk to Mokube again. Alright, well, here he is. Long time no see. What now? I want coffee. Yeah, there's no coffee shop. That's basically what he said. Or I said. I keep saying. I said this isn't a coffee shop. Yeah, we'll come for a cup of coffee or improve our weapons. I'll say this. That you want, huh? Stand back. I'll show my training's done. Oh! How's that for improvement? Alright, so we got weapons approved to level 2. Okay, no, I wasn't sure about one thing, because I came in here with Yai on my test play. It says Yai can use the sword shield. I thought, wait a minute, does that... When you come in with another character and talk to him, does that mean they get a special skill, and you can only get one? But, no, that's not true. No problem. Okay, basically what this does is it makes your weapons more powerful. So in that case, you get... Or your main weapon more powerful. So for Goemon, he gets the, better pipe, and the better hammer, the metal hammer. You get the double kunais or the metal kunais. Yeah, in her case, you get the metal sword, but you hold the B button when you use it. You get the sword shield, which is supposed to protect you from stuff, but it didn't really when I was doing test play. But alright, fine, we got it, which is fine, because we do need that. I'm gonna fly back to Mutsu. There's one place I want to go, and I want to try and do that last thing. So, Mutsu is... where's that? Festival Village, it's up here. So it's up in the north. And then with this, I will go to where I need to in order to use that, because I had to go back there and get that in order to get to where we go next. But it actually is a bit of story, and it's actually going to set us up for what we're going to do next month, and then I'll do the thing with Yai, and I think we'll be good. Okay, so yeah, we'll talk to people later, but I do need to get myself to the other area, and I believe how to get there is I go this way. Yeah, we'll do this next part. I'll have the local color going on in town here for next time. I do love this place as well, this nice wintry village. Perfect for us near the end. We're going to Mutsu, or fine, we're still in Mutsu, this is Mount Fear. Another great piece of music going through the snowy area. Okay. Alright, so you do need the powered up weapons of Mukube in order to get through this, so I will come here and hit this block with it. By doing that, it splits in half and we can go through. Actually, you do need money coming here, which I do have. I thankfully have enough. Yeah, I do love when the instruments come in here, right there. But fine, I guess it's a flute. I don't think it's actually a flute. I think it's more than that. I think it's like a. I don't think it's the shakuhachi. It's something. I'll put in here what it is. I'll figure what it is when I edit. Yeah, there are ghosts here. You can take a picture of them with the wind-up camera, but in this case, yeah, just keep running. It doesn't matter. Yeah, because you gotta get to this house over here. Alright, so we have to come see the witch. Let's come here not knowing what to do. How'd you know that? Yeah, I've been in this for 120 years. All I need to do is look at your face and know exactly what you're thinking. I can see something. What's that? Is my fly open? That's not where I'm looking. So, like, yeah, I always love that idea. Alright, see an old man with a strange look in a very dark place. Is a wise old man in Iga. Yeah, but where'd he go? Sounds like you know him. How about my powers? I can call him out. You can? Please do. I want to take a glimpse of my old man. Alright, but yeah, you gotta pay. So you have to bring 300 Rio. You asked us for money for this? Of course, this is business. I've got to charge something. It's 300 Rio. Take it or leave it. Alright. If you don't have enough, you have to go get it. But in this case, I paid. We're fine. Alright, so yeah, it's a dark and stormy night. So yeah, she's doing the summoning of Wise Old Man. Alright, so there he is. I mean, I got the idea of what ElecVerse is saying was our Uncle Monoshiri, I think it is. There he is, that is Wise Man. Goemon. Where is this? Or what's happened to you? So did he die? I guess he did. Want to save Kyushu and Omitsu. We have no idea where to go, where to look. I see. There's a state of Kyushu's floating in outer space. Alright, so yeah, we're going to space. Later. Next month. Yeah, talk about a tease more than with Mega Man X4. Now we're gonna get there. Yeah, we need to plan our way out there. So unlike, Mega Man X4, where we're living in a time where it's easy to do that, not in this game. Yeah, go get the miracle items for the 4 flanking leaders of Peach Mountain. We have 3 of them already. And then go to the stone circle in Ugo. Then you'll be able to go to outer space. How do you know that? Yeah, because it's in my name. But wait. I see you already have 3 of these. So yeah, we were doing pretty well on this, so we only get 1 more. And we'll get our 1 more next time. You should be looking for those items, okay? Get going. Yeah, we'll get going, no problem. Okay. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a slide down. Or try to take a slide down specific. Okay, so, alright, so I did that, that's fine. I'm gonna go do that last thing, and then we will, finish for tonight. And in order to do this, we have to go back into Festival Village and go back out, the path we came. And we'll see more of Festival Village, next month. So yeah, I think actually we're gonna be ending exactly where I want to end. So yeah, it did all turn out pretty well for that. But the last thing we're gonna do before we go is... Yeah, the path to Mutsu here. Go this way, we didn't go. Yeah, and the enemies could be fine. And there's, another enemy there. Whoa. Yeah, lucky, jump away, yeah, good job. Alright, so we're going to Uzun. So, going through the tunnel here. There's a silver fortune doll in here. I will, yeah, I think I'll get that, and then we'll, go out, and, then we'll be done after we do this. Because actually, this is really easy. Unlike the Goemon Magic Challenge, this one's really easy. Go to the waterfall of Kagon. Or Kagon, I should say. The Legend of the Mermaid. We're looking for applicants. Do you want to do this? I'm gonna pass because I want to save. I'm gonna change another character. So let's pull you out. I dread the thought of seeing a male mermaid. Okay, so yeah, Elephant is a sexist. So yeah, in that case, we do have to have the only female member of our group. That is Yai. Ready? Okay. Another minigame. This isn't too bad. Yeah. So how does this operate? Press the A button repeatedly to climb the waterfall in front of you. You have to get to the top within the time limit. And if you do that, you'll complete the challenge and we will have her power. However, Oyakatas are going to be popping up at the top of the waterfall, and you hit into them, you bounce down. You use the control stick to move left and right before you're falling into the basin, okay? Let's go. So just keep hitting the A button, and your power meter's on the left, just keep hitting A. So yeah. Yeah, if you're familiar with track and field from Konami, yeah, you should be in good shape if you just keep hitting that A button. Or if all else fails, use a turbo controller. Just, yeah, if you hit those things too much, that's going to be the problem, but also you barely have time to see where they're coming from. There you go. But yeah, it is not bad at all. Beautifully done. Grace's swimming skills are like that of the Mermaid Princess. Alright, so yeah, Yai becomes mermaid. You can swim underwater in the deep ocean and rivers. And what you do is when you go in the water, you hit the C up button and she becomes a mermaid. You can swim under the water and do it way fast and you have a dash. So it's actually a little bit like Echo the Dolphin or a little bit like the unguard sections in Donkey Kong 64. I'll show them next time. I do want to go get the item. Oh. There is a silver fortune. Actually, no, fine. I'll show it now. Yeah, so when you're in this case, just keep hitting the A button to swim. But before you can get out, you have to hit the C up button. Oh wait, that's where that is. Actually, yeah, I think you do need to use this to go up the waterfall a little bit. Alright, we'll see if I can get up, can't get up here. If I can't, I'll come back, but I think I should be able to get this. Okay, fine, I did get up there, it's just that... Actually, maybe I... Okay, because there is the, as I said, I'm looking for the Silver Fortune doll. There's one here. Now, as you hit the B button whenever you do a dash. So it's like the charge effect of the dolphin, pretty much. Ow. Come on. Yeah, and also, when you get hit, she gets spun the way. Alright. Yeah, I just want to get a... Yeah, it's a little wonky, I'll say that, as far as how that control is. Alright, but yeah, I think we're almost there. I just want to find it, because I know it was here. Oh, it's right there, perfect. Alright, so I was overthinking it. But at least I got to show how the mermaid's working, and I will show more of that next month, because... Yeah, I wanted to get that, because then we can go back to the Ghost Toys Castle. I will start the next show there, so that we'll be able to get that really quickly and continue with our cleanup. So basically what we'll do is we'll clean up everything that we can as we go along. We'll do the next temple, or next castle, I should say. And then we will also finish everything off here, and then actually then we do have to do everything we need here before we go to outer space and finish the game. So let's leave, we'll go outside, we'll go somewhere to have a nice, I guess, closing perspective when I get my way out. I guess right here. Alright, so last thing, I guess we'll go to... Actually, wait, you know, we'll go to the village right here. It's perfect. Yeah, don't even bother. It'll be way quicker just to make the walk. And I'll find the hotel, and we'll save there. Okay, so that'll be that soon enough. I just gotta remember where the hotel is. I believe this is it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Welcome. Alright, what are we doing today? We're saving. Okay. So there you go. That is part 1 again, but more of it and better, I think, than part 1, but... Or the first part 1, but as I said, I did like how part 1 operated. The very first one. As if nothing else, I think this is showing the fact that, hey, we're gonna finish this game, as I mentioned, and yeah, get him a shot, random villager. I do want to get myself set this way, yeah. So there is, yai! And we are all in good shape. Alright, I don't know why I did that, like, loud yell of yai, but alright. Alright, that is the end of part 1 again of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. Also, the other thing is, Chasm22 was mentioned at the beginning of the show, why do this again? Hey, it's been so long, and also this game's weird enough. Hey, it makes sense that, yeah, you'd want to, you know, do it again. As it is, it wouldn't be out of keeping. We'll be back here in the Festival Village next month. I'm thinking February 4th, just as a tentative date. Because I know there's questions on schedule that are coming up as far as people that I'm running with. So we'll get a sense of what those are going along. But yeah, that is start of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. Yeah, Yai's been getting her makeup on because, yeah, she's going undercover, I guess. So she's getting ready for what she's going to be doing, I guess, before we get ourselves going. Eventually save Japan as it is, and yeah, we will finish this game, I promise. That is going to be next month. I believe February 4th, but if that changes, I will let you know as the weeks go on. Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that. Yeah, but I have had a great time so far with this game. Again, I'm glad to cut back to it, and thank you to everybody in chat, to ElecVerse, to Chasm22, to Dolly Finn, and everyone in between. Alright, so with that... Yeah, let's do our first look at schedule for 2023 as we close our first show, 2023, and thank you so much. And thank you, Dolly Finn says, thank you. I thank you especially as far as chat's concerned. I love doing this show and how this is operated, and all of you are adding to that. So, let's talk schedule then. Next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it is going to be Saturday. The Crusade Nerd 64 is coming back for Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2. And I'm looking forward to part 4 of that game. I guess kind of fitting thematically as far as we're seeing with Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon a little bit. But yeah, we're going to go back to that for the next part. We're in Europe now with Zhuzhen and Alice. They're doing their ghost-busting thing, kind of like we did with this game. And I can't wait to see where that game is going to go. I'm still in the dark, but I'm still loving what we've got going on that. I love how he's been handling that. And can't wait to meet up with him for next week, and we'll play that game 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday. The week after that is not going to be a Saturday show, though. January 20th is going to be a Friday show, and that technically is going to be the viewer request of the month. That is going to be from EdWack, as well as Nikki, who's going to be on the show as well. They're going to be joining me for Guitar Man for the PlayStation 2, which is a game he loves, a game he's wanted to show and wanted to do for a while, to the point where actually his PlayStation 2 is not working. So I said, okay, we have a lot of people who are running PS2s that are not working. Mine is working, so actually after we do Shadow Hearts next week, I'm basically going to be going into work, because I work with him, saying that, yeah, here's the PS2 for you to practice this game with. And definitely looking forward to doing that Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be on January 20th. And then on January 28th, we get back to Parasite Eve, and Medix is going to be returning to the show. So, yeah, every show for the rest of this month is going to have guest stars on it. And actually, it also means that I am not playing a single game for the show until January 28th. This is the first show I'm doing, and the only game I'm playing until we get to that last show of the month, which is going to be for Parasite Eve for the PlayStation. Max and I are going to be finishing it, so for the next couple of weeks, I'm going to do practice to get Ayabrea's levels up, particularly, get her defense up, because, yeah, otherwise we're going to get ourselves killed in the Chrysler building. That's all we got left, but that's probably going to be the whole night as we get going and get to the final ending of the game, and we knock off our other RPG that we're running, and I'm having a great time with that one. I guess this is a month of underappreciated Japanese games, when you really think about it. Between Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, Shadow Hearts, Guitar Man, and Parasite Eve, yeah, we're giving them all our love this month, and I'm looking forward to that. Then we get to February, where we have the next part of this game, which I believe is going to be February 4th, but if that changes, I'll let you know. February 18th will be the next part of Shadow Hearts for Part 5. I talked with that the Crochet Nerd 64. He indicated that that's when he's going to be able to do that. And then also, it's March 4th for Part 6, and it's most likely finale. As far as the other stuff in February, I still need to get with Nocturne, or she still needs to reach out to me. Nocturne, I called you, call me. We are in discussion on something that we're going to do. I don't know if she's not going to be available for that. She's not going to be available in March at all, I do know that. So if she's not going to be available for something for February, I will pull out Donkey Kong Country 3. We'll start that. It'll probably be a two-part case. One part for Super Nintendo and the other part for Game Boy Advance, because that's something ElecVerse wanted to see. And the other open week I got for February, we might have an announcement for that in 2 weeks when EdWack and Nikki are on the program. Because I know Nikki wanted to do Freddy Fish, Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds. We might do that in February if that's what she wants to do. Or figure something out. Hey, we always figure that out when it comes to the scheduling on this program. I think it's going to go into the next couple months. March, as I mentioned, we have Shadow Hearts for its possible finale, most likely, but if not, they'll also go into April. But then also, Perturova is going to be back on the show. I'll have to get with him with scheduling on this one and when we're going to do it. We're going to be doing Game Dev Tycoon. We're doing the Switch version. It's also on the PC, but he loves the PC edition, but I bought the Switch game of it, and it's one he's wanted to do. I don't know if he actually believed when I said we're going to do it. I was like, yeah, sure, we're going to do it. I was like, no, I'm serious. I bought it on the Switch. I'm absolutely going to show that game off. And I know he'll have a lot of insights and things to it. And I know a lot of people from Chasm22. I've shown him this when I'm doing my test plays of it. Say like, yeah, I want to see the rest of this game. I want to see what you guys do with this. I said, okay, absolutely. And then I guess as far as that, there's going to be some open stuff. So some of this is going to be a little up in the air a little. But as I said, I'll have better answers for it as we go along. At the very least, I will always guarantee I'll have at least the next week or two set for the show when we end for a night like tonight. And then in April, what I do know of what we have is we do have our April Fool's Day show, which, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, will not be Superman 64 like I mentioned. I think we should vary up the idea of, not picking on DC this year. I'm going to be picking on Nintendo, because I'm going to be playing Pokemon Violet, which EdWack gave me, but I also said to him, we need to reckon with the fact that this is a broken game that Nintendo asked you $60 for. So he gave it to me. I appreciate that. What we're going to do for that show, and even he's saying, he's kind of interested in seeing what this is going to be. My Switch is going to be offline. I will not apply any of the patches for the game, including the Day 1 one. I will show you the game that Nintendo wanted you to spend $60 on, and it will not be a full play of that game. It'll just be a showcase night once, specifically, because as I mentioned, the first Pokemon game we're going to play fully at some point will be Pokemon Generation 1, Pokemon Yellow, specifically, at some point. That'll be our April Fool's Day episode, and then April 22nd is going to be the start of our next RPG, which is going to be Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. That's going to be with Protorova. He's going to be controlling that one. At the end of the month, ElecVerse wanted to see Tekken 3. April 29th is its 25th anniversary. We're going to be playing it on its 25th anniversary. I'm waiting to do that for sure, and I have stuff I got to do unlocks over the next couple months, but I think we should be set for that. And other stuff, as I said, as we go along, is that everything is going to be potentially subject to change for the show, but as I always say, I put the schedule up on Twitch specifically, so if you see on the Twitch window for Super Old Game Saturday, what's the schedule, it'll say specifically when I have a show set for next Saturday, or Friday as it is for Guitar Man in 2 weeks. It'll be there and that schedule will be set. So if I don't have something up right away, that will be the reason for that. So that'll be an indication. But that being said, that's what the rest of the show is looking like for the next couple of weeks and sort of months. But yeah, thank you so much for watching the show tonight. Thank you so much for adding to our return to Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. As I said, it is also going to be an interesting comparison, so that, yeah, you might have seen part 1 on the YouTube site. If you did, thank you so much. As you mentioned, specifically Kazan22. Like I said, we did get a little further, saw a little more, we saw unique elements, so yeah, it is not the same show. It does show the evolution of how far it's come, and I can't believe that it's been this far and so long we've gotten through this. Yeah, we're back to this, and we've come so far, and I have so many people to thank in chat for that for sure. Good night and great show. Thank you so much, Dollyfin, and thank you for adding to this, and thank you again to ElecVerse and to Kazan22 for also adding to it. And everybody out there in Twitch, YouTube, and anywhere land, you definitely make this show for sure. It's your show as much as it's mine, as is indicated by the fact that we got guests each week for the next couple weeks. All right, in that case, thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. See you next month for this game, and until then, have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Crusader 64 for Part 4 of Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, and take care.